Предлагаю начать наш сегодняшний ивент OpenSource Day for Enterprise, как использовать OpenSource Software Enterprise. Я буду говорить на двух языках, фразами, для того, чтобы поддержать обе аудитории. Соответственно, меня зовут Евгений Зобницев, работаю на Фактор групп. Буду на сегодняшний день вашим хостом, соответственно, буду с вами сегодня между докладами. Good morning, everybody. I'm Evgeny Zobnitzev. I'm CTO of Factor Group. I will be host today for today. There will be a all-day event, and all event will be starting soon, and we'll be starting from the intro. From who we will represent our team, who will be supporting you the whole day. Начинаем наш ивент с того, чтобы с небольшого интро, которое, собственно говоря, представит, что будет сегодня на ивенте и какая команда будет работать. Спасибо. Виктор Ларин и Екатерина Гутина, the stage is yours.
Благодарю, Евгений. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы рады приветствовать вас сегодня на нашем мероприятии Enterprise Open Source Summit «Бизнес-взгляд на открытый исходный код». Сегодня свои выступления представят наши уважаемые коллеги из компаний-организаторов Canonical, Nextcloud, Collabora, Linbit и OpenNebula. Также компаний-заказчиков, использующих данное решение, Tutu, City of Geneva и Vedas AS. Компании системных интеграторов, МТС-Электроника, Систематика, Крок, IT-Task, Trinity. И в заключение для вас проведут демонстрации решений и более инженерно ориентированные сессии. Команда Factor Group будет с вами на протяжении всего мероприятия. В течение всего стенда вы сможете, в течение всего дня вы сможете посетить стенды организаторов, на которых будут находиться представители от каждой компании. Там вы сможете задать интересующие вас вопросы и обсудить свои задачи. После окончания мероприятия вам будет предоставлен доступ к записям выступлений и презентационным материалам. Программа сегодняшнего мероприятия состоит из нескольких блоков. Это ключевые доклады, доклады организаторов, заказчиков и системных интеграторов и демонстрация решений. Чем дальше мы будем двигаться от начала мероприятия, тем более инженерно ориентированными будут становиться сессии. Не забывайте подписываться на наш телеграм-канал мероприятия. На экране вы видите его QR-код. А теперь я продублирую все на английском. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you to our event, Enterprise Open Source Summit, the business perspective on open source. Today you will have presentations from our colleagues from the organizing companies, Canonical, Nextcloud, Collabora, Linbit, and OpenNebula. Customers using these solutions, it's Tutu, City of Geneva, and Vedas AS. System integrators, МТС-Электроника, Systematica, Крок, IT-Task, Trinity. And finally, you have solution demos and more engineering-oriented sessions. Factor Group team will be with you all the way for the event. During the event, you can visit organizer booths, where representatives from each company will be available to answer your questions or discuss your challenges. After the event, you will have access to the recorded speeches and available presentation materials. The program of today's event consists of several blocks: keynote speeches, presentations by organizers, customers and system integrators, and solution demonstrations. The more we move from the beginning of the event, the more engineering-oriented the sessions will be. Don't forget to subscribe to the Telegram channel of the event. Here's the QR code. I'm now giving word to Victor.
Спасибо, Екатерина. Еще раз, доброе утро. Для кого-то совсем раннее утро, для кого-то уже день. Всех с нами, кто сегодня присоединился к мероприятию, мы очень рады видеть вас. Команда наша, которую представил Евгений, подхватила Екатерина, и я, ваш покорный слуга, тоже будем с вами целый день. В рамках текущего мероприятия я бы хотел акцентировать момент, что мы будем пытаться ориентироваться на потребности ваши, поэтому для нас очень важна также ваша реакция. Да. У нас открыты чаты, да, открыты, соответственно, с текущего момента все стенды электронные, то есть вы можете заходить на стенды, там уже ожидают вас коллеги от наших уважаемых вендоров, да, в том числе и наши коллеги Фактор групп, да. Мы выступаем представителем, дистрибьютором центров технической поддержки в регионе уважаемых вендоров в решениях OpenSource. Поэтому обращайтесь, говорите с нами, беседуйте, задавайте вопросы. Будем рады ответить на них в течение всего мероприятия. Если говорить, еще несколько называется уточнений, да, соответственно, наше мероприятие, оно проходит первый раз в географии. Мы специально попытались его создать с той позиции, что мероприятие ориентировано и не пересекалось с другими аналогичными проводящимися только в нашем регионе, на самом деле и в мире, да, с целью того, чтобы посвятить его практическим аспектам, да, использования решений. Да. Поэтому, опять-таки, спасибо нашим уважаемым спикерам, keynote-сессий, дальнейших Lighting Talk-сессий, которые у нас будут проходить в мероприятии. Мы постараемся дать вам совершенно разные представления и взгляд на структуру open-source, как его использовать в режиме Enterprise Edition, называем коммерчески поддержим, да, о чем мы, собственно, будем говорить большую часть дня сегодня, да, но и в том числе не ограничивая его в этих рамках, то есть, собственно, то, что мы называем Community Edition или доступное для потребления без оплаты, да, опять-таки постараемся вам дать взгляд на то, насколько и как, соответственно, можно использовать разного рода решения, да, в том числе не только со стороны, нашей, да, уважаемых партнеров, системных интеграторов, заказчиков, вендоров, совершенно с разных, аспектов взглянуть на него. Все наши сессии, они построены, как сказала Екатерина, по структуре, пирамидки, да, то есть, соответственно, начинаем мы наши, называется, у нас таких три больших блока, да. Первый блок – это strategic view, то есть стратегический взгляд на, соответственно, индустрию, который, соответственно, будут вещать наши уважаемые джентльмены, да, собственно, коллеги начинает Марк Shuttleworth и, соответственно, подхватывает флаг коллеги из Nextcloud, Collabora, Linbit, OpenNebula, да. В дальнейшем мы, собственно, как таковой будем погружаться, как сказала Екатерина, все более глубоко и глубоко в технологии. Да. Самые последние сессии, они ориентированы чисто на практическое применение, да, соответственно, в виде такого роуд-шоу, как мы вначале называли демо, теперь мы называем роуд-шоу, да, в котором мы, соответственно, будем показывать вам, как технологии будут использоваться, да, и далее, соответственно, переключимся уже, называется, в практический момент. Да. Let me right now also switch to the English, just to make the summary over, what I'm also explaining it in the Russian, yeah. Just I also see the Mark just connected, yeah. Mark, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Perfect one, yeah, just sunny morning in Moscow, yeah. But again, as a summary of the, what's Evgeny and Ekaterina done as an interpart, yeah. So for today, for us, yeah, just actually, focus it on the whole event is actually just, I try to make this brief, yeah, split into three major, sessions, yeah, just a kind of, pyramid of them, yeah, just also with the goals, yeah. The first session, keynotes, yeah, there's actually focus it on give you the strategic overview, where is actually open source industry is actually going on, yeah, especially, again, it started from the Mark session, again, Mark is actually it's really shiny person in the open source industry, and yeah, I will not eat his bread, yeah, just he will definitely let me say, yeah, do this, and yeah, I always again, yeah, don't over expect, but always again, very interested, yeah, with the, with the kind of the talks related, yeah, just the open source, things, yeah, what's again, yeah, just what we can do, yeah, and definitely again, yeah, Mark will do his again, yeah, best again in the, let me say, in his session. Yeah, but the next section, yeah, will be actually comes to the lightning talks. Yeah, that actually give you the good overview. Yeah, what the people actually doing. Yeah, how the industry evolving again from the customer perspective, from again like from the vendor perspective as well. Like system integrators who can actually help you to avoid this one. And for sure, again, like we have a special session. Yeah, just forget, let me say, mention this one in the Russian. Yeah, also that will be a kind of the round table where we also connect again like government bodies in business. Yeah, friend of us from the Russia Trade Council, just has actually been managed this one, and also we will, let me say, have a kind of the overview, let me say, like the view of the open source in the gov and state organizations and how they will connect it to the, let me say, to the business. And last session for us will be actually again like the demo session, and also again like the focused talks. It will be more engineered as well, like who will survive definitely will be very well interested, and actually ask the questions practically from the source. Evgeny?
And together with us, we will be here all day on stage, and currently we have got a lot of people connected, and we can answer all your questions. So, Mark, the stage is yours.
Mark, sorry, just like we're just not hearing. Let me say like just.
My apologies. I'm just trying to join from a second computer so that I can share the screen from there. Does that make sense, or should I try and do it from this computer over here?
Oh no, it's perfect.
Well, actually, let me do it from here. My apologies. I just need to connect some dots. If I, oh no, I'm going to do it from here. All right. Can you see me in the event with a second? There we go. Is that good?
Yes, correct. Perfect.
All right. Sorry, let me just redo that. All right, well, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. Sorry to be a little slow. I had to juggle a couple of different machines to get, is this coming up as the...
Hi, Mark. You just share the other screen.
I think I've shared the wrong screen. My apologies. All right, let's just do it this way. Okay, what I wanted to focus on really was how the open source world is shifting and expanding, and why that is so critical for global business to understand. And I want to call it open as the new default, because everywhere in the world that I speak with technology leaders in every industry, I keep hearing the same refrain, that they have shifted their thinking on open source to the point where they now say that if they can find a solution that is open source, that will by default be their preferred solution. Now, obviously, it's a complicated world and there are many exceptional proprietary vendors out there. But if an organization can find a suitable open source solution today, that by and large is becoming their default preference. And that's a real shift in behavior. If you think about how computers changed, you know, we all are familiar with personal compute. We're all familiar with PCs and mobile phones and tablets, which is an ecosystem that's very dominated by Windows, by Apple iOS, and by Android. While Android is open source, you know, people don't tend to think of it that way. If, however, you look at every other class of compute, every class of compute that isn't personal compute, you see that open source really is the de facto standard for that class of compute. In the public cloud, for example, are open source workloads. And in private cloud, the trend is in the direction of open source. So people who are building out new data centers are largely building those data centers to be optimized to run open source workloads. We see a new category emerging of compute infrastructure in the enterprise, which we call microcloud. And so for microcloud, you can think about the cluster of compute at the back of the factory, or the cluster of compute at the bottom of the cell tower, or the cluster of compute in the top of a skyscraper. And that cluster of compute is a small cloud. You can use that cluster using cloud native tools and technologies and methodologies, but it's a small cloud. It's very different to a data center. It's very different to a public cloud. So we see microcloud emerging as a new class of edge cloud compute effectively. And again, all of the work that is widely being discussed in that category of compute is built on open source. And then if you look at the Internet of Things, really the fourth class of compute out there, the majority of devices that are shipping today are shipping with some sort of open source stack on that device. So there's a huge preponderance towards open source in the sort of emerging classes of compute. Any business that effectively is planning its future on public cloud, planning its future of private cloud, planning its future microcloud or IoT, is planning that future based on open source. The open source landscape has also grown in its sophistication and complexity. Many people still think of open source as Linux, but in fact, open source is vastly more than Linux. If you just look at the cloud native computing landscape, every single one of those boxes is either a company shipping open source, or an open source project backed by a company, or an open source project backed by a collection of companies in this landscape. And this is just one narrow, very focused slice of the open source ecosystem. The amount of innovation happening in open source today that is backed by professional developers that are fully funded through a number of different mechanisms is astonishing. This really is a new era for software. It's not essentially a cheap way to do the old software. It is an entirely new era for software innovation, software business models, software collaboration. New classes of software are being created this way. So, you know, this this amount of innovation is unprecedented in the software industry. We're seeing more innovation today than we have ever seen in the software industry, and that innovation is largely predicated on open source. One of the sort of very interesting developments for me in the last couple of years has been the extent to which that open source has become industry specific. So originally we thought of open source as being technology centric and transverse. In other words, open source, the open source that was important was open source that was relevant in every industry or in every case. And Linux is a good example of that, right? Everybody needs operating systems. So an operating system was one of the first things to emerge as a key focus in the open source industry and in the open source community. But today we've reached a level of sophistication that we see entire communities and entire foundations focused on very industry-specific concerns. The tech industry was obviously an early industry to move to open source because the tech industry understood open source and the tech industry used open source both as an input to themselves and as a competitive lever effectively. But today we see industries that you don't necessarily think of as tech industries actually shaping open source strategy, creating open source foundations, and building open source collaboration that they really only intend to be relevant in their industry. And I think that effectively is an entirely new development. I called out 6 sectors where we see that very strongly, but I bet that if you go and look in your sector, you will find the beginnings of this conversation where people in the sector are starting to say, it would be good if we effectively collaborated as an industry, and open source is the right way to do that. A really interesting area of focus for us right now is the finance industry. And as an example of that, I would point you to the FinTech Open Source Foundation. So FinOS is a foundation that has been set up by a bunch of companies and by some lead thinkers effectively. And it is just focused on open source for the finance and FinTech sector. If you look at the members of that in there, you'll see many of the world's biggest banks. And they have set up the structure effectively to be a home for open source that they want to contribute and open source that they want to consume. You know, if you are a mid-sized bank anywhere in the world today, this is almost certainly going to become a really important source of banking industry technology to you. And so if you look at the broader list of members, you'll see many smaller banks, and you'll also see many technology companies coming to a forum like this to essentially collaborate around technology for the finance industry. Their version of that CN's cloud native landscape picture is not as big and complex as the cloud native landscape, but it is still pretty extraordinary, the speed at which new pieces of software are being contributed to this FinTech open source foundation, right? The FinOS Foundation. For example, we've started working with a team at Goldman Sachs, which has contributed Legend. You see Legend in the middle sort of stack there. And Legend is effectively the technology that Goldman Sachs uses for big data analytics for a certain class of volatile security, where they want to be doing essentially real-time analytics on risk and valuations for this real-time security. Now, Goldman Sachs is a famously competitive institution, famously profitable, famously focused on winning, and yet they are contributing a key piece of their internal technology to the open source community and for use by other banks on completely neutral terms. There's nothing complicated about the licensing of Legend, right? Why would they be doing that? They'd be doing that because they realize that in order to attract talent, in order to effectively harness talent that outside of their own institution, it is in their strategic interests to make this fundamental capability available to many, many banks. They will effectively retain certain proprietary, unique capabilities. They'll try and stay ahead of the curve, but they realize that it is better for them to get the whole industry onto the same foundations that they're building than to risk a situation where the whole industry adopts some other set of foundations, and they are then unable to essentially attract talent and innovation for work on their now obsolete, effectively proprietary solutions. So in order strategically to avoid that situation, they'd rather lead, make their internal foundational platform open source and available to other institutions, so that in the attempt to create a standard effectively across the entire banking industry. And I could go through this map and talk about all of the different things that are being contributed by Deutsche Bank, by HSBC, by Barclays Bank, and so on, all of which are effectively creating a new standard operating system effectively for banks. Now, in this early stage, it would be unclear which will be the winning projects and which will not be the winning projects. But this is a new phenomenon in open source, right? This is an entirely new motivation for people to contribute to open source, make open source work. So in the telco sector, for example, we see the same behavior. In fact, there are two foundations that have been set up. The Telecom Infra Project, which is a foundation really led by Facebook, and the Open Networking Foundation, which is really driven by Google. And in both cases, they have a couple of key telcos that have joined. So here you see some of the complexity of open source politics, right? We have these major contributors to open source, Google and Facebook. They find it a little difficult to collaborate, so they have created separate institutions, effectively, separate forums. But they're attracting, to both of those forums, they're attracting the world's leading telecoms companies. And in working in those foundations, what they're essentially creating is a full telco solution, right? Or multiple versions of a full telco solution that spans every aspect of telecommunications, from billing, through radio access, through the core network, through compliance. Essentially, in future, you can believe you're going to be able to build a telco, and all of the software in that telco ultimately comes from an open source process under open source licenses. All of that is being funded by various actors who have strategic reasons to keep funding that, and strategic reasons to make sure that that is best of breed, right? Which brings me to a sort of key question that people often have about open source, which is, how do I know that this will be sustainable? How do I know that this great software over here will in fact continue to attract investment, continue to attract innovation, and continue to attract essentially the key ingredients of success if I'm going to bet my business on it? I think we've seen an emerging level, an emerging growing set of sophistication in the motivations and the reasons and the drivers for investments in open source. We started really out of passion, right? If I think of the early days of open source, the 1980s, the 1990s, there was a lot of passion for a better way to produce software, the Cathedral and the Bazaar, the Free Software Foundation, lots of ideological arguments, lots of passion, which in truth gave us the true foundations of open source and free software today. These motivations still exist. There are still people who come to open source and contribute to open source out of passion, out of a desire to see things done technically correctly, out of a desire to move the world forward socially. And I think that continues to be important. Passion isn't intrinsically sustainable, though. And so we saw, a lot of challenges in the early stages of open source with the idea that you could build sustainable businesses in open source. We did start to see then a second wave of investment in open source that was really driven by the technology industry, driven by a desire in the technology industry for there to be standards effectively that could be widely adopted and which needed to be open source in order to take some of the competitive dynamics away, right? And this is where we started to see the emergence of foundations being set up, the Apache Software Foundation, the Eclipse Software Foundation, the Linux Software Foundation were all set up in this era of open source. I think it got really interesting when we started to see industrial competitive behaviors predicated on open source. And the key idea here in the early 2000s was that as a major player in open source facing complicated competition, you could essentially act to commoditize your competitors' profitable businesses by driving open source as a strategy. So for example, Google's early efforts in open source were really aimed at commoditizing the businesses of Apple and Microsoft, right? You look at Chrome OS and Android, and you can understand that Google essentially says, look, if I can take margin out of a competitive business, then I effectively weaken that competitor, and I can protect areas where I have high margin effectively because I won't commoditize those. So we saw a wave of investment into open source that was really driven by the idea that a major player could essentially commoditize parts of the stack that were either competitive to them or input costs to them effectively. Telecom Infra Project is effectively Facebook trying to reduce the margin in all of the layers of the stack that they depend on in order to expand the base of Facebook users, right, for their various services. So we saw kind of a competitive driver for investment in open source. We then saw another wave of real profit motive, profit-oriented investments in open source. So I call out MongoDB here, but in fact, you can find a very long list of companies which are profitable companies building open source. And the key, I think the key emerging business model for these companies has been the combination of support and SaaS as sustainable business models for open source. There are now hundreds of businesses that are attracting billions of dollars of venture capital and seeing sustainable businesses being created and long-term businesses being created through the combination of support and SaaS effectively as business models. And this is really important because essentially, you know, that looks like a truly sustainable class of contributors to open source projects. I think right now we're in a bit of a bubble of that. You know, if I look at the amount of money that's being raised, and if I look at the number of companies that are raising money as profitable SaaS-oriented open source companies, I'd say, okay, that looks like a little bit of a bubble. But the fact that many of those companies really are profitable and have been sustainable suggests that, in fact, we are in an era where you can be a profitable open source company. And I think that's really, really important to long-term sustainability. And then we see this strategic emergence, which is not the competitive element that we saw before in Google's funding of Android, for example, or Google's funding of Android, but more a sophisticated, industry-specific, competitive landscape. Essentially, a new class of standards being created in the same way that telco used to look to telecommunications standards bodies to create standards that vendors would have to comply with. Now we essentially see companies stepping forward to say, look, can we create open source and can we standardize on open source and then effectively use that to commoditize our cost base effectively in order to then continue to compete, but continue to compete in the areas which are strategically interesting to us, right? And so over the last 20, 30 years, I would say these have been the waves of motivation that have driven open source investment. Now, there will be speakers here at the conference today that are, you know, in different ways, shapes, and forms. They come to open source for all of these different reasons. All of these, I think, remain in play. All of these, I think, remain important. But in aggregate, what they give you is a strong, compelling, sustainable flow of money into the open source ecosystem, right? Whether that money is coming from investors, whether that money is coming from customers, whether that money is coming from businesses that effectively have strong and sustainable motivations to continue to fund their R&D in open source. All of those effectively are what is funding the billions of lines of code that are being written as open source. That's really important to me because it essentially means that those pieces of open source will be here forever, right? And will be the new standard. So on that note, let me wrap up and invite questions. There is a Q&A session later in the day. So if I don't get an opportunity to answer your questions here, I'll be happy to come back and join the Q&A panel later. Thank you.
Hi, Mark. It's a good presentation and good overview of what the open source matters for the community and how the projects itself are surviving. But we had a good conversation in the comments, and we have a questions at least. First of all, what the microcloud is different from edge cloud?
We prefer the term microcloud simply because edge is very misleading, right? Inside a large organization, different groups have different things that they call the edge. So the term edge, I find very misleading. It's hard to have a conversation about edge because edge means so many different things to so many different people. We use IoT and microcloud to talk about two classes of compute that you will find in lots of different places, right? And those two classes of compute are very distinct from public cloud and private cloud, right? And distinct from each other. In the case of IoT, you have a single device. That device needs to be operated. It means it needs software changes. It needs upgrades. It needs updates. It needs software installed. It needs software configured. But that device is on its own. And an IoT device is on its own. It's the only device in the chain. If it fails, you lose the chain. You know, if the autopilot on the car fails, you lose the car. If the autopilot on the robot fails, you lose the robot. If the cell tower fails, you lose the cell tower, right? There's only one box driving the cell tower, right? So IoT is all about single points of failure. And microcloud, often you'll find microcloud in places that people call edge or they call IoT. But by microcloud, what we're signaling is that you have a small cluster. And so your operating characteristics can be very different. You know, the way you operate a car from a software point of view is very different from the way you operate in a microcloud, right? Because you have clustering, you have multiple units of compute, you can essentially create rolling upgrades. You can do a lot of the things that we think of as cloud techniques effectively in operations. But because it's a microcloud, the one thing you don't have is infinite scalability. You can't just assume that lots of people can show up there and ask for whatever they want and get whatever they want. You're going to have to plan capacity utilization in that microcloud, right? So you have some aspects of the operation in a microcloud that are similar to cloud and some aspects that are different to public cloud because of that distinction.
Maybe one more question. We have time for one more question. Is that open source projects live if there are strong financial player behind them? Otherwise, project fail.
I'm sorry, Evgeny, I didn't hear you very clearly. Could you ask again?
Is the open source project live if there are strong financial player behind them? Otherwise, project fail.
I mean, this is an important question in every class of software. You know, the procurement teams often spend a lot of time looking at the financial health of their vendors, and they also often worry about acquisition of vendors, right? So, you know, if you choose a product from a software vendor, and that vendor is then acquired by a different company. Now you've effectively involuntarily chosen the acquiring company, even if you didn't want them as a vendor, right? So this is a common question in the software acquisition, procurement, adoption process, and it's a very important question. I think, you know, in the huge world of open source, of course, there are some projects that I would consider risky from a sustainability point of view, and I think it's important as a buyer and as a consumer of software to be sophisticated in how you think about evaluating the sustainability of a piece of open source. What I was trying to convey in my presentation is that, in fact, there are multiple different paths for a body of code, open source code, to being sustainable. You know, if you see, for example, a strong community around that piece of software, then that would indicate that there's no single group that essentially is critical to the future of that software. If you see, for example, that there are multiple companies that are collaborating on a piece of software, then again, you can feel that the future of that software is resilient. It's tough. It will survive a change of heart or a change of the health of one of those companies. If you see, for example, that you have a very large institution behind a piece of software, again, then that gives you a reason to be confident in the sustainability of that piece of software. If you see a profitable vendor, you know, behind that, you know, some of the companies that are speaking here today are small companies, but they're profitable. Their open source effectively acts as a gateway to their services of various forms. Then, you know, you have reason to believe that they're going to be around in the future. And to my mind now, you know, the vast majority of open source has a path to sustainability, right? I think now, you know, I still want to understand who's behind a piece of software and what their motivations are. But the broad category of open source, I think now, is broadly accepted as being safe to bet your business on, as long as you are sophisticated about these questions. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Thank you for a good presentation, and bear with us. We will continue to discuss this on the sessions and all other activities. Thank you very much.
Очень спасибо, до встречи.
Спасибо вам. So the next speaker is Frank Karlitschek. He is CEO and founder of the Nextcloud. He will be explaining us what the limits and what is behind the limits of the file sharing and co-working activities. In Russian, I have to rephrase this in Russian. Следующий доклад будет Франка Карлитschek, основатель, генеральный директор Nextcloud, за пределами синхронизации и обмена файлами в корпоративной среде. Frank, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. I hope you can see my screen and hear me clearly. Unfortunately, my Russian is not as good as the one from Mark, but I'm still really happy to be here to speak here today. The topic is file sync and share and collaboration, and how this all evolves over time, over the history of the internet. A little bit about me. I'm a computer scientist. I work in all kinds of open source projects, was involved in all kinds of initiatives. I don't have the time to go into details, but I helped to work with the WF3C to work on open standards regarding collaboration via the internet, of course. I'm helping the United Nations regarding the open source strategy, and involved in all kinds of other organizations and initiatives. But I'm probably invited here today as the founder and CEO of Nextcloud, which is, of course, a collaboration software. I want to go a little bit into the history, how I see this journey, how it all started, and where I see it is going. So first of all, of course, we have to talk about the mother of all collaboration software, which is the internet. So the internet is, of course, where collaboration. Yes.
Do you have a presentation or share it to you?
Yes. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? No.
Not.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Is it working now?
Now it's much better.
Ah, excellent. I'm sorry for that. Maybe I pressed the wrong button. Okay. But my slides so far were not specifically interesting, so I don't think you missed a lot. But I wanted to talk about the history of collaboration software and how it all develops. And of course, the internet is like the mother of all collaboration software. Obviously, collaboration can happen in the same office between people if you meet in person. But if you want to collaborate across different continents, different companies, different places, time, then of course you need the internet to work together. But the internet is only the foundation of everything. At the end, you need services sitting on top of the internet to do the collaboration. And it was really good at the beginning, let's say like that. The first services running on top of the internet. We have, for example, email from 1971, FTP for file transfer, SMB, file server, file exchange, file storage, NFS, IRC, the web, and other services. They were all open in a way that implementations of those services were available as open source. Also, they were all using open standards, which means it was possible for other people to implement servers and clients for those services. And of course, at the end of the day, this also enables people to self-host these services and to have like real distributed and federated infrastructure. Unfortunately, in the second generation of services on the internet, they were not so open anymore. Let's start, for example, with calendar context, the classic groupware example. There are some open source groupware services or software projects available, but the majority of people, they still use something like Exchange or Google services, which are not open source, don't necessarily follow a lot of open standards, and it's not always possible to self-host. It's actually the trend goes to software as a service here. So even nowadays, you can still like get an Exchange server from Microsoft that you can run on premise on your own server, but this will no longer be the case in the future because everything moves to the cloud. Then chat and messengers services. This is also interesting. Most of the messengers you use on your phone nowadays are actually centralized, running by Facebook, Messenger, WhatsApp, lots of other services. Even the good ones, which are partly open source, are still centralized and not possible to self-host. And the same is true, of course, for group chat services like Microsoft Teams or Slack or other solutions. File sync and share, very similar. Lots of people use Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive, and so on. Of course, there are solutions like Nextcloud, but the majority is using this centralized, not open source services. Video calling exactly the same, and the whole online office example is the same. So the summary basically for those second generation collaboration services are, they are partly following open standards. There are some open source implementations, but unfortunately they're not that popular. Most people use proprietary centralized services. That's unfortunately a trend, which is not a good one on the internet nowadays. And then last but not least, this is where I see the future, something I will call full collaboration suites. This is basically, these are solutions where all kinds of tools are integrated together into one suite. And this, I think, is from a functionality perspective, this is what people really want to use. This is something like Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, the newer features from Dropbox, Box.com, and so on. So these are full collaboration suites where people work together, especially now with COVID-19. We all see the need to work via the internet with each other. And this is where it becomes really difficult. There's a clear dominance of those proprietary centralized services, but this is exactly the area that where we are active with Nextcloud. And that's the area where we want to help to provide an alternative to those collaboration suites that are open source, follow open standards, and are possible to self-host. This reflects, or it's also reflected in our product portfolio. So we have basically the 4 components in Nextcloud. Files is the file sync and share part. We have Talk for chat and video conferencing, groupware, mail, calendar, contacts, project management, and Office. Then last but not least, the option to edit Office documents in the browser, but also together collaboratively with other people. Again, with the focus on Nextcloud and productivity, security, open source, and on-premise. This is the main difference, right? Because from a functionality perspective, this all might look similar as you want got from Microsoft, Google, and others. But what we focus on as Nextcloud is that we do everything open source, and it can be run on-premise wherever you want. So these are the main differentiators, which at the end gives you freedom and security and privacy on a level that you don't get from those big software as a service offerings. Now I want to go a little bit into the details, what we can do as Nextcloud. Nextcloud is getting more popular, so lots of you might know it already, but I still want to give you an overview how this all looks and works. The first thing, if you log in, is a dashboard. This is very nice to get an overview, what's happening, what's going on. On your day, you see the files that are shared with you, that are changed recently, chat messages, ongoing video calls, calendar invites, project management to-dos, and so on. There are tons of those widgets available. You can all customize it as you want, so you have a nice overview of what's going on. Again, this is only possible because it's a nice integrated solution. If you use like lots of individual projects, open source and non-open source, then having this integrated view is not so easy. If you click on files, then you see the classic file manager. You can upload files, download files, share files, delete, undelete them, tag them, search them, the usual functionality. So file manager at the end of the day. The sharing capabilities are quite powerful. You can share it with people on your server or with other people somewhere else with all kinds of permissions, read only, edit, upload only, password protected with an expiration date, and so on and so on. There's a way to, a built-in way to manage your media files, in this case pictures, but also videos or other kinds of media files. You can group them by albums and location and with face recognition based on the person on the picture. So the features that you know from other proprietary services, but again, open source and running on your own infrastructure. There are mobile apps, which are quite popular and very powerful for Android, for iOS, also optimized for bigger screens like iPads, where you can really do everything you want to do on your mobile devices. Push notifications. This actually took us quite some time to do this in a secure way, so that you can push notifications to the users if there's an incoming call, a chat message, a shared file, some other event, and we can push this to all your mobile devices, but without leaking any data to Google or to Apple. So this is done in a quite nice, sophisticated, very secure way. Of course, there are also desktop clients. So we have clients for Mac, Windows, and Linux, which synchronizes your local files with your server, and it's quite flexible. You can do this based on folder, or you can do this based on available storage on your local disk. can see all kinds of events happening on the server. So this is quite nice desktop integration that we offer here. Authentication is very important. So Nextcloud can talk to an LDAP or Active Directory server. So all your user accounts are directly available. The same with OpenID Connect, SAML, and all kinds of other protocols. And you can combine those with two-factor authentication. So we have two-factor support built in using hardware keys, open OTP keys, push notifications, SMS, all kinds of options. So this is very secure. We even have a neural network, some machine learning built in, which is analyzing the login behavior, so we can actually detect if some unsuspicious login happens. For example, if one user usually doesn't log in the middle of the night from an IP address from China, then we can send out a warning, maybe lock the account, or ask for a second factor, or do all kinds of things that the admin can configure. Of course, we can also wipe devices that are lost. So there's some basic device management built in. This is for the user themselves who might lose a device, or the admin can also wipe all devices of a specific user if wanted. Another very cool feature, in my opinion, also because that's not available from the proprietary competitors, are the file access control feature, where an admin can configure different access policies. For example, an admin can say, on my Nextcloud server, only people in a specific LDAP group are allowed to share a file that is tagged with secret, which is over 10 megabytes, to IP addresses outside Russia, to devices which using a specific secure certificate. So they can enforce all kinds of policies, who can do what, where the data is flowing, to whom, at what time, and so on, and of course also log the results of those rules. So we have an auditing log, you can see what's going on where your data is. That's a quite powerful feature, which is especially very popular for people who use data locality. End-to-end encryption is possible, quite sophisticated system where all the files before uploaded to the server are encrypted by our clients. Again, supported by Mac, Windows, and Linux, iOS and Android clients from Nextcloud. So the admin cannot read the data because it's not encrypted on the server. Data access engine, that's a feature where you can consolidate data that's available in your organization. So let's say you have like a Windows file server, SharePoint server, some other storage, some home directories, whatever places you have in your organization where people store their files. You can all consolidate them and mount them into your Nextcloud, so you have one view over all the data that people have in your organization. This is specifically interesting if it's combined with our powerful search. So we have a unified search, so you can just click on the search button and, for example, search for, I don't know, Christmas party, and then you see all the files that contain Christmas party, also with full text search inside the file. You can see all calendar entries, all chat messages, all emails, all contacts, and project management to-dos and everything else that's related to your search term to Christmas parties. So you have a full view about everything that's going on. And you can also, of course, also integrate other software. In this screenshot, you can see that also Moodle content, that's an e-learning application, is available in the search results. So we really have a very nice view about everything that's going on in the organization. Federation is a nice feature where you can share files between people that are not on the same server. So let's say I'm using Nextcloud here at a Nextcloud company. Maybe I have a Nextcloud at home on the Raspberry Pi. maybe you use Nextcloud, maybe there's a Nextcloud at the university and so on. We can all share files with each other without having a central server. This is all peer-to-peer. This is, as I showed at the very beginning, how the internet supposed to work without central players, peer-to-peer federated with open standards. That's something we implemented in Nextcloud. Global scale is a way to scale it. Nextcloud, I don't have the time to go into details, but it can be scaled via normal Linux tools in a cluster setup to hundreds of thousands of users. But we also have customers that are bigger. The biggest customer we have has 20 million users. And for them, we implemented a system to scale it via different hosting centers on different continents. And that's something we can do with our global scale architecture. Now I want to quickly talk about the other components. Let's start Nextcloud Talk. That's our chat and video conferencing solution. It looks probably very similar, as you know, from Slack and Teams and maybe even IRC, if you still know it. But of course, again, all open source, all on-premise, using open standards here. You can press the call button, and then it turns into a video conference. So next time we can do this presentation via Nextcloud Talk if you want. It's a very nice, user-friendly and fast and scalable video conferencing tool. There's an overlay with a mobile app here. So it also works natively on iOS and Android. And again, everything on your server, no bit is going through the internet if you don't want it. Screen sharing is, of course, supported. You can share screens with others, work together on documents if you want. Upload files directly into the chat channel, as you might expect. View them together, editing together, everything you expect. There is a whiteboard application that's especially interesting for schools. Nextcloud is very popular in schools and universities, and they use it a lot to do collaborative brainstorming or drawing together while being in a call at the same time. We also at Nextcloud use it internally for our brainstorming and our product management and other activities. So that's a very nice and powerful tool. And of course, there are mobile apps again, same as with the files. There are also for chat and video conferencing tools where you get your chat message notifications, and it's basically a full messenger, right? As you might know from other options. But again, running on your Nextcloud server, decentralized, open source, but with all the features. Groupware is the component where you have a nice, powerful calendar. As you might expect, it's all the features like free busy, where you can schedule meetings with others. If you send out a meeting invite, you can automatically attach a link to a video conference in a chat room with one click. That's nicely integrated. There's an email client where you can read your mails. It's also automatically detecting tickets that are attached to emails. So if you get like a train ticket or hotel booking or something like that in your mail, that's automatically recognized and can be added to your calendar. That's something we do together with the KDE community. So one of the huge benefits of open source, of course, that you can easily collaborate with others, in this case with KDE, where we have this parser shared between our products to detect the tickets that you get by mail. And last but not least, we also have a project management tool. It's a Kanban board called Nextcloud Deck, where you can do project management, again, very nicely integrated. Last but not least, we have the Office component, where you can edit documents. The first thing I want to show you is the integrated Markdown editor. Markdown, as you might know, is an editor. It's very simple. It just supports a few markups like headlines, images, bullet lists, and some other things, which keeps it very simple. That is built into every Nextcloud, and it is a collaborative editor. So several people can be in the same document. Here you can see with the highlights, you can see who is typing what. And that's very useful if you, for example, write meeting notes together or something like that. And of course, it's integrated into Nextcloud Talk. So you can have a video call and a chat while you're together working on the same document. But that's something we use all the time. That's super powerful. But at the end of the day, of course, you want to work with like real Office documents, like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint documents. And there we have integration into different other open source software solutions. The first example is OnlyOffice. Some of you might know it. It's a very powerful and nice Office or online Office component, and it's fully integrated into Nextcloud. The second one is called Collabora, Collabora Online. That's based on LibreOffice that you might know, where again you can edit documents directly in Nextcloud, directly in the browser. Both solutions support collaborative editing too. So if several people have the same document open, you can have different cursors, like editing the same document together, different cursors, different colors. And of course, it supports video calling and chatting while working on the same document. That's why very powerful. We had this feature long before Microsoft implemented something similar in Teams now. And that's a very, that's really nice, especially now where a lot of people work from home during COVID. So that really enables people to be productive over the internet. Again, collaboration software. And as I said before, it not only works in the browser, but also on mobile. Here's a screenshot of an iPad, of our native iPad app, where you can also edit collaboratively a document. Again, everything without having Microsoft Office installed or having other proprietary components. Everything is open source and nicely integrated. The last feature I want to show you here is a security feature. You can share files, Office documents with other people and say, hey, they can view it or maybe edit it, but they don't have the right to download it. You can do this for security reasons. Of course, there is still the attack vector where people might take screenshots of secret document. And for that, we have the feature built in to do watermarking. So you can, if you want, have watermarks injected into the documents if they're tagged, for example, with confidential. And then if someone takes a screenshot, then you can see the watermark which says which user shared that and at what time and so on. So it's a nice way to have additional security around your documents. Okay, so now I showed you all the features, and I said that it's open source and self-hosted. Of course, then you might wonder how you can actually get it. That's because that's the main point behind Nextcloud, right? It's not only a software that lives in the cloud, hosted by a big organization, but again, open source, on-premise, under your control, because that gives you then the security and the flexibility that you expect. That's the whole point behind it. And there are different ways to get Nextcloud. On our website, we have this big download button. I encourage everybody to go there because there you can see all the different options. Very popular is to get Nextcloud in different virtual machine appliances, Docker images, or of course a Snap package. Mark was the speaker before me. We have a very close relationship with Collabora. We're working closely together to offer this official Snap package, which, like with one line, with one command line or one button in the menu of Ubuntu server, you can just deploy Nextcloud in a Snap, and it runs just automatically, and it's like could be easier. So that's a very nice way to install it and to use it. Another option are devices. So these are not by Nextcloud officially, but there are really a lot of organizations, small projects, communities who build devices pre-configured with Nextcloud. So you can buy like a small box with your Nextcloud on it. There are lots of options there. You can look around if you want that. Simple sign up is an initiative where if you get the mobile apps on iOS or Android, then you can see here there's a big login button where you can log in into your self-hosted Nextcloud. But if you don't have a Nextcloud server yet, then there's another button where you can sign up with a provider. And what it does is that we are looking for a service provider that might be suitable for you. This is based on your location. So there's a service provider in your country recommended, speaking your language, and has certain functionalities available. There's some service providers that recommend it. With one click, you can just get an account and then you can use Nextcloud. Of course, you don't have to use the service provider. This is just an idea to make it easier for you. But this way, basically, everybody who heard about Nextcloud, who want to use that, can get an account in a few minutes. And then last but not least, that's also a topic of our event here. Nextcloud is available in an enterprise version for bigger companies, because it's really one of those interesting things that Nextcloud not only works like for home users, it also works for huge organizations. So there are people, organizations, companies, governments, which have hundreds of thousands of users who use Nextcloud. And that's something we can provide, especially together with partners like Factor Group here, where we can basically provide you with Nextcloud suitable for your organization to give you the security and privacy you want. Contribute, I think I'm running out of time a bit, so I have to speed up. Nextcloud is a real open source project, so everything we do is on GitHub. Everybody is invited to have a look, to see what's going on, to contribute code here, bug reports, feature requests can be opened. You can help with the translation of Nextcloud. I think the 96 language is outdated. I think we have over 100 languages now that are supported by Nextcloud. Of course, you can contribute code itself. It's very open. Everything is expected that is basically valid according to our automatic testing and security and usability review. But after that, all contributions are welcome. We are a fully open source project, and we have thousands of contributors. This brings me to the summary. Nextcloud provides a full user experience and functionality similar to Office 365 and Google Suite. Like if you remember the slide I showed you at the very beginning, this last column of this table, we try to fill this gap to provide a full, secure, open source, on-premise collaboration suite, which is something that where the whole industry trend is to do everything software as a service. We are basically the counter model. We are open, self-hosted, and flexible. Because of that, we are also compliant, because you can really use it as you want. You can even look inside the code, you can audit the code, you can check what's going on. That's all not possible with our proprietary competitors. It's 100% open source. There's enterprise support and available through partners like, for example, Factor Group. Thanks a lot. This was the end of my presentation. I'm not sure we still have time for questions because it took longer.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
Thank you. Big thanks for presentation. And we have a lot of questions in the chat, and we will be discussing it at 12 in the session of the Q&A. And a lot of people also references they're using Nextcloud at home. So thank you very much. And we're going further, as you referenced, using Nextcloud. There is viable options to have the Microsoft Office replacements. So the next speakers are from the Collabora, and the Meeks and Майк Кагански. So, guys, stage is yours.
Hello. Hopefully you can see me and even hear me. I think, Mike, you can probably drop if you're, you're there, but it's good to see you too. So hopefully you can see my slides and all is well. Is that the case or not? Yes, you can. Perfect. So let me go through and great to follow on about after Frank. One of the things that I was impressed about in Frank's talk was him telling you about himself. So let me put some slides with numbers up. for people that like numbers, and then just tell you a little answer to some of the questions I've seen there. There's a lot of concern about the sustainability of open source. I've been working on essentially the same code base here, which is what is now LibreOffice, for, well, 20 some years now. And I've done that at multiple different companies. So first at a little startup, Simian, with Sun Microsystems, then with Novell, with SUSE, then with Micro Focus and Attachmate. And as the software went through these multiple acquisitions and so on, actually it got better, and we got more people working on it, and we built an amazing community around it. So I think it's true that software can disappear and not be sustainable. But if the software is good, and if it has lots of people working around it, then I think little things like acquisitions and changes of corporate control and so on are relatively irrelevant in the big picture. People will always come to the good place to get it. And we work, of course, for a very large company, AMD, Intel, ARM, all of the chip designers, just bringing open source to everyone. And actually, our raison d'etre there, the reason we exist, we're a very mission-focused company, is in a business context to accelerate the adoption of open source technologies, methodologies, and philosophy. So that's just a little bit about us. About Collabora Online, well, I mean, it's awesome. As Frank showed you, it fits beautifully into Nextcloud like a glove. And we love working together with Nextcloud there to bring this to market. And this runs inside your browser. So, we can get this working beautifully on any device with a modern browser. We have great interoperability with Microsoft formats, all of those things you have all of your document investment in. And I'll talk about that in a minute. We have something like two and a bit, actually it was 3 million a month downloads of this thing. Each of those is a server that can then be used by many people out there for our community, our development edition. And what I'm really going to talk to you about is these three focuses here: the safe, powerful, and flexible, and how that intersects with our open source mission and how we deliver on that. Later you can see all of the good features hands-on in Russian with Майк Кагански, which is hopefully much more accessible. So first, keeping your data safe. So digital sovereignty, giving you back control of your data and and everything around it, the compute, the network, the storage, is something that's really important to our vision. If we look historically, all those many years ago, when people started to collaborate over local LANs, one of the things that was a key source of lock-in there was as Microsoft Office, and the documents that were exchanged and emailed everywhere really then hard-coded one version of Microsoft Office typically. So there were big problems when you upgraded your Microsoft Office version. You had to do a big pull-up across your organization, or people just couldn't see it and interoperate. And those documents, since Word 6, when Word became dominant, I guess 80+% market share, they tied enterprises to Microsoft Windows, along with vertical apps, I guess. So the vertical apps these days are mostly web, so that's great. But we still have this network effect and this lock-in of documents for many people who aren't aware of the alternatives. And that is being transitioned rapidly into a lock-in of cloud service providers. Put all your documents and data into Azure, and they put your authentication into Azure's Active Directory. Encrypt your documents, but put them, put all of your keys in our cloud, and smoothly transition to Office 365 collaboration. It's a great story, but the problem there is that you're just exchanging desktop lock-in, platform lock-in for a more ubiquitous, large-scale cloud platform lock-in, which is really unfortunate. You can visit your data, but only on their terms. And the problems here, of course, are obvious. I don't need to talk to you about the issues of putting all of your data in a large American cloud. And this one-size-fits-all humongous time bomb that is ticking over there is a real problem. And you can argue about open source versus proprietary, and proprietary having this obscurity that makes security better. Like you can't see what's under the hood. Which is fine until, of course, you have the SolarWinds hack and your inner source suddenly becomes, everyone is reading your source code. And so there's just no benefit from that obscurity. So having the mother lode of all interesting documents behind just one door puts a lot of interest on opening that door. And so really, we think that keeping control of your data and your infrastructure is obviously the most important thing to be doing here. Do it with Nextcloud, do it with Collabora, and then, of course, you can configure it. You want a VPN with a VPN behind it, fine, you can do that. It's total control. A multi-factor authentication, maybe you want an air-gapped battlefield network, like in a container you put there. We can do that, there's no problem. Or maybe it's simpler needs. You just want to choose where your data is. You want it in Russia. Or more interestingly, not just where the data is, because many people promise that, but who is sharing that machine with you? What other actor or threat model is actually running on that same hardware and so on. And of course, really, you want a local partner for support. So it's safe. That's a key part of our messaging, and I think what open source solution can deliver you. Beyond that, powerful is vital. We need to be powerful and interoperable. That's absolutely critical. So having a full-featured Office productivity suite is key, and I'll talk about why that might not be quite as obvious as you think. Putting this in the browser is great, and of course, that interoperability to get your documents out is vital. So, your executive wants your iPad maybe, or a Mac, or your student perhaps has a Chromebook, and that sort of diversity of desktop clients and access is of course really, really great. So around interoperability, we need to suck those documents out. We have really the most mature code base outside Microsoft. 8 million plus lines of code, decoding all of those curious decisions of the binary and XML file formats of the past. And of course, we have lots of other interoperability vectors there. Some people claim they have 100% interoperability, and this is really not a credible claim. I was on the OpenXML standardization forum, so I helped to create DocX and XLSX with Microsoft. Actually, I was funded by Microsoft to implement that inside LibreOffice, the LibreOffice code base. So I've done a fair bit of work on this. And I can tell you that unless you can not just import it and export it again, but actually render it well, have a matching feature set, and allow editing, there's really no reliable shortcuts here. I mean, it's easy enough to view a document and then not change it and save it back, but editing is the key. That is really the core of this. And so it's vital then to be able to understand the file format and do as well as possible. So I would argue that Collabora Online has unparalleled migration of legacy formats. So why? Well, let's give some examples. I mean, you think that Microsoft Office, this is Office 365 Online. So one of the ways, and Mike will show you more of this later, one of the ways you get great rendering is to actually render using Microsoft Word on the server side. And it's just as silly here, they're using ClearType to render that. And of course, that puts false color around glyphs, but then you scale the image and you end up with this blurred nightmare. But here is Office 365, unable to edit a simple form that you would just tab through to fill out. And there, of course, is Collabora Online. We want to put a full feature Office productivity suite that loads your legacy documents and allows you to edit it, because we think that helps you free yourself and free your infrastructure. And I would argue, actually, there's a repeating pattern here that really someone wants to tie you to Windows. Obviously, there is an online thing, but from a feature function perspective, it's sufficiently weak that with this choice, you have to stick with a closed proprietary operating system and an Office suite to actually be effective. And that's a great shame. I've mentioned this amazing legacy and history standing on the shoulders of giants that we build Collabora Online on top of. I'm a founder and a key member of the Document Foundation, along with many others. And one of the great things, of course, about open source is just that diversity of support and backing, and the great people that you can work with out there. So we have around 200 million. The estimates vary by 100 million up or down, but it's a very large number there of LibreOffice users, to the extent that if you catch a train and you wear a LibreOffice T-shirt, people say, "Hey, I use LibreOffice," left and right, which is encouraging. Although perhaps that's more increasingly common now as open source succeeds. And we have around 1,000 people helping to develop that, from translators to coders to documentation people, user experience designers, around 100 localization teams. And of course, it's all developed in public. And you can see there the people who are really contributing to that and how that breaks down. And we're, of course, very pleased to be part of that. And we also have this technology logo, just so that it's clear that that's built on LibreOffice technology. And lots of good things going on there. So being flexible. So one of the huge advantages about open source, I guess, is that competitive environment in which products are built. And, you know, our products are primarily about services and support and maintenance and, you know, just keeping you safe and delivering that roadmap and product management roadmap. But that does mean that when it comes to licensing, you know, like the CEO of Gazprom is really someone, you know, to us. You know, they are not the point-something% of a market that's, you know, your concerns really matter to us, and you don't have to be Gazprom for that to matter. You know, we love our customers, and we appreciate that they enable us to write great open source, which, as you see, is our passion and our mission. So, you know, our licensing for everything is flexible. You know, how it's deployed, how it's set up, how it gets to you, and so on. And of course, then you have direct access to engineers. It's not a person to a person to a person to a person. Actually, you know, you get a fix directly. And if you're not, and of course we have SLAs around that, so guaranteed support times, response times, and so on. But better than that, you can hire a dedicated engineer who will be there within, you know, a day, 2 days, whatever, to actually work on developing a feature or a fix or something for you. So we have a whole load of very flexible products there that we can do that. And actually, we care, you know, so we we give you control over your own future. You know, you can decide what features you want and help us order our roadmap. Or if you're not happy with that, you can fund this and help either do it yourself, and we can train you to do that and contribute it back, or we can do that for you as bespoke feature development, one or the other. We're very happy either way. So that's all of these amazing advantages, and not, I think the thing that saddens me as an engineer or an ex-engineer is that often people see software as what it is rather than what it can be. And of course, open source enables you to make the software and adapt it to your needs, and anything is possible. There aren't lots of artificial barriers. So security, I talked about safe, powerful, flexible, and secure. Obviously, it's no good getting all of your data onto your premise, you know, and under your control if you then have an insecure solution. So we put a lot of effort into this. You know, the document data is held in your server room, and I'll talk about this in a second. There's several different ways of doing this, but we broadly send pixels to people. And, you know, it's hard to avoid sending pixels. If you've got to see the document on screen in order to edit it, we can't really avoid that, but we can do some good things there to make that even more secure. And as I'm talking now, you know, there are machines and automations out there continually fuzzing and attacking the code. We have covariety static checking and so on. But let me talk about rights management, because I think that's increasingly interesting in today's world. People really want to be certain their documents are encrypted at rest. Nextcloud actually can do that for you beautifully. Frank didn't mention that. But how is it that we can show people a document and control their access to it? How can we get that granular control, you know, so you can't copy and paste it, you can't print it, so you can't save it. And there's several different ways of doing that. So in the Microsoft world, here's how it happens. You encrypt the document. So you put a key in the document. You send the key to Azure. You can then mail your encrypted document to anyone or put it on whatever cloud you like. And then you go and ask Microsoft for the key at some stage. And Microsoft, before they hand you the key, they check that everything is signed from the bottom up. Your BIOS is signing your bootloader, which is signing your Windows operating system, which is signing your Office suite. And they check this chain because there's no point in handing out keys to random people, right? You have to be sure that the software on top is applying that policy. It's not letting you copy and paste. It's not letting you print. If there was a bug in the software, it has to be centrally managed, and we have to now revoke the keys and force people to upgrade so that we can ensure that policy is enforced. Well, the problem with this, of course, is extremely centralized. It hands control and digital signing keys for your whole infrastructure over to a single company and a single cloud. Who knew? You know, this is a great way of doing everything. And so there are serious concerns about this model. I would argue from well, many angles. And the other irony is that, of course, it is claimed that this document transfer is heavily secure, and you know, maybe it is. But where are all your keys? You know, maybe the document is encrypted, but where's the key for the document? So on the other extreme, I think oddly popular is that you send the document, the whole document data, to anyone who asks, and then you kind of layer band-aids over the top of that. So you have, you know, you maybe draw a watermark on top of it, but the whole document has been sent to every user. So, you know, it goes to each of the people that may have access for the most minimal rights to that document. So maybe they have access to view it, or they have access to comment on it or something, but actually they get the whole document model put on the client. So if you're going to write your browser in JavaScript, have it run on the client, the problem is someone can press F12. If they even bother to actually use the JavaScript, I mean, there's no way to tell that it's coming to a browser. So, you know, this simple Node.js handwritten thing can download it and grab it all. So, yeah, pressing F12 to debug your policy enforcement is a little bit of a problem. So I would argue that our approach here is really unique and highly secure. So we, through Nextcloud, allow you to enable secure view, and that has multiple control points. But the key one is that we can send just pixels to the client with this watermarking on it with your name. So, you know, you can take a photo with your phone of the screen, but it's going to have your name all over it as this tasteful watermark in the background. You can see there perhaps in the bottom corner. And of course, controlling all those things, the editing, printing, and sharing, in order to do those things, we have to work harder to make those work in the browser. And so it's easy to just disable those on the server side. So the document never leaves your premise. It never goes outside your server room, as it were. So that's pretty cool. And of course, it will work in any browser. But even better than that, Nextcloud will allow you to federate between multiple organizations so that you can decide who you trust and in what way, so that you can share those documents actually as raw documents as well. And then not have these central points of failure, you know, so you can have multiple Nextcloud servers all talking to each other across the place. And that just then gives you an extremely elegant, extremely simple, federated model that doesn't require central signing, central keys. It doesn't steer you to a desktop operating system. It's deployable on any device, and it's highly secure. And we think that's kind of a great way to break out of that interoperability document knot that can tie people up. And we're pretty excited about this. And we see this being used by, say, salespeople. So we have a very large car company, and it's got all of its, you know, beautiful designs for the latest model of car, and, you know, the styling and the detail and so on. And they want to share those with their sales team because, well, it's all very well having R&D doing awesome things, but nice to get some market reality. But of course, this is hot stuff. You don't want those people posting it to their friends, you know, sending it, putting it on the internet, or just, you know, just copy and paste this bit. It looks interesting. So being able to simultaneously share confidential information, get feedback on it, and yet still have full control is extremely, well, something of a holy grail. So powerful and flexible. Well, so one of the things that we love is being able to configure and customize this and make it look gorgeous. So being able to change the look of the user interface and its feel, so providing different elements and making it look different. So you can see we have a more Google Docs style look, and then also a more a notebook bar or a Microsoft Office style look. You can choose, you know, which would you like. You can theme it and integrate it. And so there's a whole load of different ways that can be done, but of course, coloring and theming are important. That, of course, integrates with Nextcloud's theming beautifully. And so that you can then customize the product to make it fit your organization and fit your style, and you know, make it look like a real piece of your organization. So one of the interesting things about open source is that it's relatively easy because it's all documented out there to take the software and just compile it yourself. So, you know, you can compile this. I mean, it takes many hours to compile the, you know, 8 million lines of code, and it's great, but it's all documented. It's not easy, but it's not rocket science, you know, and there are many people that can do this. So we see, and so with traditional proprietary software, the difficult thing is getting the software. You know, like if you can get the software, then, well, you're obviously its author or its creator. And so it's very easy to fall for the smart guy that shows up and goes, oh, I've got a much cheaper version, you know, and here it is. Look, it works. Of course, in an open source world, the real value is in the roadmap, where it's going, controlling direction, and contribution. You know, who is contributing to make this there, and because of all those things, can then support us effectively. You know, when we have a problem, they actually know about it. They have the guy there, And there is really a large fixed cost in maintaining such a volume of code with such a complex problem space. And it's staggering, or maybe it's not staggering to me after many years, to see very many small companies who, instead of partnering with companies that know what they're doing, you know, the Canonicals, the Nextclouds, Collaboras, and so on, they essentially compile this thing, or they say, well, just use those builds and we will support you. And then they actually file issues with the community project, questions upstream, you know, so look out and see if your supplier is just taking those things, filing them upstream, and then hoping someone else fixes it. The file and hope option. Or the roadmap presentation is suspiciously similar to the people actually doing the work, arriving later, rebadged, and with a lot of communication around it, let's say. And we see this regularly. I've seen multi-billion-dollar companies using Gmail addresses to file tickets to try and get their bugs fixed. And it's ridiculous. You don't want to have support from something like that. And actually, LibreOffice doesn't want that either. So here's one of our latest releases. So the nonprofit obviously has a vested interest in growing the ecosystem and encouraging people to pay for support and services so that it improves the product. I mean, what do we do with money? You know, we turn your money into services and support for you, and also improvements to the software. And so we're really a vehicle that makes that possible. And we love to do that. So, as they say, don't stand under that shelf. I did it myself. You know, we want your deployments and migrations to succeed. We want someone that is, you know, going to stand behind you, that's competent. We have a whole load of partners that do that, a couple of hundred of them around the world, several in Russia. Factor Group is a great choice. So, you know, try and get someone competent to support you. And the best way to look at that is to look at contribution. Who is actually doing the work? Who is actually creating value that you're going to benefit from? And how can we help sustain those people that do that? So, in conclusion, keep your data safe. Get your digital sovereignty back. Get your legacy documents into an on-premise friendly or a friendly cloud that is someone you trust nearby. And, you know, configure your security however you like to make that work with all the flexibility that we can give you. Deploy it on whatever infrastructure you like, you know, whether it's a demand scaling Kubernetes something, Docker images, or just bare metal packages. You know, I've got the capacity I want and I want to dedicate it. You know, untie your platform choices. You know, allow yourself to use all of those different devices and different tools to solve your business needs in the best way for you, and to, of course, secure your operating system underneath, and do it in a flexible way. Work with, you know, competent people, and ideally people that you can have a relationship with, that will come and meet you, that actual decision makers will talk to you and listen to you and adapt the product to your needs. And ideally do that through a local partner and make it look beautiful. And I think that's pretty much those are my insights for what they're worth. I would love to have any questions that anyone has. And I think there's a Q&A session afterwards, actually, I think a little panel. So I'll be there too. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for the big, great presentation and big insights of what is going on there. We have maybe a couple of questions, just half of 4 or 5 minutes. What is the next big thing for the Nextcloud? What's the next? Oh, Nextcloud, sorry, for the Collabora.
Well, you know, and I would love to tell you, but you know, well, anyway. So we work very closely with Nextcloud, and we love that relationship. So we work heavily together to improve integration and product pieces. But really, I think Frank needs to be talking here. Obviously, there are always more and more integration pieces that we can do there. I think in terms of the document interoperability core, there's a lot of good things going on there. In terms of our roadmap, we have a big new release coming shortly. So in another month or so, around then, we will be shipping, well, actually three weeks now. We'll be shipping our community version, Collabora Online Development Edition, or Code. It's a terrible brand. You can't Google for it. But so Code will be coming out in 3 weeks. And that's another year of development on top of what we have. So there's a whole load of improvements to user experience, bringing that more to the client. There's some extraordinary performance improvements, and a whole load of, there's a whole load of exciting things in there, and we'll be talking about that soon. I guess our approach is generally to give that code to several million users out there and get their feedback and see how we can improve it before we then turn that into our enterprise version. So we provide always the very latest development version to everyone, and it's it's a great quality. But then of course we really want to take all of the feedback from those people, which is many and varied on our forums and so on, and apply that to really make the enterprise version robust. And I think you see other companies taking that approach. Red Hat's RHEL versus Fedora, I think would be a good kind of description of that difference there. So probably in December, January, we'll be having something with more performance, more beauty, and even better interoperability if it can be believed. And so we're looking forward to that. But really our focus is on office productivity. It is possible to do many things, but we want to try and do one thing excellently and not boil the ocean. So everything that you give us is focused on improving that and making it better for our users.
Okay, maybe one more question from the Alexei. He was asking this for the Nextcloud, but I believe it's perfectly suited to you also. Selling point of Microsoft Office 365 is that you can also full Office suite install it on the PC locally.
Yep.
One drive volume for 1 terabyte, scalability, and price is quite attractive. How do you answer that?
Oh, well, that's pretty simple. So when it comes to pricing, I think our prices are more attractive. So put it that way. So I think you can not only, free yourself from lock-in, free your operating system choices, but actually you can save money too. So, I mean, I don't want to promise a panacea, but it looks pretty attractive. But when you come to the, the full on PC version, as you can see, much of Office 365 is an advert for a Windows-based Office productivity suite. Much of the feature limitation is a feature. And so we have a very different philosophy. We're not trying to limit features. We're trying to provide as much functionality as humanly possible in a rich, collaborative platform that runs on any device. So I think we have a very different philosophy there. So I think the PC version is much less useful or much less important in Collabora's model. But of course, if you want that, of course, we do provide the PC version too. If you're stuck in a box with no internet and whatever, we have Collabora Office, and that of course is our branded version of LibreOffice with a shared code base with online, so perfect fidelity, documents on both sides, and that will integrate with your Nextcloud file sync and share, so you can load. And of course, I'm using it now, and we have very large numbers of users of that around the world. But I guess the tip of the spear for us is clearly that online collaboration embedded into Nextcloud.
Okay, then bear with us to the question session. And the next session is interesting because it will be with two companies involved. Factor group, 3 companies, Factors, OpenNebula, and Linbit. So the topic is how to use open source solutions in the enterprise. So guys, stage is yours. Let's discuss it.
Okay, Evgeny, just thanks a lot. Just like from the, let me say, it's because the stage is actually shared in between 3 of us here, just myself, Phil, and Alberto, I will make it practical again, just as a starting point here with all of it, let me say, a conversation. Just let me switch to the slides here, just as also to present all of the folks who will be, let me say, with me. Evgeny stay in the background, but again, all other 3 persons will be with you, next half an hour, So let me get let me start from, let me say, just this conversation from the Factor group, way, how we come to the, as we name to the open source, because it's always been interested, how each company in this part of the world or in any part of the world is actually find their own way, how you come to the, let me say, to the roots, So just like in the brief, yeah, just to give you some understanding here, who we are, especially again in type of, let me say, like the opposite side of the company, yeah, just again, like, yeah, we scale a team, again, like, have a practically different type of experience, yeah, practically, yeah. Half of the team come from a telco experience, yeah, with, again, like a proven records, yeah, in the CTO positions, yeah, or again, like chief architects, yeah. Another part is actually come from an enterprise, yeah. Again, like in our goal, when we just all the journey here, we try to see that practically a lot of the, again, like, yeah, just our major, let me say, like, yeah, DNA, yeah, as a company, it's better to say it in this one, yeah. It's actually, again, like a technology evangelist and early adopters here of the technology in the region, yeah. Why it was important? Because in some of the flavors, really, again, like, yeah, we face it, the things that the people really, that was actually beautifully, let me say, sit on the, again, good amount of money, yeah, but in some flavors, yeah, they become a little bit lazy, yeah. They also think, yeah, it's better to eat the pie that is actually coming to the, in front of your nose, yeah. That is, again, like good points, yeah. For us, again, like, yeah, the story practically from the roots, like myself and Evgeny, where, again, like, yeah, the big, let me say, Linux folks, yeah, especially, again, like, yeah, in some flavors, even beyond the scope of the, let me say, of the Linux, yeah, just, again, like, yeah, even the, let me say, open VMware, oh yeah, open IMS and other, let me say, solutions that exist before, yeah. But again, like, yeah, just the interest for us on focus on something that will be really, again, like, yeah, give us the capability practically to drive the market, yeah. Just would not like to stay behind. We'll always try to, let me say, to push it further, yeah. And again, like, yeah, just in all of us, just also to get your understanding, yeah, we practically just in a lot of, let me say, technology adaptation, other things, yeah. If you're again, like, trying to rely, for example, to spread your forces, yeah, just and again, like, yeah, to give the possibilities for the others, yeah, to adopt the things, yeah. In some flavors, you really not been achievable the things in your life, yeah, or especially like in industry right now, it's more named as type of the MVPs, yeah. We have internally all of the capabilities, yeah, to build the MVP and practically to deliver it, yeah, fully cooked, let me say, solutions later to present to all of our, let me say, like, yeah, the channel models, yeah, because is overall, and what we also name it in the, let me say, over the top, yeah, the business model for the Factor group is like project-oriented distributor, yeah, or center of competence and center of support, yeah. We'd like the channels, we rely upon the channels, we'd like the partnerships, yeah, not only with our, let me say, folks like just, yeah, like, yeah, Phil, say, like, yeah, just is, yeah, like, yeah, Linbit, all again, like, yeah, OpenNebula, Canonical, yeah, but also, again, like, yeah, I'd like to cooperate with the others, yeah, because only, especially relation to the open source, yeah, that's going to be developed, co-develop it, yeah, and deliver it, yeah, in the joint fashion, yeah. So let me say, like, yeah, just again, like, yeah, in our, let me say, believe in open source, yeah, it's again, like, yeah, for us, it's important question, yeah. The promise of open source, again, like quality, high availability, flexibility, again, lower cost, yeah, again, like, yeah, just, and practically, again, like, yeah, the opportunity to drive them, again, like, yeah, the standards adaptations, yeah, especially in the telco space, yeah, because when we actually come from the standards is practically the must, yeah. At the moment, we're seen as practically just, again, like, yeah, from the words of the NTT or some other folks, yeah, and actually its wave has also come to our geography, yeah. It's actually the roots being changed, yeah, because some of the standards, they actually comes beyond the technology, because right now technology drive the standards, yeah. And that is also, like, let me say, we've seen, yeah, just the quicker the technology being developed, yeah, the better, let me say, the things can be, let me say, operated, yeah. And that was actually, again, like, yeah, just practically the next point is actually deliver better time and high quality development, yeah, for sharing the resources with a collaboration, yeah, especially collaboration work in open source projects, yeah. That for us is really, again, like a collaboration is important part, yeah. It's really, again, like, yeah, just would like to collaborate, would like to, let me say, to share the ideas, yeah. And also, again, like, yeah, meritocracy, yeah, it's important point, yeah, just we also focus on this one in the Q&A session, yeah, but for us, yeah, it's really the questions, yeah, how, let me say, like, yeah, really the good people, let me say, being able to convince the other good people practically to implement the things, yeah. I'm really well agreed, and they actually great talk for them, let me say, from our friends from the Collabora, yeah, and also, let me say, their view about, again, like, yeah, collaborative approach, practically don't fork, again, like, yeah, just share the ideas, yeah, make this one upstream, yeah, or swimming upstream, yeah, as we all know, yeah, from the open source industry, yeah. So let me say, like, yeah, in our, let me say, ideology, we also have our own way, yeah. As again, like, as I name it, like, yeah, we just half of the team is actually telco folks, yeah, previous telco folks, yeah. We have also a lot of, let me say, experience, again, like delivering network monitoring, planning, orchestrations, right now, name it, yeah, but better in our words, like, yeah, just provisioning solutions, yeah, in the large telecoms, yeah. just because, again, like all of this type of the stories really well influenced on the critical, let me say, like process inside of the house. Yeah, we really, again, like, we have a lot of the friends in the telco side. Yeah, but again, like, even they, in some flavors, give us the capability to play with them as like with the lab mouses. Yeah, again, it's a lot of the big thanks for them. Yeah, but again, like, we also should, again, like, have these things operated on our own, again, or tested. Yeah, that's why, like, especially, again, like, lovely baby of Evgeny, just he's actually like, we build a very big, let me say, like internal, let me say, like network virtualization environment, and that we tested a lot of the solutions prior making any kind of deployments. Yeah, and we really need to have this practically very fastly change it, again, like adopted solutions with the different type of the, let me say, flavors, especially with all of the modern flavors. Yeah, right now it's come to the Kubernetes type of this, again, like a container virtualization, or again, like CNFs, yeah, VNFs, whatever else, how it can be named. Yeah, again, like, just we started from in one of this challenge, it was actually been done in the 2013. Yeah, we actually thought internally, yeah, again, like, what kind of the infra we should use. Yeah, let me say underneath. Yeah, just should we use the VMware or the find alternative way. Yeah. Over our, let me say, run, yeah, it's again like how the things been changed, let's say, like happened in this life. Yeah, sometimes again, like cross it with the good, bright, let me say, bright persons. Yeah, again, like on one of the MWCs, yeah, just in Barcelona. Yeah, sunny Barcelona, that we really like a lot. Yeah, just we actually cross it with our, let me say, Canonical friends. Yeah, and bingo. Yeah, we just, again, like, from this time, we actually practically found the things that is actually well fit in our, let me say, expectations. First of all, we found the, let me say, like practically the ecosystem. Yeah, because again, like, for Canonical, yeah, it's not only some flavors, because again, Canonical some flavors not well known even in our party. Most of the people know Ubuntu. Yeah, and again, like, for us, Ubuntu is practically the open ecosystem. Yeah, originally, like from Swahili, that Mark is actually just bring this one into the market. Yeah, it's again like it's a union. Again, like, it's practically the people stay, like me say, connected together. Yeah, it's also, let me say, like, just the major logo of the Ubuntu is actually all about. Yeah, it's practically that give us a lot of the capability practically to be, let's say, to access, yeah, the major DevOps community around the globe, yeah, who is actually are insist on the open, let me say, like, the code that can be used by anyone. And practically that was the one of the even the top reasons for us, yeah, to choose this. Yeah, because again, like, I'm a big fan from the original roots, from the Red Hat, starting from the, let me say, 0.3 beta release of that. Yeah, Evgeny is also follow his own way. Yeah, in this, yeah, like in the Slack and all other. Yeah. But again, like, when we joined to Ubuntu, we found this type of the ecosystem, or practically the skeleton, yeah, because for us, as always, again, the clients underneath us will be really important. But over the top, yeah, for sure, again, like, I would like the OpenStack, someone again say like it's dead on arrival. We are completely not agree with that, yeah, and use this one a lot, yeah, and started to use this one from the beginning, yeah. It actually gives us a good, let me say, stability in the terms of representation inside of the house and all of the layers, again, practically compute, storage, networking, yeah. And then it's also give us, let me say, create a really nice, again, sliced pie with all of the greatest and latest technologies, yeah, especially like the Kubernetes, again, like, yeah, the operators frameworks, like, for example, just that can be delivered by the Juju, yeah, it's like the things. And that is actually really great. And we like why I'm also referring to some of the flavors really well about the Canonical, yeah. There's no vendor lock-in, yeah. We'd like is actually what the Mark been delivered, yeah. It's really great things because you practically, again, like, I can combine like all of the pieces and create your own, let me say, the solution, yeah, or application infrastructure, how it's named, let me say at the moment, yeah, really to convince, like you say, like, yeah, your DevOps folks, yeah, or the customer folks, yeah, to really to create what will be needed for them, yeah. For us, we again, like, we created things that is actually give us a capability, and that we again, like, yeah, practically no interest to move back, yeah, just not only from the, let me say, from open source solutions usage or from Canonical usage, yeah, we will use it inside of the house, yeah. And that was actually bring to us practically, let me say, based on our own way, on our own internal experience, yeah. That was actually started again like far away ago, yeah, from the moments, yeah. We also see that's like in some flavors when we started to speak about the similar things, yeah, on the public events, or like Keynote, yeah, Eurasian Network Operator Groups, yeah, that Evgeny make some, let me say, talks about, yeah, just for some of the, again, like key folks, yeah, I will say, oh guys, you're looking so far, yeah, just again, like, yeah, the reality will be different, yeah. At the moment, we're practically seeing over again, like, practically last years, especially in our geography, yeah, the things been really started to be again, like not looks very different to what you normally see in other parts of the world. Yeah, the people again, like just the major question again, all the things about the money. Yeah, again, like with all of it, let me say questions. Yeah, is the topic is actually come to the things. Yeah, just decrease the TCO. Yeah, of the infra. Yeah, COVID time is actually multiply this one. Yeah. Again, like put let me say the customer in the driver's seat. It doesn't matter, enterprise or telecoms. Yeah, developers drive the world. Yeah, and for sure, again, like Kubernetes. Again, like just we come from the from monolithic application to disaggregated microservices. Yeah, security and regulatory requirements. It's also, let me say, practically on that. We already hear the good, let me say, presentation over today event. Yeah, all the things has actually been available and practically time to the market. Yeah, change. Yeah, from months to the hours. Yeah. All of us is practically leads to this type of the open questions that I'd like to just to also by bringing my, let me say, like right now this session toward my, let me say, co-presenters again, like to really, let me say, to put these questions in the air. Yeah, just again, like just how to make use this open source the enterprise great way. Yeah, if I will switch to the open source, yeah, how I will get the SLA, what I'm actually I'd like to see is again like enterprise customers. Yeah, to fork or not to fork. Yeah, again, like just Michael has already, let me say, mentioned this one. It's actually one of the great questions. Yeah, to pay or not to pay. Yeah, community edition versus commercially supported one. What was actually the challenges? What will be the interest? Yeah. And the last things, again, like upstream or not upstream, yeah? Again, we believe, again, in our own organizations, in the actually sharing the your thoughts with, let me say, with the community practically to strong the major upstream projects, yeah? But again, some of the folks really thought that's, again, like, I'm sharing my IPR, yeah? Someone should pay for that, yeah? That's, again, like, it's maybe just kind of the generic questions, but I'd like right now to take the lead, yeah, to our friends, yeah? Again, like just Alberto or again Phil, yeah. Choose the one who would like to start first, yeah, and just to continue and share your view about this one.
Okay. So
hello.
Hello, Alberto. You want to take it from here?
Yeah, I'll just start just with a brief presentation, and then we move on. That seems to be the sharing screen seems to be working. Well, thank you all very much for the both to the attendees and especially to Factor Group for the invitation to join this very timely event, I think. Well, as Victor mentioned, collaboration is an important element in open source, and it's an important thing to be aware of ways in which companies and organizations can collaborate in open source projects, but also ways in which these companies and organizations can get professional support from open source companies. So I'm just going to share with you a few ideas about how we do that, how we manage to develop an open source project, and how we manage to offer support to corporate users that require that kind of level of commitment from our side. So, well, that's me. There you have my contact details. The company is based in Spain, in Madrid. I normally live in that small town in eastern Spain, in Alicante. I'm sure some of you know the place. We've got some house in the area. It's a tiny place, but good enough. So as I mentioned, we are a Spanish open source company, headquarters in Madrid. What we do since 2008, the technology started in 2005. But since 2008, what we do as a company is we provide services, support and professional services and managed cloud services to our customers, mainly corporate users who started adopting the technology. At some point they realized they actually needed professional support, and they need some guarantee that the software was going to be working 24/7, and they require someone to just pick the phone if they had any problem in the unlikely event of a problem with the OpenNebula instance. We have offices in some other places as well, in the US and also in the Czech Republic, and we are part of a number of international open source initiatives that I'm sure you're more than familiar with, like things like Linux Foundation and also the Gaia-X Association in Europe. So OpenNebula has traditionally been an alternative to OpenStack. It's being used by companies in many different sectors, many different vertical markets, all across the spectrum. So you find people in the IT, gaming, banking, public sector, security and defense, telco industry. So all across the market, with some pretty large deployments. Some of them, I think it was BlackBerry, who had this 16 data centers, federated OpenNebula deployment with 16 data centers across worldwide, with some decent number of cores being managed by our software. And well, the project is very much alive right now with all the changes we are doing and getting a number of evaluations every month. People using it in the many different forms in which the software can be used. And that's one of the things we've been doing lately. We've been expanding from a software and infrastructure as a service platform, as it was till a couple of years ago, managing mainly virtualized resources at the data center level. We've been expanded that for a number of reasons that I explain in a second, towards the public cloud and also the edge. And as Victor was mentioning as well, there is this focus on serverless and distributed deployments, and that's why we've recently incorporated this support for not only system containers like LXC and LXD, but also Kubernetes and K3S specifically for deployments, very kind of quite quick deployments of Kubernetes at the edge. We also have our own mechanism to orchestrate application containers, and we do that through Firecracker, which is this symbol here, which is a technology developed by an open source virtualization technology developed by AWS. And what we do, we run Docker images as a Firecracker micro VM, so that allows us to actually orchestrate application containers. And for some use cases, that might be easier or simpler than using Kubernetes on top of your infrastructure as a service solution. This is how our software looks like. The basic front end interface, plus what we've added recently, which is our FireEdge interface, which allows users to deploy their OpenNebula front end locally or hosted on some cloud provider. And from there, users can then provision remote resources from a number of public cloud and edge providers, in this case these ones, but also expanded that to others as we speak. So while we've done all this, these are we are reacting to a number of trends in the market that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. Things like the materialization of edge computing as a real change, as a real new paradigm in the market. So trying to move from the data center, in our case, expanding to the edge, and the edge means different things to different people, as I explained in a second. Also, the trend, trying to respond to that trend and demand from our users to have a multi-cloud hybrid platform that really creates a vendor-neutral middleware in between their applications and their providers, so they can move workloads from one place to another, and they get this leverage when they negotiate with cloud providers, and they avoid this the traditional vendor locking. The large hyperscalers try to subtly impose on the customers. We're also trying to use something that's really easy to use. So we are aware that there's a shortage of skilled personnel, and many companies, including ourselves, we struggle to find technical profiles, and that's why for our users we try to make things as easy as possible, and also offer these new managed cloud services for them in case they want to delegate all the management of the cloud platform to us. And then again, as Victor mentioned, these tendency towards the adoption of microservices, and that's basically involves improving our support for Kubernetes and other ways to orchestrate application containers. That's our vision. That's where we are aiming to. So create, and we're pretty close to this far edge level now with our technology. So expanding from the private cloud has always been our natural realm, and VMs running on a private cloud, towards all these different levels of providers and resources that are increasingly closer to the end user, then managing containers and Kubernetes as well across the whole data center, cloud, edge, IoT continuum, it is sometimes referred to. And the basic ideas behind our business model are these. This time we produce a community edition for our software and an enterprise edition for our software. So customers and commercial users who are using our software for the business, they are expected to get an enterprise edition, to get a subscription. Then they get access to our enterprise edition and the different levels of support. They get access to professional services, knowledge base, and a number of resources, and also access to the long-term support versions that we maintain from 5.12. That was the latest one. The next one will be 6.4. We're now in 6.2, which was released a few days ago. One of the things that I mentioned, one of the things that we are getting more requests about is these managed cloud service. People that want to have an OpenNebula on their premises or hosted somewhere else, the front end, and then they want us to look after the whole thing. They only want to use the solution to deploy the workload, to create the applications, whatever they want them, normally using cloud providers, but they want us to look after the whole thing. Well, just to finish, I promise it will be a brief introduction. Just an invitation for you to have a look at this multi-cloud model we provide and we are developing now. We have a number of resources online, including this white paper. So I'm just inviting you to visit this website there, the multi-cloud, where you also get information about our specific approach towards edge computing, which is in our view, it's an extension of this multi-cloud hybrid approach. You'll get more technical details from one of my colleagues later in the day, but just a quick slide just to invite you to actually try the software. So very, very quickly, you can use our Mini One tool to very quickly deploy a front end and start provisioning resources on cloud providers and playing with your workloads. That's all from my side. All yours, Philipp.
Thank you, Alberto. Then I will do a similar thing. So let me introduce you to the Linbit company. So we are mainly, well, our headquarters in Austria. We have a office in the United States as well. We are a small company. We're about 30 people, and conquering the world out of these two offices. I need to explain that we are really a Linux-focused and a pure open source company. So every euro or dollar we make, that is around the services we offer around open source. So for us, the open source business model is working. And I have to admit, quite often we look at other successful open source companies, just as Red Hat and Canonical, and get our inspiration for our own business model from them. Now, what are we doing? So we are in the area of storage, and everything started with replicating block storage, and that's a technology called DRBD. In a little bit older version, it is part of the regular Linux kernel. And then we have an orchestrator on top of that is called LinStore. We also work a lot with a failover manager called Pacemaker. And out of these, let's say, software components, we have like two main solutions, well, three, we go to market with. And one is Linbit SDS, so Linbit software-defined storage. And that's a combination of LinStore and DBD. And the older offering that's called Linbit HA, that is a combination of Pacemaker and DBD. And then we also have some small proprietary add-ons, but let me put it that way, from a business model point of view, they only have a very minor role. It's a little bit like an experiment. Yeah, then let's go a little bit into what we are doing with Linbit SDS. So when is it a fit? So it is a fit if you need persistent volumes or storage for containers like Kubernetes, Nomad, Docker. So persistent volumes. Similar for virtualization platforms. And of course, I want to highlight OpenNebula. So it provides persistent volumes for these virtualization platforms, and it is also fully integrated with these platforms. So in the day 2 operations, you will not see the Linbit software when you interact with your virtualization environment, because all the volume management, etc., you do through the APIs or through the GUI of that chosen platform. So through the Sunstone GUI of OpenNebula or through the APIs of OpenNebula. For what kind of applications is it a good fit? Well, for everything that is, let's say, demanding for its I/O performance. So for transactional workloads like databases, Postgres, Oracle databases, MariaDB, also message queuing systems. It is a good fit because it delivers very good I/O performance, read and write, although it's a software solution. It's also a very good fit for analytic workloads like DB2 warehouse and similar workloads. So this is, let's say, that's our read-intensive workloads where you have times where you just read the data in a full random fashion or sequential scans, and then interleave that with times where you update everything. Now, where is that performance coming from? It is that our data path that's in kernel implementation, and from that we have a lot of, let's say, technical details that allows us to deliver good performance. And I'm really stressing that because my impression is that in recent years, Ceph became like a synonym for software-defined storage, and Ceph doesn't deliver very high performance. So this is why I really want to stress this point. Another reason for that performance is that we do this allocation of volumes to hardware nodes at allocation time, and in the moment you create the virtual volume and not during I/O time. So everything is focused around this performance topic. It is built on reusing existing components. So DBD, well, that's from Linbit itself. but also using LVM or CFS, Lux Video, and SPDK and many more. And here the idea is simply, well, don't reinvent the wheel, build on the shoulders of giants. And even there is also benefit for you, for the user, your day 2 operation teams, your admins, your people, they already know all these components. So that's an advantage. And last not least, it is very well suited to be deployed in a hyper-converged way. Where's that coming from? It consumes very little resources of the nodes where it runs, so very little CPU, very little memory. And with that, it leaves all the resources to your workload, to the hypervisor, to the VMs, to the containers, and to your workload. And again, this is in a strong contrast to the other solutions you find out there. And what is it doing from a high altitude point of view? So it manages the storage on a number of nodes. So like the minimal setup would be 3, but it scales up to thousands of nodes. Could be multiple storage tiers. So let's say the capacity tiers, hard disk drives, the performance tier, maybe SSD, maybe even PMEM. And it cares for your resiliency. So it will do the necessary replication, etc. The replication can be 2-way, 3-way, synchronous, asynchronous, consistency groups, and snapshot shipping and quorum. So all the bells and whistles. I will not go into the details right now. It manages how the software-defined storage uses the network, and all of that, it can be part of your business continuity plan. Okay, I want to keep it short now, and let's see if we can go into an open discussion now.
Hello. So this is a time it will be an open session, the Q&A, and let's run it like a panel. For example, we have a question in the session. I believe it will be interesting to us, everybody here in the Q&A, because of its maybe common misunderstanding or common beast that we are all fighting for. Open source does not mean free. Also, open source mean plug and play. Here, where TCA degrees comes, where TCO degrees is coming from, is it also needs for more experienced admins for support that costs much more expensive. So the overall misunderstanding, is it free or not, where the price come from, and what to do. Maybe, Mark, it's a question to you first, and then we will follow up of others on the panel.
I don't think any software is free, right? You always have an operational cost. You always have long-term considerations, and so as soon as you start saying something has zero cost, you make bad decisions about it. So I don't think there's any healthy circumstance whereby an acquiring entity treats something as zero cost, because they then tend to make bad decisions about it. Whatever you deploy, even if there's no licensing cost, even if there's no support cost, you're going to have an operations cost, and you're going to have an upgrade, security compliance, and so on cost. And it's really important to understand what that is, because those costs will add up. Legacy software is very expensive for everybody, proprietary or not, because of those costs of operations and management and compliance and so on. And even software that is, for which there is simply nothing to pay for effectively, is still going to have those operational elements. I also think at the end of the day, it's important to be thoughtful about sustainability, because you don't just want a piece of software now, you want the future version of that software as well, and you have to feed the innovator. So again, I think it's unhealthy to sort of exclude the innovator and the returns to the innovator from any sort of software acquisition process, because you're just asking for trouble further down the line, right? Open source has been around now. People have been using open source in industrial environments for long enough now that I think there's broad awareness of that. Lots of people have open source that was deployed 10 years ago that now is causing them problems because they treated it as something for which they should budget nothing, right? And that's now coming, causing problems. Of course, what you're actually going to pay is going to depend a little bit on the sustainability model of the software. It's, what you will pay for software from Spotify, where Spotify effectively has commercial reasons for that software to be invested in, versus what you'll pay for software from MongoDB or Cloudera is going to vary, because it's a complex ecosystem and you'll need to study those things. But I would be, in the spirit of wanting to make sure things, get upgraded and updated and there are future versions of them, the innovation continues, I wouldn't consider open source to be zero cost. I think that's misleading. Doesn't mean you have to pay us, and doesn't mean you have to pay anybody else on this call, but it means you should think about it as something that is going to require consideration and effort. And if vendors can help you with that, then that may be valuable.
Okay. Frank, can you add something?
Yeah, it's really hard to add something because Mark covered everything already, but it's exactly the case, right? Software has all kinds of costs associated to it. Licensing costs can be one of it. With open source and free software, you don't really pay for the license, but of course you have lots of other components. I mean, you have you want to deploy the software, you want to run the software, need to update the software, you care about security, which is very important. Maybe you need to have training for the people who use the software. There are all kinds of things that are important beside the licensing cost. So I sometimes use this, say to our partners and customers, like you can go to our website and there's a big download button and you download the software as a zip file or Docker or Snap or whatever, and then this is all you need, that's fine. But if you're like a bigger organization, then you probably want to have a little bit more than a zip file. You want to have access to someone who can configure the software, to give you dedicated SLAs to fix issues if they're production critical. You want to have a guarantee that you get security updates at a certain time. You want to have training, you want to have workshops and to help with scalability and so on and so on. So lots of things that are important around software. And I think it's short-sighted to think that the only cost of software are licensing costs, which are in fact, this component is zero for open source, but the other things are part of the equation.
Okay. Mikhail? Or you can just...
Me? Sure, I can talk about it. So,
yeah, I just wanted to say a word about that.
Sure, of course. So I think if you look at Mark's taxonomy of the passion people back in the day, they would call everything free software because they wanted to talk about freedom. And but unfortunately, this created problems with the whole lack of price ethos. And so which perhaps we could call gratis or free there. And of course, open source then tries to change the framing and the discussion to talk about that openness and that collaboration. Now, of course, there's no need to pay anything, you can do it yourself. But my experience of doing it myself is that while I am an adequate painter of walls, getting a professional paint job is, over time significantly better. The finish is better. And so of course you can fork, free software or Libre software. I think LibreOffice was a different name there. You can fork it and you can patch it and you can adapt it to yourself. But at the end of the day, you really want to be collaborating with upstream and finding yourself on a dead end, or changing database structures, data structures, even document formats. You can easily end up in a disaster area where you've made something that doesn't interoperate, that doesn't upgrade, and it would have been much, much better. While it delivers for you in the short term, in the long term, it would have been just much better to work with the community, do that in public, contribute back. And it's fine to do it yourself. I have no problem with that. But I just encourage that contributing back and working with others that I think is the core of the goodness of open source.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I want to add some thoughts at this point. So the question is free software free? Is open source software free? And we can also look at it from a very practical point of view, from the end customer's point of view, right? So what the vendors are doing is all the packaging work. So when we think back about the early days of Linux distributions, suddenly you had you had somebody else building packages, you had somebody else building an ISO file, and the ISO file is that allows you to install the Linux distribution easily. Now these days, when we look at certain enterprise Linux distributions, we are in the situation that the whole packaging, the ISO file, the RPMs, that is not freely available, but the source code is. So it is open source, no question about it. So you can sit down, download all the source codes and rebuild the ISO file, but you will find out this is really a hard process. So this is where the vendors have their space, where they bring the value to the customers, and this is a way how the vendors can make sure that they have the income. And yeah, that's the aspect I wanted to bring to light here.
Okay. Another question. Everybody understand, and we kind of cover that using OS open source software means supported with certain SLA and other things. Do you think using OSS means more secure in comparison of the standard closed source software or not? So let's start from Philipp.
I want to take it here. So yes, so having the source code available, that allows any interested party, any security researcher to really look for it himself, right? In the other case, proprietary software, you can just point out this is the exploit I found, but there is no way to fix it, right? So my answer is yes. Other opinions on the table?
So, I think, as I said in my talk, I think there's a mistaken belief that software that's proprietary is not open source in some sense. So that's a very controversial statement. So eventually, it seems to me that the source code to all proprietary products will be published on the internet. I think it's very, very hard to keep information secure. And we can see that the large cloud vendors really struggle to do that. So we know that the Office, the Azure Cloud orchestration software, we know that Office, Windows, and I'm sure parts of Google's infrastructure, all of this software is out there somewhere. So the idea that it's more secure because it's obscure is superficially true. I buy that. Having seen the process of open sourcing previously proprietary software, the amount of work that has been done to remediate problems and to clean that up before it could be published has been very significant. Even for, like security, I won't mention any names, but I've been involved in some of those processes, and it's been weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of work and hassle to get it to the point that we're actually now willing to show it. And I think in today's increasingly connected world, the proprietary software is not necessarily as, hasn't had necessarily that diligence done to it. But I mean, against that, of course, you need people working on software and actually doing the review. It's a theoretical review is one thing, but actually having people do it and, fuzz it and test it and attack it and third-party penetration testing and so on. And so, again, I think that cuts in the direction of needing a vendor that cares about those things and has your back and is doing that work for you.
Michael, if I take you by the word, one reason to keep software proprietary is to hide all its ugliness, right?
That's my experience, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, yeah. And I think that's true. And actually, there's some really interesting write-ups. So if you look at like the Windows kernel developer guy posting anonymously on the internet saying, look, if I improve the Windows kernel in some way, I have some brilliant idea to make it quicker. Then I come to the Windows group and I say, hey, look, I've got this patch. Then I'm an unwelcome, unwanted disruption to the beautiful flow of the schedule and the Gantt chart and the and the deliveries and so on and so on. And even if I've got quite a big win, that's not really appreciated. Whereas, of course, the open source culture is like, wow, you did something cool. This is great. Come do some more good things. Get involved. And so I think that cultural element that then celebrates excellence and likes to include people is probably a major source of the goodness. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Alberto, do you have any thoughts about that, or how do you want to talk?
Yeah, well, I think the connection with the security aspect is an important one. I mean, in general, in terms of adopting and spreading an approach based on transparency, I think that's one of the things open source projects do by default, I'd say. So it goes beyond the security aspects. It goes beyond making the code available for other people to look for vulnerabilities and improvements. I mean, the whole process of developing this software has to somehow implement this element of transparency, and security is one of them. Also, I mean, one of the problems is that not everyone obviously is able to do that. Not all users and members of the community are able to do that. So it's not that we are going to get the software reviewed and inspected by immediately after we make it available. I think it also requires from vendors and developers to make it easier for people to engage in this process. And that's also something, in our case, we have on our to-do list to improve that, to make it easier for people to actually inspect the software and have a clear and easier ways to send us their suggestions and their improvements. So yeah, so it's an opportunity, but also a challenge.
Okay. And anybody else want to add? If not, I have another question from the chat. His originally was for the Mark. Because of Mark also say about the innovation and the good point of the innovation. The guy's asking, do you see the speeding up innovation in the companies which use open source products and build their own services from the open source products from the open source components? I mean, is there any direct correlation between we mostly open source and we innovate faster?
Yeah, very much so. If you look through the companies that emerged in the technology industry after 2000, the big winners, I mean, universally, the big winners were all the serious companies that moved fastest to be all in on open source. So Google, Facebook, Amazon, more recently, Uber, Spotify, the companies that the first wave essentially saw themselves as technology companies. They're competing in operating systems. They're competing in for products that we think of as tech products. The second wave of those were media companies: Facebook, Netflix, Spotify. And then we've seen essentially companies getting into industrial sectors. Is Uber a car company? The car companies think Uber is a car company, right? Because they may avoid the need to buy cars. So, and all of those companies, all of those major disruptors, if you look at their software stack, it's fundamentally an open source software stack. So the traditional incumbents have long lists of reasons why they didn't want to deal with open source, because it was too complicated, it required too much work, or they didn't understand the vendors, or they didn't understand the sustainability strategy. The guys who succeeded in the last 20 years, they were all in on open source. And so now I think that is widely accepted, right? Microsoft is a classic example of a company that was very strongly and culturally opposed to open source from the top of the company all the way down, and has gone through a complete transformation because they recognize that they simply will not be able to innovate internally at the speed to match the commoditized layer that their competitors are using. Their competitors are essentially building solutions, this side, on top of layers and layers of open source that's going very quickly and innovating very quickly. And then Amazon, Google, Facebook, they're building solutions on top of that. If Microsoft was to avoid open source, they would have to recreate all of this innovation before they can even start to compete. And so, I think Microsoft's a very smart company. They figured this out, and they're now absolutely building on open source. They're late to that party, but they're absolutely now in that party. I think the same is true in banking. The same is true in telco. The same is true in media. The same is true in retail. If you understand how software is changing every industry, you therefore understand that you need to essentially have an expression of your business in software. Why be afraid of the vast bulk of commodity software that most of your competitors are going to be using? If you have to recreate that as proprietary software, either internally or from a vendor, that's catastrophically expensive. So I really do see open source as accelerating innovation. It's one of the very satisfying things for me as someone who puts a lot of effort into things that we then let people use for free, is that they do into space using open source, some of which we produced, right? Tesla, Uber, Spotify, Instagram, you name it. There is a kind of vicarious pleasure in seeing what people do with your open source. Some frustration sometimes, but yeah, it really is this enormous wave of innovation, and I think it's fundamentally impossible to be competent in software at scale now and avoid open source. That's you kind of have to do it. The question is, how well do you do it? And hopefully today's event, helps your ability to navigate that and think about that and be effective in that world.
Okay, Frank, do you want to enter something, or do you want to express your opinion?
No, I would like to add something regarding the innovation that comes with open source. I think it's also helpful to understand the reasons why this is. So open source is very often developed in a community process, in open community process, which is the opposite of what Michael mentioned earlier with the beautiful Gantt charts that are like used in our big organizations, classic software development companies, where there's a big manager who is doing all the decisions, and then you have just some coding monkeys at the end who are just executing the big plan. While open source is really all about community, where everybody can take decisions. If you have a community volunteer contributing to a software, they don't follow a project plan, or they don't follow orders of a boss. They don't have a boss. They are a volunteer. And because of that, they're bringing in new ideas and new creativity into the software. And that's something that is so helpful, because I totally question the old development model where you have, like, I don't know, a big product manager who knows everything, and coders are just stupid and are just typing letters on the keyboard. So to have real innovation, to have a really great software, then you need to, like, use all the brains you have. And that's something that is really is working with community-oriented software development process.
Okay. Anybody? Or let me ask a final question.
Can I just add a very small
yes.
tack onto the end of that question? So I think in terms of driving innovation, very often, in order to get innovation, we need to get it across the whole industry. Certainly, I see that in my space in terms of document formats. It's no good if we invent some absolutely wonderful feature we can't interoperate with. And so one of the ways open source has helped drive innovation is by showing it can be done. And then, so for a very small amount of money and investment, people can steer innovation across a whole industry by providing an open source proof case that something's possible. I think we see that a lot. And of course, from my perspective, it's a bit frustrating to see, XML file formats that are open and easy to use stolen by Microsoft, but hey, it did change the industry, right? And now we can interoperate with document data and interact with it better or through, there are a lot of examples there, but I think that's, as a big business, if you need some change in industry, funding an open source feature can have a disproportionate effect on the whole industry. So just an idea.
Regarding the name of the event, Enterprise Open Source Software, can you, everybody, explain short, what do you think, or how you can prove that open source is ready for enterprises? Mark?
Well, it's used by every big enterprise in the world. So I guess that it's not theoretical.
Yeah, I don't think I can give an unbiased view of this, because obviously I spend all day both working for and with enterprises who are betting on open source. I've got a completely biased view of this, but I think if you look at the analyst community, they would very strongly concur with the view that open source is the new default, and that is just universally true amongst the organizations who consider themselves leaders in any global sector.
Frank?
Yeah, as I already said, I mean, open source free software is used by everybody. Sometimes some libraries, some frameworks somewhere in the software stack. Most of the time, like a Linux-based operating system application on top of it, it's widely used. And we from Nextcloud, of course, we get all our income, 100% of our income from enterprise customers, and we are profitable and we are growing. So that's working. I think there is a shift of perception regarding open source, like happened the last few years. Or slowly over 10 or 15 years, that like companies, governments, universities, organizations, they see the benefit of it. Yeah, I don't know what else to add. It is working.
It's good proof point.
Yeah.
And next, Michael?
Sure. So, I mean, if you look at our customers, we have telcos. So there's this adoption curve. We can all believe that Google is at the very end of the curve, but who is in the middle, right? And I actually, given that our customers include telcos, banks, automotive, military, I'm beginning to wonder who is at the end of the curve. Obviously, we continue to grow and so on, and the software is amazingly improving as open source, but I mean, I'm still trying to work out who the conservative late adopters are. Perhaps the people using Windows XP still are there, but of course, I don't know. We have software that runs on XP that Microsoft doesn't. So I know we even support it in some way. So I do think that open source is winning across the board, and the enterprise is no exception.
Alberto?
I'd just like to add that obviously not all open source is ready for the enterprise. I mean, we are now in this event in a context in which we are all open source vendors, and we have our respective business models, and it is our job to make sure that the software we produce and we integrate is ready for the enterprise. But obviously, from the perspective of the end user, obviously not all open source is ready for the enterprise context, as it happens it's the case with the non-open source software. So I think that's why it's important. I mean, that's why we are here. So that's why we produce open source in a specific way. We support customers in a specific way. And that's also why companies like Factor Group have a very important role to play, which is helping their customers to identify the solutions that are enterprise ready, and those who are not maybe mature enough or developed enough or have a sustainability model behind that might ensure that by being adopted for your company, you're going to have a stable solution in the long term. So it's a combination. I mean, the ecosystem it's working pretty well in doing that, and I think this event is an example of that.
Phil?
Yeah. Hard to prove that open source software is ready for the enterprise. We can just look at the facts in the market. Like, every one of us has his enterprise customers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? Otherwise, we would be bankrupt a long time ago. As Alberto said, yeah, every one of these vendors has to do his homework to produce enterprise-ready software, which involves a lot, right? Maintaining the software over long periods of times, over decades, improving it, have all the infrastructure like continuous integration and test suites and all that. So it's all here, and I would say it's also very visible to the outsiders, right? Because when you buy a proprietary product, do you know how the vendor is generating it? If has the code a lot of to-dos and ugly items? With open source software, you can. So I would say it's definitely ready for the enterprise, and it's easier to prove if something is ready for the enterprise.
So any final words, Victor?
Yeah, just like first of all, let me say I'd like to just also it's really great to see all of you, just because it's also, let me say, by seeing all together, because it's really just also to demonstrate that the different companies can really share their same ideas about practically very broader topic like OSS is for sure. Maybe just like some of the latest kind of, let me say, like just rounding up question with all of this today Q&A session because we know you all of the busy persons it's really again like what is you can answer in the one, let me say, good word community, because we a couple of the times name it about on community is leading this, let me say, technology adaptation, leading the open source what's actually your kind of the I'll say like chief cooking recipe about, let me say, like this type of the community, how to really to build the, let me say, the community just really to adopt the innovations, to really that the people starting to believe in you, believe in the technology, adopt it and for sure again like we landed to the enterprises, use it just again like just anyone again, or maybe again like Mark because he's again logo is actually just demonstrate again. I always remembering the Swahili Ubuntu just not a lot of the people really knows that is actually what is Ubuntu is around
Well, Victor, don't keep picking on me. There's other folks here who can answer these questions.
no, just like I'm just kidding again. Just free question to the air
Who wants to have a go at that?
Oh, don't forget, let me say, like to turn your microphone. Oops.
Michael, I think you need.
As always, probably a good thing. So I think when it comes to starting communities, I would just generally suggest not doing it. Community is an excellent thing, but it's jolly hard to build, and it usually involves working with other people. So if your first act is to not pick other people to work with, but to create your own thing, this is probably not a great place to start. So I would, I know, say Canonical work very heavily with the Debian community and interacts with people there and all sorts of other, building those relationships. And it's jolly hard building your own community. I mean, I would, and particularly encouraging other people to collaborate with you is hard. So generally, I would suggest finding a project that nearly aligns with what you want and getting involved and learning and doing good things with that. That would be my immediate take out of the gate.
Good one. Any other, let me see, suggestions, ideas?
So if not, let's fire up the session.
I'll give it a go, a quick one. Okay, well, more generally about the, I think in this context, we could talk about the specific relationship we as open source vendors have with our communities. And I think it's, I think you'll all agree that things have changed a bit in the last 15, 20 years in what we understand as an open source community. So what the open source community was 20 years ago, 15 years ago, it's very different now. One of the things is, one of the reasons for this change is what Mark mentioned, this increasingly active involvement of large IT companies in the open source world. That has changed how our communities look. And also for open source vendors, I think it's an especially demanding challenge to adapt to a different kind of communities to what we were used to. So communities formed by people who actually make business with our software. Maybe they're not so directly involved in helping to develop this software, but they use it in different ways. They're integrators, they are partners, they are corporate users, and that poses a risk for us to disconnect from our communities if we keep thinking that they are, but they are not anymore. But also to keep all these channels open for what people who's willing to actively get involved in the development of our products want to do. And that's also a challenge from what we were talking about, the enterprise, keeping this enterprise readiness. We have to be especially careful with kind of the software we integrate into our platforms. And I think we're all facing a number of challenges that now I will probably give we'll give some reasons for another specific session on that. But yeah, I think it's a complex relationship, but it's obviously an amazing topic to explore together as the open source industry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Someone would like to add? Yeah. Mark, yeah, you started. Yeah, maybe you can let me say finalize the wordings.
Well, I think Michael spoke very clearly about learning the dynamics of community contribution by participating in other communities. In reality, the more time you've spent in community processes, the deeper your sort of understanding about what works and what doesn't work. I think other people spoke well about things, but I would just say one other thing. If you really feel that you have an opportunity to lead something that doesn't exist in the world today, and you want to build a community around it, the number one thing I would say is that your plan should not depend on building a community. In other words, you should be confident that you can, in fact, build something, put it in the open source, under open source licenses, make it work very, very well, make it useful to many, many other people before you get a single community member. In the end, community participation and contribution is mostly a function of people wanting to take something they're already using and believe in and make it better. In other words, if you start your own project and you start your own initiative, you shouldn't expect to get contributors immediately. You shouldn't, in fact, expect to get contributors until, in fact, you have lots of users. And to get lots of users, you'll have to do all the work to make something really good and really open source. So it's a long journey. I think it's an important thing to do. I see lots of companies doing it, and sometimes that's short-sighted. They could rather join another community, and sometimes it makes sense. They're trying to do something that no other community is trying to do. All I'm saying is when you find yourself in that position, be prepared effectively to do all the work yourself, and get more than a 1.0, get something out there that in fact is satisfying and useful and complete. And only then can you reasonably expect people to join your community, and only then if you run that community in a way which is attractive.
Okay, really appreciate, just thanks a lot also, for joining the morning session, keynote session for today, I hope to really, the ones who actually follow us, in the live, session, will be definitely enjoyed this one, in any case, all sessions will be recorded, and someone can lately just replay this one, and just get your own experience, on the more particular topics that will be more interested for them, than the others,
Okay, then let's say panel is ended. Thank you very much for all participants.
Appreciate.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Спасибо. Bye.
Спасибо вам. So the next guys, the stage, please. So the next, we have a breakout session. So kind of we have a break. We have a break till 1 hour. Moscow time, it is 15 minutes last. Then we have got presentation from the МТС-Электроника, and then the session will split for the 3 or 4 streams with other presentations, demonstration, and others, according to schedule. So please bear with us, and please visit our booth. There are people waiting you there. You can ask questions, and please, 15 minutes pause in live translation.
Да, коллеги, собственно, спасибо Евгению, соответственно, все то же самое на русском, то есть у нас был перерывчик, в полчаса, который мы благополучно на 15 минут съели, поэтому у нас есть 15 минут с тем, чтобы refresh yourself, coffee break, тому подобное. После этого у нас начинается то, что мы называем, называется следующая сессия, это Lighting Talks, соответственно, она стартует с Keynote Talks, который у нас начинает Customer Keynote Talks, возглавляет компания МТС-Электроника. Дальше, соответственно, у нас разбивается на, помимо этого, называется, в параллели идут еще 3 сессии, соответственно, сессия вендоров, сессия solutions, соответственно, и сессия работы госорганами, гос и, соответственно, вокруг него. Соответственно, оставайтесь с нами. В конце мероприятия мы сделаем еще просто отдельно несколько замечаний таких общих. Пишите, соответственно, в общие чаты, все доступно, язык любой, соответственно, русский, английский, как захотите. Заходите на стенды. На стендах, собственно, находятся наши коллеги. Никто не ограничит никого задавать вопросы впрямую, не впрямую, в private, как захотите, как удобнее. Это как это сказать? Это все open source. Все, соответственно, free to communicate. Наверное, на текущий момент времени, я думаю, что пока больше у нас по анонсам вопросов нету. И если, соответственно, что-то возникнет, то мы будем рады видеть вас на следующей keynote-сессии, которая начинается уже практически через 10 минут. Спасибо всем.
Я буквально сейчас здесь, к сожалению, там просто народу много сейчас. Я доклад сейчас сделаю, у меня конференция сейчас через 2 минуты просто начинается, уже не успею.
Лев, презентацию, пожалуйста, расширьте.
Да, сейчас. Открытие программы. Расшарилась?
Ты себе готов сделать.
Что? Да, а можно я напомню? Скажу.
Ты звук просто сделай себе.
Что
Ты звук себе сделай.
Я сделала. На полный экран можете расширить, пожалуйста?
Расшарил.
Я его не слышу.
Расшарил.
Так, я вас не слышу.
Сейчас слышно меня?
Да, да. Презентацию получится на полный экран сделать?
А я сделал ее вроде на полный экран уже.
А просто мы сейчас видим, что сбоку еще слайды слева.
Так, сейчас я тогда закрыть доступ, расшарить. Вот так вот.
Угу. Отлично.
Окей. Я начну по-русски. У нас все-таки больше русскоязычная сессия, больше русскоязычный трек. Начинается сейчас с часу. Соответственно, перед нами будет достаточно ключевая сессия, которая будет возглавит наши lightning толки, которые после доклада первого будет разделено на 3, плюс дополнительных 3 сессии. Поэтому выбирайте тот стрим, который вам больше интересен по расписанию. Первый доклад на текущий момент открывает МТС-Электроника, Лев Бухгейм. Дайте мне 5 секунд перевести это все на английский. So, guys, we continue to work with our meeting, our event, starting from the key presentation from the МТС-Электроника, who will be leading by Lev Bухгейм. And after this event, after this talk, the overall event will be split for the 4th stream. Somebody who will join or stay with us in the stage will be see the stream A, and will be additional 3 streams with other content. So, Lev, stage is yours. Please.
Хорошо, если никто не против, я буду на русском языке рассказывать. Значит, как у нас будет построена работа по переводу на английский? Мы то есть я говорю, кто-то переводит, или я все докладываю на русском языке, а потом на английском отвечать на вопросы?
Да, я думаю, мы сделаем как бы доклад на русском, а если возникнут у наших англоязычных участников вопросы, мы ответим и, в принципе, переведем. Ну, чтобы полчаса было ваше.
Да. Добрый день, коллеги. Значит, я планирую построить свой доклад таким образом, что уложусь со своей презентацией там минут 10-15, остальное время смогу ответить на вопросы, с точки зрения понять, можем ли мы являться партнерами с кем-то, значит, процедуры какие-то обговорить, объяснить, о чем идет речь. Значит, итак, про МТС-Электронику. МТС-Электроника – это 100% дочка МТС. Компания новая, образована в 2021 году. Значит, цели этой компании звучат примерно так, что она создана с точки зрения ухода от рисков, связанных с ограничениями в экономике, которые накладывает государство с точки зрения потребления оборудования и программных продуктов, а также увеличить маржинальность внутри группы АФК с точки зрения всех уровней передела, начиная от разработки, производственных мощностей, тестирования, сопровождения, внедрения всех тех решений, которые разрабатываются. Да? То есть основной ключевой клиент для компании МТС-Электроника является МТС. На базе МТС предполагается и обкатывать все программно-аппаратные комплексы, создаваемые нашей компанией, в сотрудничестве с прочими компаниями, входящими в группу АФК-система. В дальнейшем отработанные, оттестированные решения на базе МТС будут уже тиражироваться на российском рынке среди прочих компаний. Что день грядущий нам готовит? Давайте так, что одной из стратегических задач развития экономики России является задача импортозамещения. Как известно, импортозамещение представляет собой замещение импортных товаров товарами собственного производства. Собственного производства там в Российской Федерации имеется в виду, что есть некоторые дополнительные органы, которые еще должны подтвердить, что ты действительно это все произвел в Российской Федерации, а не просто сказал, что это российское. Насыщение отечественного рынка высококачественной продукции российского производства позволит усилить рост ВВП, повысить качество и уровень жизни населения, модернизировать отечественную экономику с экспортно-сырьевой модели на инновационную. Импортозамещение имеет цель за счет модернизации промышленности и роста конкуренции вернуть собственный рынок отечественным производителям в полном объеме, либо в существенном каком-то объеме. Не секрет, что текущая геополитическая ситуация в России характеризуется значительным санкционным давлением со стороны западных стран. Начиная с 2014 года, с ввода антироссийских санкций, вопросами импортозамещения со стороны государства уделялось особое внимание. Все знают про грядущие дополнительные ограничения, которые будут вводиться, в том числе насчет критической инфраструктуры, которые будут введены до 2024 года. Также все знают про 4G и 5G. И напомню, что критической инфраструктурой в 2024 году начнет считаться все типы оборудования, через которые оказываются услуги более чем 500 абонентов. 500 и более. Соответственно, это фактически все оборудование, практически и транспортное, и ЦОДы, и агрегация, коммутация, и сотовые вышки все. Что нам еще приготовит правительство, пока непонятно. То есть мы мониторим это из месяца в месяц, и пока что видим, что и ясности-то нет особой, и понимания, когда какие ограничения будут введены, к примеру, когда будут ограничения введены на X86, когда будут ограничения введены на закупку неотечественного оборудования с точки зрения государственных, пригосударственных органов, пока тоже остается непонятным, но очевидно, что они введены будут в ближайшее время. Основными задачами, которые стоят перед участниками рынка в плане импортозамещения, являются работа над развитием конкурентоспособности, это вывод на рынок не одного производителя-монополиста, а создание условий для развития конкурентного рынка, повышение качества российской экономики в виде роста производства товаров по мировым стандартам, создание продуктов, не уступающих по своим характеристикам импортным аналогам, внимание к защите и развитию отечественных производителей, принятие мер, обеспечивающих поддержку и протекционизм российских товаров на рынке, обеспечение экономической безопасности страны, и, как следствие вышеперечисленного, глобальная цель – занять рынок товаров импортного производства собственным отечественным производством. Одной из целей, для достижения которой учреждалось общество МТС-Электроника, было обеспечение выпуска оборудования производства широкого профиля, в первую очередь для нужд МТС. Как я уже говорил, в этот спектр входит абсолютно все. И сервера SHD, и оборудование 4G, 5G, OpenRAN, VRAN, в части рановских технологий, и оборудование коммутации, и абонентское оборудование. Все входит в нашу компетенцию на сегодняшний момент. Из решений, на которых мы строим все свои продукты, безусловно, мы опираемся на российскую компонентную базу, которая, как все знают, в виде процессоров представлена 3 компаниями. Это Эльбрус, Байкал и Элвис. Прочие компоненты, связанные там, с пассивными компонентами, там, разъемами и так далее, мы тоже учитываем, но в меру того, как они могут применяться в конкретном оборудовании. Мало этого скажу, что по хардверу у нас есть успехи. Значит, с точки зрения выведения продуктов совместно с партнерами, такими как D-Link, Mellanox, Huawei, значит, мы уже выпускаем сервера Huawei локализованные, мы выпускаем SHD на Эльбрусе, это все достижение этого года. Мы выпускаем абонентское оборудование D-Link, и мы готовимся к выпуску свечей для цодов Mellanox с содержанием российского процессора Байкал внутри. Значит, что касается софта. Помимо задач по выпуску оборудования российского производства, мы планируем развивать компетенции и экспертизу в части разработки программного обеспечения. В рамках реализации мер по обеспечению технологической независимости страны и безопасности субъектов критической инфраструктуры, переход российских компаний, в том числе МТС, на отечественное программное обеспечение вскоре может стать не просто желательной, а действительно необходимой мерой. Производство собственного оборудования и разработка ППО обеспечивают возможность предложения на рынок полностью российских программно-аппаратных комплексов. Значит, обращу ваше внимание, что почему все говорят о российских программно-аппаратных комплексах. Потому что в рамках всех ограничений все закупки будут производиться через платформу государственную под названием Гостех, которая в каждом из закупочных процедур будет подразумевать и закупку оборудования, и закупку программного обеспечения к этому оборудованию, поскольку программное обеспечение к оборудованию на сегодняшний момент является более даже дефицитным, чем сами производственные мощности по харду. По софту продолжим в рамках OpenSource. Почему единственное возможное решение быстро вывести что-то в виде софта на российский рынок, на российских процессоров является OpenSource. Ну, во-первых, остановлюсь на том, что OpenSource разрешили выносить в реестр российского софта даже с минимальным количеством изменений внутри. То есть, к примеру, если мы возьмем open-source код, как бы внесем там стилистику какого-то там дизайна, там, минимальные сделаем изменения по исходному коду, мы уже можем внести это как собственный продукт, зарегистрировать его и внести в реестр российского. Решение открытого кода популярно не только на рынке, но и применяется уже сейчас многими компаниями группы АФК. Да? То есть, как пример, для создания облачной инфраструктуры нового поколения на основе концепции гибкой архитектуры Cloud Native от компании Canonical применяется. Да? Значит, мы также планируем с компанией Canonical развернуть обширную деятельность и в том числе приземлять на базе Ubuntu Canonical остальные отраслевые решения, которые могут работать на этой операционной системе. Ну, точно так же рассматриваем взять ее за основу операционной системы для рабочих мест у нас в компании и для развития клаудных технологий. Что дает компаниям использование open source решений? Open source – основной драйвер в хай-тех индустрии на сегодняшний день. Выстраивая новую экосистему разработки, мы не должны забывать, что она должна быть открытой к включению в нее новых решений. Ну, то есть мы не хотим получить новый вендор-лог, да, то есть мы, наоборот, от него хотим уйти и не собираемся там все свои решения как бы каким-то образом ограничивать. У МТС и у других компаний АФК во внутренних задачах стоят задачи по снижению издержек и оптимизации расходов на эксплуатацию внутренней IT-инфраструктуры, которые, безусловно, могут быть достигнуты с применением open-source технологий. По пути производства и разработки новых продуктов мы четко понимаем, что необходимо работать в тесном сотрудничестве с апстрим-проектами открытого кода и сообществом разработчиков. Именно тесная кооперация является основной для дальнейшего роста и развития решений. Значит, остановлюсь на двух вещах, чтобы сделать универсальные продукты, которые способны работать на всех российских процессорах. По большому счету у нас есть две линии. Одна – это проприетарная работа с интерпретаторами на Эльбрусе. Вторая – это адаптация базовых решений для ARM на процессоры Байкал. Ну и тестирование как бы в рамках производительности, чтобы производительность была не хуже, чем у аналогов армовских не российского производства. Основные принципы, ну, собственно, как бы они всем понятны и известны. Это собственные референсы, совместные лаборатории, там, технические библиотеки, значит, репозитарии и так далее и тому подобное. То есть ничего нового мы здесь, никакого велосипеда не придумываем, и проповедуем принципы, как бы, общепринятые на всей мировой практике. Отдельно среди отраслевых трендов можно отметить переход на использование открытых стандартов и проектов открытого кода в части построения OpenRun. Концепция OpenRun, кстати, это один из шагов ухода от вендор-лока. Почему, допустим, только Nokia из рановских вендоров пропагандирует OpenRun? Ну, потому что как бы она была не на первых местах на мировом рынке, и за счет OpenRun, скажем, в Штатах она, и за счет запрета Huawei в Штатах, она с Ericsson сейчас имеет 50/50 на всем американском рынке. Значит, единственное, продвигая OpenRun, имеет возможность заходить, значит, в прочие страны, как она сделала это в Японии, отчасти она делает это в Германии, и много шансов у нее есть именно на базе нокийских локализованных решений войти на российский рынок. Значит, если по рану развивать эту немножко тему ухода от вендор-лок, то с учетом OpenRun и VRAN можно полностью избавиться от вендор-лок. Если добавить к этому еще открытие проприетарных протоколов CPRI и CPRI, то, ну, что, собственно, у нас в планах и находится. Значит, после реализации VRAN, Virtual RAN, мы полностью уведем все в софтовые универсальные решения и будем зависеть только от R&D, где она находится. Сможем сформировать, если у себя, то не будем зависеть от оператора, ну, от вендора, точнее. Так. Мы ожидаем, что в результате всех усилий по импортозамещению как аппаратных, так и программных продуктов мы сможем достигнуть снижения зависимости от иностранных производителей, повысить уровень компетенции разработчиков, обеспечить прорывное технологическое развитие, обеспечить информационную безопасность, создать глобальную конкурентную инфраструктуру. Мы понимаем, что для реализации указанных задач требуются высококвалифицированные кадры, поэтому мы заинтересованы в привлечении молодых энергичных специалистов и в том числе команд, которые уже ранее работали по имплементации и внедрению каких-либо аутсорсных решений, либо участвовали в разработке, доработке таких решений. Собственно, наше предложение всему рынку и, значит, представителям там open-source решений и решений хардвера, которые готовы делиться своей конструкторской документацией с возможностью переработки, доработки ее до статуса российскости. Мы приглашаем всех к сотрудничеству. Значит, готовы вам обеспечить площадку для тестирования, обеспечить производственную базу и обеспечить возможность поддержать и профинансировать там, рост компетенций, как бы, обучение вашими знаниями наших сотрудников с точки зрения сопровождения вашего же софта. Всем спасибо, готов ответить на вопрос.
Спасибо за презентацию. Было очень интересно, да, посмотреть, как и что планируется. Вопрос какой у нас имеется, то есть, грубо говоря, а как вы собираетесь в рамках импортозамещения взаимодействовать с иностранными поставщиками? То есть, грубо говоря, насколько открытый код значит импортозамещенный или насколько открытый код дает безопасность?
Ну, смотрите, значит, открытый код, как я уже сказал, незначительно доработанный, можно зарегистрировать как российский продукт. После регистрации как российский продукт открывается возможность продавать его на российский рынок с учетом вот всей группы юридических лиц и государственных учреждений, где заход иностранного софта будет ограничен. Ну, то есть чисто теоретически можно, получив просто статус видоизмененного российского софта, продолжать работу на рынке. Потому что если этого не сделать, то доля рынка может существенно сократиться уже начиная со следующего года. Ну, это, к примеру, если аналогии проводить по железу, значит, многие вендоры до середины этого года вообще не верили в то, что локализация даст потенциальное падение к их продажам. И то, что мы видели там прошлый год и начало этого года, это был существенный бум в ожидании введения ограничений, рост продаж всех иностранных вендоров. В начале следующего года мы увидим продолжающийся рост, значит, их продаж, но это значит, что потом будет просто обвал. Значит, надо просто к этому быть готовым, и сейчас есть фактически год для того, чтобы к концу следующего года, к середине следующего года начать выводить продукты, которые уже будут внесены в эти реестры. Хотя бы для того, чтобы защитить рынки, уже наработанные, значит, из которых так или иначе как бы вынуждены будут те компании, которые не успели внестись в эти реестры, уйти.
Да,
то есть как внесение сделать нам понятно, как бы, то есть мы можем отдельную какую-то презентацию сделать, что там надо внести, как вносить в реестр там, и так далее. У нас есть опыт на эту тему.
То есть вы планируете делать комьюнити вокруг ваших проектов? Это будет локально или это будет на базе мировых комьюнити? То есть это будет как-то взаимодействие между сообществами или одно поглощаемое другим, или как-то...
Смотрите, мы не претендуем ни на какую как бы закрытую платформу, куда не будем никого не пускать. Значит, наоборот, всем двери открыты. Значит, мало этого, мы показываем, что через нашу дверь можно зайти и в том числе как бы занять долю рынка на базе МТС, но в то же время показываем, что МТС – это не единственная площадка, на которую можно продвигать наши совместные решения. В первую очередь мы можем прогарантировать сбыт этих решений, пользуясь ограничениями правительства, а на базе МТС обкатывать именно их работоспособность, функциональность, получать обратную связь пользователей, в том числе внутренних пользователей МТС.
Виктор?
Да, у меня, собственно, тоже может быть вопрос, продолжение с тематики, соответственно, использования внутрикорпоративных структур. Лев, а тогда вот, собственно, если рассматривать вообще восприятие, то есть понимаем, что есть там компания МТС, а есть, соответственно, понятно, там АФК и структуры. То есть вот на предыдущих сессиях мы как бы так специально посвятили, ну, как бы так собрали некоторую коалицию, которая рассказывала так по решениям, которые адаптированы для таких, ну, как сказать, для задач повседневных, да, соответствующие вещи, связанные с использованием, как это сказать, десктопов, Microsoft Office, не хочется сказать replacement, да, как бы при всем уважении к уважаемой компании Microsoft, но, соответственно, поиск альтернатив. Да? С вашей точки зрения, вот из текущих называется задач, ну, по крайней мере, понятно, что мы все-таки рассматриваем следующий год. Вот если вы смотрите, ну, все-таки коллегам интересно, да, которые находятся в округе, да, какие задачи, вот, по крайней мере, то есть, понятно, как бы, опять-таки, достижимость, она крайне важна, да, там, перенос производства, как это сказать, в том числе аппаратного производства в географию российскую, это такая, как бы, серьезная задача, да. Вот. А все-таки называется, понятно, что железо, как понятно, для любого компонента софтверного, оно крайне важно, и работоспособность его тоже называется как бы не менее важна, но вот все-таки называется из задач, по крайней мере, там следующего года. Как вы сами оцените, ну, по крайней мере, востребованность тех технологий, которые вы видите, ну, с вашей точки зрения, опять-таки, да, будут наиболее, называется, интересны, называется, в разрезе такого первого года?
Ну вот я думаю, что если брать массовый широкий рынок, в разрезе следующего года самое интересное решение программно-аппаратное будет абонентские устройства, в том числе на базе Эльбруса и Байкала, то есть это мини-десктопы, способные заменить подобные решения от HP, Dell там, и так далее и тому подобное. Значит, для этого фактически надо оттестировать работу операционной системы, браузера, офисных приложений с локализованными решениями на базе Байкал-М и Эльбрус, значит, там, я не помню модель его, как специализированная для десктопов модель там есть у Эльбруса. Значит, вот обкатанное решение на базе этого железа, я думаю, что начнет иметь массовый рынок уже со второй половины следующего года. А потом уже туда подтянутся и сервера, и прочие сложные вещи, и как бы уже после обкатки и тестирования там облачных всяких вещей и отраслевых каких-то системных как бы приложений, потому что они будут требовать тестирования на базе и интеграторов, и, значит, операторов связи в том числе. И в том числе операторы будут соглашаться на них только после того, как поймут, что ограничения неминуемы. Ну, то есть это будет явно не следующий год. Это будет, там, не знаю, 23-24.
Понял,
А
спасибо.
именно чистые продажи можно начать с десктопов.
Понял, спасибо. И второй вопрос, он как бы относится как раз вот к тому там слайду, связанному все-таки с коллегами по цеху компании, называемой МТС, да, и, соответственно, вот этим движением к открытым стандартам в радиочасти, да, опять-таки вот взгляду, то есть, конечно, мы понимаем подход уважаемой компании Nokia, Ericsson и других, называется, там, тяжелых, проверенных игроков, называется, на рынке с адаптацией железной части, да. Софтверная архитектура, опять-таки, по вашему мнению, насколько, ну, соответственно, насколько она будет, вот, это опять-таки ваш собственный взгляд на индустрию, да, насколько она будет доминировать вот в это, называется, новом, как это сказать, новом красивом мире, да, построение, как один уважаемый коллега из МТС назвал, да, коммунальной инфраструктуры, да, называется, в части, называется, как бы задействование разнообразных компонентов, да. Насколько...
Ну вот здесь, с моей точки зрения, как бы, поскольку для того, чтобы имплементировать софт, нужно будет предпринять несколько меньше усилий, несколько меньше юридических лиц привлечь для того, чтобы это случилось все. Значит, несмотря на это, софт является главной составляющей, потому что без софта железо российское покупать никто не будет. То есть, несмотря на то, что железо и дольше, и как бы там тяжелее, и оно будет дороже, чем иностранное, в отличие от софта, вот, правильно подобранный софт к железу будет обеспечивать, значит, корректный рост продаж в виде паков.
Хорошо. А тогда, может быть, еще вопрос как раз в эту же тематику, да, и как бы, может быть, скажем так, плавно подходя, называется, там, ну, то, что называется, аккуратно переходить к следующим сессиям, да, несколько вопросов, да. Первый, вот все-таки, да, построение, как бы у нас открыт хороший слайд, экосистемы, да. То есть экосистема, например, если рассматривать, опять-таки, там, телеком-инфраструктуру, да, в заказчиках больших, крупных, западных, она строится с позиции того, чтобы привлекать разных вендоров, ну и, соответственно, как бы понятно, все время для телеком-оператора выстраивать некоторую сбалансированную модель, называется, двухножие, треножие или там многоножие, да, с тем, чтобы, соответственно, иметь возможность, называется, перехода с одной технологии на другую, да. Эта экосистема, вот как бы вы сказали, что она, соответственно, строится, там, вами строится с позиции открытости, доступности, называется, других. Это
ну
здорово.
И кросс-платформенности в том числе. Как бы,
да, вот, собственно, как раз...
Делаем.
Да, по поводу кросс-платформенности, то есть, как бы опять-таки, там это прозвучало так между строчек, я просто хотел акцентировать внимание, то есть правильно мы понимаем, что, по крайней мере, уважаемая компания МТС-Электроника, как такой называется, там внутренний называется вход в экосистему МТС, готова предоставлять эти аппаратные платформы с тем, чтобы обеспечить такой постоянный, ну как это, CI/CD, там тоже в презентации было хорошее слово, да, фигурировало внутри, да, для того, чтобы как раз обеспечить эту обкатку, ну и соответствующая как бы работа, в том числе на как бы адаптации, там, как это сказать, функций kernel space, да, соответственно, для этих, на этих платформах, да, насколько вы сами, как бы, так, внутри, как бы, готовы, да, в этой, как бы, вот к такой, называется, такой глубокой, называется, там, интеграции, да, или это, как это, как сказать, как в любом, называется, части, да, как бы, a lot of room for improvement.
Не, мы, безусловно, готовы, мало этого, как бы, тестовая зона, которую мы виртуально реализуем сейчас для работы с партнерами будет подразумевать как раз, что мы сможем это все и предоставить виртуальные пространства на базе любых наших решений, да, Эльбрус, Байкал, как бы X86 локального производства, и обеспечить, значит, виртуальную среду поддержки разработчиков и подключить наших разработчиков, где это будет нужно, и кооперироваться со всеми, значит, там, в режиме, что называется, open book. Поэтому здесь первичный вопрос подбора как раз этих open-source решений, которые мы начнем имплементировать, тестировать, да, то есть потом этот набор решений будет фильтроваться на базе того, что, значит, где там решение номер 1 отраслевое, решение номер 2 там бэкапное, и уже потом выводиться на рынок как готовый продукт.
Ну, то есть, в принципе, если как бы рассматривать, в том числе, как бы так, может быть, по-другому сказать, да, МТС-Электроника может выступать таким еще как это акселератором, да, соответствующей адаптации решений с тем, чтобы в том числе под эгидой МТС-Электроники создавать законченные продукты, которые, понятно, войдут не только в экосистему МТС, но и, соответственно, потенциально могут дать эти АФК большая структура, да, соответственно, дать выход, соответствующий на более широкий как бы пласт рынка.
Да, ну, как таковая одна из задач МТС-Электроники в конечном счете приземлить продукты как свои, занести их в реестр от своего имени. Ну и быть неким фильтром захода в МТС по поводу аппаратно-программных решений.
Понятно, да, как бы, да. У меня как бы на текущий момент времени больше вопросов нету.
Ну Евгений. И мы подошли к концу свода. Спасибо большое за презентацию. Очень было интересно. И всегда очень остро и живо обсуждается, что же делать нам с нашей отраслью IT, наличием собственных процессоров, наличием open-source процессоров, использовать риск ФВ.
Я здесь могу, знаете, как бы вот на эту тему вставить как бы очень хорошее измышление, что надо просто не бояться. Как бы, надо свыкнуться с тем, что это неизбежная тема, которая так или иначе придет. Значит, во-первых. Во-вторых, надо свыкнуться с тем, что те компании и госучреждения, которые в первую очередь заставят переходить на все отечественное, до сих пор находятся в 90-х годах, и им, кроме, там, не знаю, Outlook, офиса Excel и браузера, значит, там, даже без поддержки HTTP 5.0 там, или там, любых каких-то других финичек, как бы, будет достаточно, и это покроет все их нужды на самом деле. Значит, и вот эти вот апелляции к тому, что российские процессоры там хуже, чем там 12-я серия Intel или там хуже, чем AMD Epic, ну, конечно, хуже, но как бы лучше и не надо. То есть стартовать с того, что есть, а дальше уже совершенствовать и выводить на конкурентные по производительности вершины.
Ну да, и открытость перед всеми остальными, да, то есть имение комьюнити, easy start, наверное, стандартные вещи, которые требуются для того, чтобы начать формировать комьюнити вокруг потребителей данных решений.
Да, а для всех внешних партнеров, для всех внешних вендоров, там, как я уже сказал, мы, безусловно, будем интересны с точки зрения потенциально ими не потерять рынок Российской Федерации.
Так и есть.
Да.
Спасибо большое.
Далее, спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Так, следующий у нас здесь на стейдже будет продолжение стрима первого. Соответственно, параллельно у нас начинаются еще 3 стрима, ну или потока. Соответственно, давайте я сейчас... То есть, если кто-то сейчас хочет остаться на докладе Nextcloud в действии практика успешного использования, остается с нами. Если кто-то смотрит по расписанию что-то другое, то может переключиться на другие потоки презентации. So let me switch to the English. We have a speaker, Stefan Jordi. He will be presenting Nextcloud in action. Stefan, stage is yours.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you hear me correctly. I'm working at the city of Geneva in Switzerland, and we use Nextcloud for document management and sharing all documents across the city. And we were very interested in having an open source solution. And that's why I'm joining the session today. And you're going to see just a quick video presentation and then questions and answers. Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Jordy from the city of Geneva in Switzerland. We are a government agency with offices and buildings scattered all across the city that you see behind me. The IT serves 52 departments that can be seen as 52 different enterprises, 52 different fields ranging from public health to historic heritage maintenance, official legal document releases, museums, city lighting, social services, garbage collection. I mean, you name it, we have it. Those departments are often brought to share documents. It's usually done via the company's Microsoft file system with, shared network drives. But we needed a way to access those documents when visiting another department while traveling on the road, in the field, or while remote working. We wanted digital sovereignty and be the ones in control of all the security issues, as well as the backup and restore operations. We also wanted to avoid investing time and money in a solution that would change the license rules over time and lock us in with crazy fees. It happened to us before with another solution. Then no way, we don't want that anymore. So knowing that the source code is available was a key factor in picking Nextcloud. No matter what happens, we are sure that we can use the solution we have implemented, even in the future. Also, with today's needs, being able to access the documents on smartphones and tablets was not even an option, it was mandatory. We have been asked for that for a long time. Now, with plenty of museums, real estate management, we also need to share documents with third-party actors like designers, architects, other museums, photographers who don't have access to the internal network. So Nextcloud met the perfect suitability to task for that. It has rights management with passwords, expiration dates, and for tenders, the ability to upload documents without seeing other submissions. That's a legal requirement on our side. Museums were also very excited about being able to share calendars. Hi everyone, I'm Steve Jordy from the city of Geneva in Switzerland. We are a government agency with offices and buildings scattered all across the city that you see behind me. The IT serves 52 departments that can be seen as 52 different enterprises, 52 different fields ranging from public health to historic heritage maintenance, official legal document releases, museums, city lighting, social services, garbage collection. I mean, you name it, we have it. Those departments are often brought to share documents. It's usually done via the company's Microsoft file system with, shared network drives. But we needed a way to access those documents when visiting another department while traveling on the road, in the field, or while remote working. We wanted digital sovereignty and be the ones in control of all the security issues, as well as the backup and restore operations. We also wanted to avoid investing time and money in a solution that would change the license rules over time and lock us in with crazy fees. It happened to us before with another solution. Then no way, we don't want that anymore. So knowing that the source code is available was a key factor in picking Nextcloud. No matter what happens, we are sure that we can use the solution we have implemented, even in the future. Also, with today's needs, being able to access the documents on smartphones and tablets was not even an option, it was mandatory. We have been asked for that for a long time. Now, with plenty of museums, real estate management. We also need to share documents with third-party actors like designers, architects, other museums, photographers who don't have access to the internal network. So Nextcloud met the perfect suitability to task for that. It has rights management with passwords, expiration dates, and for tenders, the ability to upload documents without seeing other submissions. That's a legal requirement on our side. Museums were also very excited about being able to share calendar. It seems it's breaking on the calendar part.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. Can you perhaps try to I'm sorry, to do it again, maybe now live or...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I can continue the presentation live if you want.
Yes, possible. Thank you.
Okay, so it was broken at the calendar part. It was very important for us because the museums organize a lot of presentations, and you have different actors involved in the events, and it was not always possible to organize that easily with emails. So Nextcloud offering calendar integrations was very important for them. It was totally new for them because they could share them now and with the third-party actors and photographs, the press, and other persons involved. And also another thing we wanted at the City of Geneva was being able to self-host the data for ourselves. And we have very strict rules in Switzerland about privacy. And we wanted to know where the data was. So it was on our servers. We were the ones who were taking care of, well, we are the ones who are managing the backups, the restores. And we also are the ones in charge of the security. So we have a third-party company auditing the solution for us several times. And they told us that actually they were very surprised about the quality of the Nextcloud product, because just out of the box, they had almost nothing at all to correct. I mean, it was very minor problems that were patched immediately by Nextcloud. So we feel very confident as an IT service in the solution, but actually the users are very confident, because they know that sometimes they share a lot of sensitive data with legal data, for example, legal documents, and they wanted to make sure that nobody was taking a look at them without authorization. Also, during the COVID confinement we had here in Switzerland last year, that was a cornerstone for Nextcloud, because we had to share all those data. Everybody was remote working from home, and we have the City of Geneva is about 4,500 employees, but we have 230 employees working from home at the same time. They didn't have access to the Microsoft file system drives from home. Even with the VPN, it was not very convenient for them. So we moved everything to Nextcloud, and that really helped everybody, because during the confinement, the City of Geneva was still offering the services that are mandatory. I mean, the hospital, all the legal documents, the passports and stuff like that. So to us, it was really something important. We also wanted an open source solution, as I said at the beginning, because we had very bad experiences with some software providers that offered a very nice license costs, and they waited that we were locked into the solution when we reached 1 million documents, for example, and then they multiplied by 5 the licenses. So we wanted a free solution. And even if all of a sudden Nextcloud had the crazy idea to to charge for everything, we could be independent and continue using the solution without them. We choose to take the support license, so we're not spending the days, trying to solve little glitches now and there. And we are very satisfied with the solution, because every time we have a question or what seems to be a bug, we actually open a ticket with Nextcloud, and they are very efficient in solving and answering the questions we have. So overall, the solution is really a good answer to our needs. And the data sovereignty also is very important for us. We keep the data in our data centers, and we know that no matter what happens in the future, we can still use the solution. So that's offered with an open source solution like Nextcloud, and we are very pleased with that solution. So I don't know if you have questions now. I'm ready to answer if I can help.
Yeah, sure. There's always questions.
Good.
You said that Nextcloud was surprisingly quality software.
Yes.
Quality was very good.
Yes.
Can you a little bit compare Nextcloud with other providers? Why Nextcloud?
Why Nextcloud? Okay, well, in 2014, we were asked at the City of Geneva by the board of directors to find an open source solution, and we actually had 3 solutions. It was Alfresco Community. It was another product called C-File, and at the time it was OwnCloud. And we did a study on first, was it answering the needs we had in Geneva, not only as an IT department, but also for the users. So we brought a few something like 35 users as beta testers for the solution, and they all said they wanted OwnCloud at the time, and we opted for that solution. And we implemented that, but we had about 150 persons using it before the confinement. And then OwnCloud was, we didn't have a lot of support from them, and we realized that Nextcloud forked from OwnCloud, and we decided to go this way. We followed Nextcloud, and we moved from OwnCloud 8 to Nextcloud 9, and we had a security audit done on this solution. And as I said, the auditors spent about a week auditing and testing the solution for injections, hacking, because it's exposed on the web. He checked everything. He also did a load test to see whether the solution was responding correctly. And they gave us a brilliant report. They were very surprised they do that all year long, and they said that they never saw something that good. So it was a key factor for us. We said, okay, we had a good choice. We're going this way.
So we can prove that open source software, in this case, Nextcloud, is ready to enterprises.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not because it's open source that it's cheap only in price, but in quality. I mean, the fact that it's open also, I mean, a lot of specialists can take a look at the code and point to security issues and correct them. It's definitely ready for enterprises.
Have you tried multimedia add-ons?
Multimedia inside the solution?
Yeah.
Yes, we use that. We use that a lot, especially for the museums, because, as I said, they have a lot of expositions, and that was the big thing about Nextcloud, because before that, when they were organizing an event, they had to receive videos in Blu-ray quality or 4K quality, and it was too big. Most people and museums were using a solution like Dropbox first, but of course you have the limitations. And then once you need 200 gigabytes of space, you have to pay a lot. So that's also one point that the board of director had in mind when they said, why don't we host the solution ourselves? So now it's mainly used for that, documents, of course, but the big share of disk is definitely pictures and videos.
Yeah, it's regarding for files. My question was more video conferences and add-ons and chatting and all the modern communication add-ons.
Okay, so we have not implemented the talk video conferencing in Nextcloud yet. I know there have been some discussions about that. We use Talk at least to comment the interactions on the files, and because it offers also the chat on the side, and it's a good way to communicate. But we don't have the infrastructure yet for the video, because it's also asking for a good server for that. But we don't have the resources, human resources yet to implement that. But it's a nice solution.
Yep. Okay, let me check the chat. What is in the chat? There are not so many. Okay. You said about the security and that everybody can just look in the code and check there are security issues or not. And the same we have on the other solutions like Closed One, because they all use open source components the same, but the openness in here can be more dangerous because of somebody can add something or not.
Well, I mean, if you have open source, of course, if a hacker has access to the code, he can find where you have weak points, and he knows exactly where to hit. But besides the code, you have other layers of security. We have a reverse proxy because it's exposed to the web. So we locked everything, and then we opened leg by leg every part of the Nextcloud parts we had to access. And it also means that we have access to the source code. So that means we also, just like the hackers, know where it could hurt, and we can in a preemptive manner act on closing those holes and mention them to Nextcloud for patches.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and good answers. Sorry everybody for some glitches, but the live talk is always more valuable. So thank you, and big thanks for that.
It's part of the fun.
Yes,
Thank
sure.
you.
So the next session is here in the stage. We have Tuturu and Pavел Арланов, and they will switch in Russian because of, I believe, it will be in Russian. Следующий доклад. Взгляд со стороны ИБ на внутренние облака. Ценностный подход. Тутуру. Павел.
Да, всем привет. Я надеюсь, что меня видно и слышно.
Вас видно и слышно. И это здорово.
Круто. Да, круто. Да, всем привет. Собственно, у меня сегодня доклад про взгляд со стороны ИБ на внутренние облака и ценностный подход. Обычно вообще у людей возникает разрыв шаблона, когда они видят, что приходит какой-то безопасник и начинает им рассказывать про ценностный подход. Как говорится, ну, обычно безопасность – это про одну единственную ценность, соответственно, про ту самую безопасность. И когда безопасник начинает рассказывать, что, оказывается, там продукт должен быть удобный, с ним должно быть нормально работать, да и в целом рабочие процессы тоже должны выстраиваться корректно и удобно для тех же самых пользователей, которые этим пользуются, у людей возникает такой взрыв мозга, что в смысле, как ты об этом рассказываешь, у тебя же вообще абсолютно другая роль. Но, как показала моя практика, когда вы смотрите на все с точки зрения ценностного подхода и с точки зрения ценностного, скажем так, ценностей тех людей, которые будут пользоваться теми или иными продуктами, которых вы должны защищать, то объяснять им, почему вы делаете те или иные вещи, гораздо проще. В том числе и проще приходить к каким-то решениям совместно. Вот. Да, секундочку. Вот, давайте представим некую компанию в вакууме. Я начну чуточку издалека. Как мы уже все с вами знаем, любая компания в совершенно нормальном состоянии стремится к одной единственной вещи – это зарабатывание денег. Ну, конечно, есть еще разные социальные миссии, все, что с этим связано, но, как показывает практика, весьма экстравагантно здесь и прямо сейчас. Потому что зарплату надо выплачивать, нужно платить за лицензии, нужно платить за то же самое используемое железо, как говорится, ну вот, жизнь такова. Вот, и яркий пример из моей практики был: сотрудники одной из знакомых мне компаний, они одно время нанимали меня как внешнего консультанта, ну, я много чего у них интересно посмотрел. В свое время построили флоу одного из процессов, зарабатывающих деньги, опираясь на два внешних инструмента. Собственно, два внешних инструмента, которые в большинстве случаев являются бичом безопасника. Первый – это Google Диск, а второй – это Google Docs. Вот, и действительно это помогало достаточно долго масштабировать их филиальную сеть, поскольку все эти инструменты были доступны вообще из любой точки мира, просто компьютер в розетку воткни, и все работает. Магия. Вот, правда, если посмотреть вот с точки зрения безопасности, эта конструкция была чудовищна, особенно на тот момент небезопасна, контроль работы с ней тоже на тот момент требовал очень большого набора костылей велосипедов, особенно в плане раздачи доступов и контроля утечек конфиденциальной информации. Вот. При этом эта система доставляла также вагон проблем IT-блоку. Это была их прям такая боль размером, наверное, с этакое бревно в колене. Вот. Так как именно на них до возникновения ИБ в компании в целом падали шишки по настройке доступов и всему тому, что с этим связано. Вот, как говорится, представьте, что есть совершенно нормальные виндовые админы, которые смотрят на это все и такие: так, вот у нас есть домен. Там все можно спокойно развесить при помощи вот групп доменных доступов, и все будет хорошо. А тут им говорят: смотрите, есть Google Doc, там вообще отдельный какой-то мир, с которым вам тоже придется как-то жить. Вот, учитесь, умейте, настраивайте, если что-то трэблшутить надо будет, это тоже вы. Вот, и если что-то не трэблшутится в ближайшие 10 минут, то, как говорится, средний пользователь явно пойдет жаловаться на вас и говорить, какие же у нас не очень умные админы и что же с ними делать. Вот, в общем, представьте это все сами. Есть вот такая вот огромная куча систем, которые нужно настраивать тем же самым админом, поддерживать, иногда вводить новые в строй. И тут у вас есть еще одна такая огромная внешняя система, куда надо выдавать доступы, желательно вот так вот по щелчку. И сделать это по щелчку, просто накинув право в домене, невозможно. Вот. Если посмотреть на это в плане эксплуатации, в плане вот ценности для, допустим, того же самого IT-блока, это боль. Вот. Постоянная вещь, которая постоянно болит. Вот. Я надеюсь, что все представили ситуацию. А давайте теперь подумаем, вот, ну, как я, когда в ту компанию пришел, как внешний консультант, я начал раздумывать, а что, так сказать, с этим делать? А то выглядит все это не очень хорошо. Вдобавок, это не сильно безопасно, поскольку куча данных просто валяется в облаке. Реально, скажем так, никто не отслеживает большую часть доступов к этим данным, потому что, ну, всем некогда, никто не... Все в основном шарят просто потому, что, ну, меня там сосед попросил, я пошарил. Меня там попросил еще кто-то, я тоже пошарил доступ. И это все так работало. Вот, и если мы взглянем на какие-то варианты решения этих проблем, то есть 3 типовых варианта решения. Вот, ну, как говорится, назовем так их эволюционно решаемые. Вариант первый – сказать всем: ребята, Google Docs и все, что гугловое, это, конечно, хорошо, вы, конечно, тоже молодцы, но это не секурно, поэтому давайте все тащить внутрь. И первое, что наклевывается в виде решения, это файловые шары. Вот. В целом, это единственное первое решение, самое дешевое и простое, которое мы можем сделать. Мы можем завести файл в Ушару, хранить документы там. Правда, вот есть вот толстые такие нюансы. Во-первых, довольно быстро выяснится, что сотрудники не только таскают документы туда-сюда и не только их хранят, но еще имеют, например, стойкую нужду в совместном редактировании. При помощи шары вот сделать так, чтобы у вас 20-30 человек одновременно что-то редачило, это прям боль. Как бы это невозможная задача, которую решить просто так вот, ну, не сможете. Вот, неприятным бонусом еще сверху будет то, что разные особо рьяные господа, которые вот прям любили предыдущий вариант, они просто пойдут и реально менеджменту докажут, что это нафиг никому не нужная вещь. Вот, она нужна только вам. Соответственно, если мы посмотрим вот так ретроспективно с точки зрения ценностного подхода, для всех ценности это решение не представляет никакой, оно единственное представляет ценность для вас. Если, допустим, сравнить отдельно сидящего безопасника и целую компанию, которая на этом зарабатывает, то решение-то будет не в сторону безопасника. Вот, ну, так мы с вами посмотрели на первое решение, как мы с вами уже там поняли, с точки зрения ценностного подхода, оно вообще трэш, угар, садомия, и к нему не надо обращаться. Поэтому можно посмотреть на второй вариант, который я видел еще в ряде компаний. Вот, соответственно, стандартные плюсы и минусы этой штуки. Вот, второй вариант, который обычно предполагает, это использование какого-нибудь Microsoft SharePoint. Вот, с Microsoft SharePoint тоже есть свои недостатки. Во-первых, нам нужно научить людей с ним пользоваться, притом пользоваться это не просто вот как в том же самом Google Доке, просто взял, закинул файлы, там что-нибудь поправил, и все хорошо работает. Нет, это совершенно отдельный мир. Вот, опять же, много кто не захочет переучиваться, кроме этого, это дополнительная система в нагрузку нашему IT-блоку. Как итог, мы вполне вероятно, во-первых, имеем проблемы с айтишниками, которые не очень хотят это все поддерживать, плюс имеем проблемы с разными пользователями-староверами, которые не хотят на это переучиваться. А если еще и нам импортозамещаться надо, то вот тут вообще начинаются большие-большие проблемы. Вот, кроме этого, если мы с вами посмотрим с точки зрения ценности, то тут есть в основном ценность для eBay, есть небольшая ценность для IT, которая, например, хочет поработать с SharePoint, посмотреть, как эта штука конфигурируется, и что интересного на ней можно сделать. Но для всех остальных это вот отсутствие какой-либо ценности, скорее, напротив, ухудшения и деградации сервиса, который был раньше. Вот, ну и главный такой момент, который еще можно посмотреть с точки зрения ценности, если мы глянем на ценность ретроспективно с точки зрения вот такого, как это называется, геликоптер-вью, то есть вертолетного взгляда, то мы увидим, что, например, какая-то часть процессов, которые так или иначе завязаны на такой документооборот и на такое совместное редактирование, они по времени, из-за того, что люди не привыкли с этой системой работать, или они просто там со временем довольно печально учатся с ней работать, оно будет растягиваться. И вот теперь представьте, что у вас есть какой-нибудь такой абсолютно рутинный процесс, в котором задействованы сотрудники, которые пользуют эту штуку, и у каждого из них, например, время исполнения этого процесса выросло на 5 минут. И допустим, что среднее время работы этого сотрудника обходится компании в 23 рубля. Если у нас таких сотрудников где-то там 2 или 3 тысячи, то увеличение каждой операции на 5 минут приводит нас довольно к фатальным денежным последствиям, где бизнес, пересчитывая, скажем так, энное количество денег, которые теперь затрачиваются на это все, смотрит, делает примерно вот так и говорит, что тоже вариант не очень хороший. И третий вариант, к которому можем прийти, мы можем просто взять и сделать собственный Google Cloud. Вот, так сказать, наш внутренний, хороший, вкусный свой. В его изготовлении мы можем использовать два основных продукта. Соответственно, там, в тех компаниях, где я тоже бывал, тоже использовался в основном набор продуктов из разряда Nextcloud плюс Collabora. Соответственно, первый дает нам вариант внутреннего облака, как говорится, нафиг нам Dropbox, он особо не понадобится. У нас есть, как говорится, Nextcloud, мы можем плюс-минус один к одному такой же функционал иметь. При этом иметь на своей стороне все это в защищенном контуре, и, как говорится, данные особо никуда не продолбаются. Но если продолбаются, то в основном по нашей вине. Вот, и функционал совместного редактирования, который как раз предлагается Collabora. Вот. Огромные плюсы, как я уже говорил, это здоровенная ценность с точки зрения безопасности. Все наши данные наконец-то внутри, они плюс-минус под контролем. Кроме этого, доступ к ним точно так же можно попробовать нарубить на уровне доменных политик и точно так же отзывать его плюс-минус по щелчку. Если посмотреть с точки зрения как раз конфигурирования, если этим будет заниматься, например, раздача доступа будет также продолжать заниматься ИТ, то для них это тоже такой здоровенный вкусный кусок пирога. Вот. Есть, правда, и минусы, конечно. Минусы, опять же, упираются в сторону IT-блока, которому придется заниматься поддержкой облака и поддерживать нормальный уровень сервиса. Там, образно говоря, 24/7 эта штука должна стопудово работать. Вот. И если вы используете open-source варианты, соответственно, Community Edition Nextcloud и Community Edition Collabora, то вам придется в некоторых тонких случаях как раз лопатить кучу разных интересных комьюнити-форумов и искать решения на эту тему. Но это, конечно, лечится плюс-минус, назовем так, полной энтерпрайзной поддержкой. Вот. Да, есть, конечно, свои нюансы, что может у вас немножечко урезаться функционал по сравнению с Google Доком, но, как показывает мой опыт, он урезается обычно не сильно критично. Вот, и если обзорно так посмотреть, то получается, что внедрение внутреннего облака я вот для краткости буду дальше называть просто Nextcloud Dock. Реально решает довольно большое количество проблем. Теоретически все должно быть хорошо, мы же вот принесли, так сказать, здравствуйте, пользователи, вот мы вам принесли огромный наш Nextcloud Dock. И все, по идее, это должны радоваться, и безопасность тоже должна радоваться. Максимум ИТ немножко пригрустнет, поскольку все эти данные, особенно если они у вас тяжелые, придется хранить у себя, соответственно, это соответствующие расходы на новые SHD-шки и на новые те же самые жесткие. Но это такая вещь, к которой можно все равно дойти. Вот, но есть небольшая проблема. Вот, любое внедрение интегрирования продукта, в том числе open-source, может довольно быстро превратиться в адище, от которого пользователи просто откажутся, несмотря на то, что это довольно удобная, классная штука, и, образно говоря, вас проклянут за такое внедрение. В целом всячески постараются уйти обратно к более привычному тому же самому, вот, например, Google Cloud. И я не просто говорю о том, что народ просто такой, но мы теперь продолжим все равно пользоваться Google Cloud. Нет, даже если вы выпилите какие-то сетевые доступы до Google Cloud, народ начнет втыкать разнообразные Wi-Fi свистки себе в компы, либо, напротив, раздавать себе телефон с мобилки, чтобы нормально работать. Как говорится, можно построить какую угодно безопасность, но пользователи ее все равно попробуют преодолеть. И иногда вполне так успешно. Вот. И в том, чтобы вот к этой проблеме не прийти, когда мы попробовали что-то внедрить, оно, по идее, все хорошо и должно везде нам помочь. Но по факту получилось какое-то адище, за которое нас пытаются поднять на дыбу, нам для того, чтобы в такое не попасть, нам поможет так называемая цепочка ценностей. Вот, это универсальный такой подход, который говорит нам, как сделать хорошо. Вот, первое, к чему мы придем, это осознание потребностей нашего вот потенциального клиента, именно нашего пользователя во внутреннем облаке в целом. Тут все предельно просто. В процессе работы у сотрудника рано или поздно возникает осознание того, что нужен, например, какой-то более удобный инструмент для решения той или иной задачи. Вот, ну, например, надо совместно редактировать эти документы, соответственно, вот у них созрела определенная потребность в этом, и сейчас они пытаются ее как-то решить. Если пользователь ранее не работал там, с Google Cloud, то он выберет первый подходящий, который плюс-минус решает проблему. Соответственно, если мы сразу подтыкаем ему вот наш OnCloud Docs, то пользователь его видит, с большой долей вероятности радуется, если это абсолютно стандартизованные сценарии, которые мы так или иначе уже проверили, и все работает прекрасно. Максимум у нас есть какой-то трэблшутинг периодически, но если он также стандартизован, то все круто. Вот, если, напротив, пользователь уже ранее пользовался с Google Doc, то пользователь не захочет очень сильно деградировать в уровне сервиса, поэтому необходимо показывать, что вот есть вот этот наш Nextcloud Doc, он умеет плюс-минус все то же самое, что и умеет Google Doc. Желательно не просто плюс-минус то же самое, а 98% потребностей закрывает. Вот, оставшиеся две, наверное, их просто не факт, что они были. Вот. Поэтому именно на этом этапе вам уже нужно будет сформировать плюс-минус понятную культуру использования вот таких облачных сервисов и показать пользователю, что, смотрите, ребята, это не какая-то инфернальная вещь, как привыкли думать про open source, а это абсолютно приятный, нормальный продукт. Вот, учитывая мой опыт использования того же самого Nextcloud, заходит на ура. Вот, второе, к чему мы переходим, это получение услуги. Круто, когда у нас есть осознание пользователям того, что, окей, вот внутреннее облако – это классно, так же классно, как какое-то внешнее, поэтому вот там пришли безопасники, пришли ИТшники, пришел менеджмент и сказал, смотри, вот теперь есть внутреннее облако, надо им пользоваться. Круто, когда вся цепочка ценностей, скажем так, закрывает потребности на 100%. Соответственно, второй шажочек – это получение услуги. И тут вот есть интересные такие моменты. Вот представим себе сотрудника. Он хочет воспользоваться сервисом, ему сосед по столу, например, сказал, что вот есть такая классная штука, как наш OnCloud Docs. С ним можно работать, он довольно удобный, да и в целом решает большую часть проблем. Теперь человеку нужен туда доступ. Все пойдет хорошо только в одном случае. Если у вас есть, во-первых, некий сервис-деск, внутри которого можно интуитивно, понятно, в одно касание сделать заявку на доступ и получить его в течение 5 или 15 минут. Во всех остальных случаях весь ваш уверенный процесс, который вот вы строите, и насчет которого вы пытаетесь вот быть максимально аккуратным и сделать его максимально эффективным, он полетит в тартарары. По одной простой причине. Если нет некого вот этого интуитивно понятного флоу того, как поставить заявку, то пользователи будут задалбывать всех подряд, в частности, IT-блок. IT-блок со временем просто может прогнуться и предоставлять доступ, ну вот, по заявке, которая прилетает в корпоративном мессенджере, например, или в почте. Вот. Либо в другом случае все эти заявки просто будут пролетать точно так же мимо безопасности, поэтому вот вся та культура, которую мы строим, она точно так же полетит в никуда. Вот. В частности, если, опять же, вы даете доступ достаточно большое количество времени к данному сервису, то все будет точно так же пропихиваться на уровне «я напишу заявку, пожалуй, там, в личку системному администратору, он мне все это накинет». Как итог, очень быстро все придет к тому, что вот у вас есть это внутреннее облако, как бы круто, но народ им не пользуется, потому что, во-первых, непонятно, как это получить доступ, во-вторых, непонятно, сколько времени туда его будут выдавать, в-третьих, непонятно вообще, вот, как найти тех людей, которые за это отвечают. То есть люди очень просто так же возьмут, сползут до того же самого Google Дока и пойдут заниматься им дальше. Вот, использование услуги. Хорошо, допустим, мы внедряем все это дело правильно, у нас есть вот этот вот ценностный подход, мы его используем, мы опираемся на те самые ценности, что мы хотим сделать, во-первых, безопасное хранилище данных внутри нашей компании, не хотим тащить все это куда-то, и мы пытаемся создать нормальные человеческие условия пользователям. Мы подходим к тому, что пользование услугой точно так же не должно вызывать у пользователя боль. Во-первых, услуга должна предоставляться 24/7 в понятном формате пользователю, то есть пользователь не должен думать, что, блин, а что мне еще надо сделать для того, чтобы подключиться? То есть, там, VPN я поставил, в Privilege Access Management зашел, еще что-то там нажал, и вот теперь меня наконец-то пустил к этой штуке. Нет, услуга должна предоставляться в формате по щелчку, ты просто поставил одну маленькую приложеньку, и все работает. В противном случае люди пойдут в Google Doc. Вот, запросы касательно разных проблем с этой же услугой тоже должны обрабатываться в приемлемые сроки и не должны игнорироваться в целом. Да и обработка запросов тоже должна быть максимально типизирована. Если у вас нет какого-то вот одного из этих гранулярных условий, то все полетит в известное место. Вот, как вы видите, в целом, если мы следуем этим хорошим правилам, то пользователь радуется, когда пользует наше внутреннее облако, и оно имеет для него действительно ценность в виде, во-первых, простоты использования, решения его рабочих задач без каких-то танцев с бубном и умасливания других сотрудников. То есть мы пришли и сказали, смотрите, была внешняя система, мы ее заменили внутренней, но все так же круто. Соответственно, пользователь не лезет куда-то во внешний интернет, он не пытается вытащить куда-то дополнительные данные, он работает внутри корп-сети, ему хорошо. Это закрывает уже ценности, допустим, меня как безопасника в том плане, что данные не распространяются в какие-то неконтролируемые среды. Это закрывает также ценности, точнее, помогает закрывать потребности бизнеса в плане безопасности. Вот, и вроде бы на этом этапе уже можно, так сказать, порадоваться, победу попраздновать и сказать, что мы все сделали классно, мы молодцы. Но есть один нюанс. Мы упираемся в следующее звено цепочки ценностей, а именно контроль услуги. Вот, контроль услуги, как я уже говорил, может реализовываться по-разному, и именно сюда зачастую относят аспекты информационной безопасности и, соответственно, контроля пользователей. Вот, контроль должен осуществляться в виде максимально неощутимой штуки для пользователя. То есть пользователь вообще не должен видеть этот контроль в принципе. Соответственно, контроль не должен сводиться к некому инфернальному варианту, параноидального шизофреника, как я это называю, где пользователя сначала заставляют пользовать двухфакторный VPN, потом проваливаться на терминальную машину, потом использовать еще PAM, потом еще что-нибудь, только в конце будет вот то самое защищенное облако, с которым он может работать, и внутри которого он может делать много себе чего интересного. Вот. Короче говоря, если у вас есть такая конструкция, то внедрение внутреннего облака, оно смысла особо не имеет. Народ все равно возьмет, забьет и пойдет заниматься чем угодно, только не этим. Вот, одну секунду, пожалуйста. Вот. И получается довольно забавная вещь, что если мы, напротив, делаем весь наш контроль максимально незаметным для пользователей, соответственно, опираемся также, например, на логирование части данных, которые осуществляет Nextcloud, частями на логирование тех вещей, которые происходят на пользовательской машине, частями на некоторые неявные средства контроля, то наш контроль предоставления этой услуги, соответственно, безопасность предоставления этой услуги, они находятся вот прям 10 из 10. И, соответственно, последний элемент, который идет, это завершение пользования услуги. Как говорится, все, конечно, круто. И мы обычно сталкиваемся со следующей проблемой. Каждый пользователь всегда мечтает о том, чтобы у него везде были доступы. Это же делает его жизнь проще. Он захотел, куда надо, пошел, захотел, куда надо, пошел и все сделал. Но вот есть некоторый нюанс. Если мы следуем такой парадигме, именно оставляем такую определенную часть доступов, то их точно так же надо уметь отзывать вот тоже по щелчку. В случае, если у нас какое-то внешнее облако в виде Google Дока, и, соответственно, люди пытаются в него уйти, то отзывать доступ там – это огромная инфернальная проблема, потому что люди могут сделать, просто там, откопировать себе в личные облака тех же самых документов, и как вы будете к ним доступ отзывать. Вот. В случае с внутренним облаком это хорошо решается тем же самым доменом и прикручиванием тех же самых доменных групп. То есть, в принципе, вы можете просто взять и добавить, там, выключить пользователя, соответственно, все доступы, включая доступ во внутреннее облако, у него автоматически отзовутся. Одна маленькая точка, одно касание. Вот, и давайте еще раз подытожим, так сказать, ради чего все это затевалось. Если мы посмотрим на вот внутренние облака, и в частности вот Nextcloud плюс Collabora, и посмотрим на ценности, которые оно несет, то ценность несется сразу нескольким людям. Во-первых, это команда безопасности, поскольку теперь ваши данные находятся внутри вашей инфраструктуры, вы точно знаете, где они находятся и что с ними пользователи делают. Это несет ценность для менеджмента в виде того, что у нас действительно есть безопасность, наши данные не гуляют везде подряд. И это несет также вот в этом случае ценность для сотрудников в виде того, что вы предоставляете им эквивалентный удобный сервис, который висит где-то внутри вашей компании. При этом ему не нужно запоминать там, и использовать 100-500 разных логинов, паролей, как, например, отдельно логинить учетку, точнее, отдельно заводить учетку под гугловую, под Google Doc корпоративный, отдельно иметь свою, допустим, гугловую учетку, отдельно иметь еще доменную учетку. Нет, вы просто все сводите к тому, что есть одна доменная учетка, и она позволяет ему получать доступ везде. И получается, что ценность у нас представляется всем одновременно. Как говорится, и все счастливы. Вот, спасибо за внимание, у меня все.
Благодарю за презентацию. Евгений?
Спасибо за доклад. Я забыл включить микрофон, как обычно. Хотелось бы спросить, вот нужность Collabora с Nextcloud, идея оставить данные в предприятии, отлично. Пробовали вы использовать какие-то другие модули Nextcloud, например, Talk?
Смотрите, мы не смотрели, вот в данном нашем случае мы не смотрели на создание некого внутреннего универсального корпоративного портала, но я замечал опыт коллег, которые пытались вокруг этой инфраструктуры Nextcloud построить полноценный внутренний портал как раз с внутренними коммуникациями, так сказать, и затащить все в in-house. И я могу сказать, что в целом мы планировали когда-нибудь к этому дойти, но прямо сейчас пока еще нет.
Окей. С точки зрения интеграции на проверку как бы документов, на, скажем так, на классификацию документов в соответствии с уровнями доступа или что-нибудь такое не делали?
Я не могу сказать пока что про свою компанию, поскольку NDA и все, что с этим связано. Но я видел у ряда коллег, которые пытались этим заниматься. У кого-то это было успешно, у кого-то было не очень успешно. Но количество тех коллег, у которых все прошло успешно, превалировало. Ровно потому, что люди тоже придерживались ценностного подхода и смотрели на все это с точки зрения, как нам закрыть боли наибольшего количества людей неким одним инструментом.
Насколько вот вы пользовались комьюнити of open source, да? То есть насколько возникает, если какой-то вопрос по Nextcloud, по Collabora, вы используете комьюнити или вы пытаетесь решить сами в deep dive in source?
Ну, смотрите, если использовать просто чисто open-source вариант, я, наверное, буду с вами полностью откровенен. Если вот сугубо опираться только на open-source вариант, он не закрывает всех проблем. Вот, он может закрывать проблемы некоторые кусочно, но к тому моменту, когда вы переваливаете определенный масштаб того, на какой объем людей вы хотите этот масштабировать, ну, например, вот Collabora, то выясняется, что есть, во-первых, определенное ограничение по количеству людей, которые могут одновременно те или иные документы редактировать, все, что с этим связано. Это делает невозможным масштабирование некоторых процессов в принципе. Поэтому мы больше смотрим на то, что, сказать, оно, конечно, open source, но есть некоторые доработки. И плюс есть некоторый уровень поддержки, который мы не против покупать.
Ну, поддерживаем коммерческий open source, это у нас сейчас ивент, да, мы, соответственно, как бы понимаем, что когда у тебя есть, как сказал Марк, person где-то, то есть там человек где-то, который ты можешь спросить, всегда лучше, чем как бы тебя и один код.
Я, наверное, даже немножко добавлю этот момент. Open source, и в частности такое вот разделение на open source и, назовем это, коммерчески поддерживаемый open source, оно достаточно важно по одной простой причине. Просто open source дает возможность опробовать некоторые процессы и построить некое MVP процесса внутри компании, чтобы понять, вообще подойдет оно или нет. Допустим, если сравнивать с каким-то пилотным проектом коммерческих решений, то, как показывает также мой опыт, пресейлы тщательно пытаются продать решение как можно сильнее, и из-за этого происходят разные некорректные моменты, когда вы за месяц не можете нормально оценить, а вот зайдет нам вообще это решение, будет ли оно нормально работать у нас или нет. В случае с open source это все отваливается, потому что есть некое неограниченное количество времени, когда вы используете комьюнити-версию. Вы моделируете на ней процесс, тщательно его обкатываете, смотрите, какие форки этого процесса могут быть в принципе, и через какое-то время просто сами приходите к такому осознанию, что да, действительно, нам нужно расширять это дело дальше.
Окей. Спасибо за презентацию, за мнение, за опыт, скажем, использования и за тем, что поделились. У нас следующий доклад будет на тему, чем платить за open source. Соответственно, Андрей расскажет, где же мы будем и чем платить.
Всем привет. Собственно говоря, да, я Андрей Квапел, и мой доклад сегодняшний про то, чем придется платить за open source. Пару слов о компании, где я работаю. Мы являемся крупнейшим чешским хостингом. Предоставляем услуги хостинга, то есть мы хостим сотни тысяч сайтов, тысячи виртуалок, тысячи физических серверов. У нас 2 собственных дата-центра, 3-й сейчас на подходе, и мы активно используем в нашей инфраструктуре open source. Используем такие проекты, как базовые там Ubuntu, CentOS, Apache, Postfix, DevCode, так и используем более высокоуровневые проекты, такие как Kubernetes, OpenNebula, Linstore и Nextcloud. Собственно говоря, мы всю свою инфраструктуру построили на open source, и сейчас я хочу рассказать об аспектах использования open source, когда вы достаточно крупная компания. У нас на самом деле достаточно много собственных разработок. Например, наш новый дата-центр полностью построен с технологией масляного охлаждения. Все сервера работают буквально в масле. То есть вот так вот лежат в водичке, в ваннах и охлаждаются с помощью масла. Вот. Но на самом деле сегодняшний мой доклад не об этом. Он скорее про open source и про разницу open source, свободного ПО и проприетарного. Ну, вообще, что происходит, когда вы принимаете какое-то решение, когда вы хотите купить какой-то проприетарный продукт? Вы ожидаете, что он будет просто работать. Дело в том, что это не всегда так происходит. Чаще происходит... На самом деле баги есть и там, есть и в проприетарном ПО, и в свободном. Дело в том, что если вы находите какой-то баг в проприетарном ПО, единственная возможность, как вы его можете решить, это написать вендору. То есть вы будете ждать, пока вендор его там как-то запроцессит, как-то решит. Вот. И порой это бывает, растягивается на очень длительный срок. В случае, если у вас open source, даже у нас такие были кейсы, когда open source предоставляется каким-то, проект предоставляется вендором, вендор даже говорил, что, вот, например, проблема не на нашей стороне, а вот в Ubuntu, который вы используете. Мы открыли исходники, посмотрели, нашли эту проблему и указали вендору на это. То есть вот такие вот преимущества бывают. Ну, а также стоит обратить внимание на стоимость. Обычно имеет смысл, если вы планируете очень сильно расширяться, понятное дело, что, там, допустим, если у вас там есть 1000 нод физических, и вы хотите использовать какую-то систему виртуализации, то будет намного дешевле использовать свободный КВМ вместо того, чтобы использовать VMware. Ну, как бы просто потому, что это дешевле, с open source гораздо проще скейлиться. Ну и также про Black Box я сказал, что мы не знаем, как оно работает внутри. Иногда бывает, что мы не хотим знать. То есть у нас есть небольшой сетап, мы хотим как-то его установить, наш софт, и его использовать, как бы просто его не трогать. Как бы в этом смысле особой разницы нет, хотите вы использовать open source или нет. Но когда вы хотите копнуть чуть глубже, посмотреть, что именно там происходит, и в случае чего найти какую-то проблему, в этом случае лучше использовать open source. Ну и также вполне известная тема, что вендоры не хотят терять своих клиентов, и они делают все ради того, чтобы вы остались их клиентами. То есть в случае, если вы используете open source, обычно весь open source собирается такими кирпичиками из разных проектов. Вот, и вы можете просто заменять одни кирпичики другими, когда как вендорное решение обычно более такое целостное, и вы не можете просто взять и легко смигрировать с одно на другое. Вот. Ну и вообще основной ключевой фактор свободного программного обеспечения – это идеология. То есть компании, которые разрабатывают свободное программное обеспечение, они построили свой бизнес на том, чтобы быть более открытыми к комьюнити. Ну и, разумеется, они также нацелены на получение прибыли, и поэтому просто имеют другую модель монетизации. Поэтому свободное, да, free software, то есть вот это вот free из английского, которое к нам пришло, оно означает не свободное, оно означает не бесплатное, а именно свободное. То есть есть куча кейсов, как вы можете продавать свободное программное обеспечение и получать с этого деньги. То есть основной посыл здесь в том, что вы становитесь более открытыми комьюнити, у вас, разумеется, открытый код, который может посмотреть там тысячи глаз, и в случае, если найдется какая-то проблема безопасности, наиболее вероятно, что она будет замечена в открытом проекте, нежели чем в закрытом. Ну и еще один немаловажный момент, что рано или поздно свободные технологии становятся стандартами, потому что многие компании начинают использовать те же технологии, они договариваются между собой, решают какие-то насущные проблемы, и образуется некоторое такое комьюнити. Потом это комьюнити выдвигает свои стандарты и договаривается, что вот мы будем использовать это вот таким вот образом. Ну, про методы монетизации, вообще про модель существования свободного ПО хотелось бы рассказать чуть-чуть поподробнее, потому что часто возникает вопрос, как вообще люди, которые разрабатывают какой-нибудь там бесплатный Linux, на чем они имеют деньги. Ну, собственно говоря, основная статья дохода – это платная поддержка. Многим компаниям нужно иметь некую возможность обратиться к вендору, чтобы их проблемы всегда были решены там за определенное количество времени. Вот. Но тоже в том же ключе происходит, компании часто продают коробочные продукты, то есть несмотря на то, что у них есть свободный код, который они выкладывают в открытый доступ, и кто угодно может взять и скомпилировать. К примеру, возьмем какой-нибудь Red Hat Linux, да, который продает свой Red Hat Linux. Он также вместе с этим Red Hat Linux выкладывает исходные коды таким образом, что эти исходные коды можно перекомпилировать, поменять там Red Hat на CentOS, я имею в виду трейдмарк, и как бы предоставлять бесплатно или использовать уже для своих собственных целей. В этом случае Red Hat делает очень хитрую штуку. Они предоставляют платный саппорт, но они предоставляют платный саппорт только для своего конкретного Red Hat Linux. Поэтому если вы захотите купить платный саппорт от Red Hat для какого-нибудь CentOS, у вас не получится этого сделать. Вам придется купить и коробку, и саппорт отдельно. Вот. Ну и также многие вендоры предоставляют просто расширенный функционал за отдельную плату. То есть порой, когда вы начинаете использовать свободный проект, у вас есть возможность ознакомиться с ним, вдоволь с ним поиграться. Вот. Но рано или поздно вы начинаете расти, и вам бывает нужен какой-нибудь более расширенный функционал. Тот же самый DRBD, например, в платной версии предоставляет RDMA, поддержку RDMA. GitLab в своей полной версии, расширенной версии предоставляет возможность там менеджерские всякие примочки. Ну, в общем-то, как-то так. Ну, а также есть альтернативный метод существования программного свободного ПО, именно это свободная разработка. Прошу прощения, совместная разработка. То есть есть большое количество проектов, среди них самые популярные, такие как Linux, FreeBSD, Kubernetes. Они все существуют не за счет того, что кто-то непосредственно продает готовый продукт, хотя это уже вторичное. А они существуют именно за счет того, что они представляют собой некоторые ядро, в которые вливаются разные другие компании и совместно с ними разрабатывают. То есть это уже своего рода становится таким стандартом, тот же Linux, тот же Kubernetes, они становятся стандартом, который неким ядром, который используется уже в других проектах. Например, FreeBSD используется в macOS и в PlayStation. Kubernetes используется в OpenShift и еще нескольких других дистрибутивов, которые предоставляются уже за деньги. Ну и говоря про open source, хочется сказать, что почти всегда у всех продуктов есть два варианта использования. Это Community Edition и Enterprise Edition. Community Edition, понятное дело, предоставляется нам бесплатно, но вам сразу же стоит понимать, что вам никто ничем не обязан. То есть у вас есть некое комьюнити, как правило, оно бывает большое или не очень, но тем не менее оно есть. В комьюнити также участвуют и разработчики проектов, поэтому у вас есть такая вот связь с разработчиками, есть связь с другими пользователями, и вы можете, в случае чего, какие-то вопросы там обсуждать. Можете репортить баги и, какие-то такие вопросы решать. Вот. Но, тем не менее, если вам что-то нужно срочно поправить, вам никто ничего не обязан. Вот, стоит это понимать. Ну, а Community Edition, как правило, легко можно обновить до Enterprise Edition. И также есть очень хитрый момент, что в отличие от проприетарного ПО, где вы обязаны покупать лицензии для всех инстансов, где вы используете там. Например, допустим, если у вас есть 3 окружения там, Development, Staging и Production. То есть вы можете там на Development использовать вполне Community Edition, а для Staging и Prod Enterprise. Чтобы уже было как-то... не на все покупать лицензию, так сказать. Но, тем не менее, даже Enterprise Edition свободного софта, как правило, стоит несколько дешевле. Бывает столько же, чем многие другой альтернативный проприетарный софт. Но при этом вы получаете стабильные версии, вы получаете поддержку, и, в общем-то, все то же самое, что вам дает проприетарное ПО, но при этом не завязывайтесь на black box, на vendor locking. Собственно говоря, здесь я вижу одни только бенефиты. На что стоит обратить при выборе какого-либо open-source проекта? На самом деле вопрос неоднозначный, потому что иногда бывают проблемы, что вы решитесь использовать ту или иную свободную технологию, но она бывает себя не совсем, сказать, оправдывает, что ли. Это решение бывает не всегда оправданным. В первую очередь стоит обратить внимание на то, какая у проекта репутация и какая у него поддержка извне. К примеру, если мы рассматриваем вариант использования Kubernetes, его поддерживает достаточно много крупных компаний, такие как Google, Amazon, Microsoft, и, собственно говоря, все-все-все. Здесь мы можем сделать смело вывод, что этот проект у нас в скором времени не загнется, и, соответственно, его можно использовать. Также стоит обратить внимание на популярность проекта, на модель разработки и, безусловно, на лицензию. Потому что если вы хотите использовать проект, допустим, вы делаете какой-то сервис и хотите его предоставлять вашим пользователям, свободная лицензия, она может быть на самом деле не такая уж и свободная, потому что она обязывает вас порой публиковать изменения кода, которые вы внесли в ваш же продукт. То есть вы взяли вот какой-то Nextcloud, например, его изменили, и в этом случае вы обязаны будете опубликовать свои изменения публично. Но на самом деле, я позже расскажу, почему это имеет смысл сделать. Еще и отправить эти изменения в апстрим. Но на данный момент мы смотрим аспекты, на которые нужно обратить при выборе свободного программного обеспечения. Вот. Также стоит обратить внимание, как быстро добавляются или изменяются какие-то баги. То есть можно просто на GitHub зайти, посмотреть issues, когда был последний коммит, посмотреть, ну вот там пользователи пишут, там, вот у меня там такая-то проблема, как разработчики на это реагируют, как комьюнити на это реагирует, потому что пользователи тоже могут присылать патчи. Если пользователи часто присылают патчи, это значит хороший проект, и в случае даже если его авторы откажутся его разрабатывать дальше, его подхватит комьюнити, будет форк, и вы также сможете его использовать. В общем-то, вот. Пару моментов, которые вам стоит обратить внимание в случае, если вы захотите использовать свободное программное обеспечение у вас в бизнесе. Во-первых, нужно решить, как вы хотите это делать. Если вы хотите получить готовый проект, или если вы хотите, использовать его как коробочное решение, в этом случае вам, скорее всего, будет выгоднее купить просто Enterprise-версию и использовать его как есть. Либо вы хотите участвовать в жизни проекта, может быть, участвовать в разработке, и это всегда на самом деле очень прикольно, потому что в ваших же интересах быть частью жизни этого проекта, быть частью комьюнити, потому что чем больше людей используют проект, тем больше, соответственно, багов фиксится. Ну и, соответственно, чем больше багов вы зарепортите вендору, тем быстрее они пофиксятся. Поэтому не забывайте репортить баги, а если вы хотите участвовать в разработке, то почему бы и не присылать своих pull-реквестов. Вот. Ну и по этой же причине, как правило, при использовании свободного ПО вам понадобятся более сильные специалисты, нежели чем те, которые просто тыкают на кнопочки. Здесь хочется сказать, что есть нынче такой тренд SRE-инженеры, Site Reliability Engineers. В вашем случае это лучший выбор. Почему? Потому что SRE-инженер — это такой человек, который может не только развернуть ПО для эксплуатации, а также умеет немножечко в код. То есть в случае, если какая-то проблема возникнет, он всегда может копнуть чуть-чуть глубже, посмотреть в код, разобраться, в чем там проблема. Если проблема не там, посмотреть там в каких-то либах. Ну, в общем-то, человек, который может немножко в кодинг и разбирается в том, что делает. Разумеется, лицензии. Обязательно нужно соблюдать условия лицензии. Если в лицензии сказано, что вы не можете использовать трейдмарк для предоставления своего продукта, то есть тот же самый Nextcloud или OpenNebula имеют лицензию Apache, прошу прощения, OpenNebula использует лицензию Apache, вы не можете продавать OpenNebula и называть ее OpenNebula. То есть в вашем случае сервис должен называться как-то по-другому, и вам придется заменить все трейдмарки. Также про публикацию изменений. В ваших же интересах передавать все изменения в вашем ПО в апстрим проект, потому что вы не захотите это поддерживать самостоятельно. Давайте объясню. Если вы взяли какой-то свободный проект, внесли в него изменения, через месяц выходит обновление, вам нужно эти изменения опять применить уже на этот апдейт. То есть в ваших же интересах отдать это в апстрим, чтобы не поддерживать, уже не тратить силы со своей стороны. Вот. Ну и работа комьюнити, про это я уже сказал не раз, не стоит недооценивать силу комьюнити, потому что комьюнити — это очень важно. В комьюнити вам всегда могут помочь, и в то же время вы можете очень неплохо... Вы можете помогать другим и тем самым сделать себе очень хорошую репутацию. То есть свободное ПО образует такое некоторое комьюнити, в котором вы можете извлечь выгоду и для вас. Вот. На этом у меня все. Хочется сказать, что свободное ПО — это сила. Давайте быть вместе. Спасибо за внимание. Вот, готов ответить на ваши вопросы.
Спасибо за интересный доклад. Действительно, совсем полностью согласен. И да, действительно, и участие, использование open-source проектов, коммиты в open-source проекты всегда являются неким таким вашим резюме, да, то есть или как бы скилл-сетом, скиллсетом, да, который, собственно, представляет инвестиции в самого себя. У меня есть ряд вопросов к вам. Соответственно, есть ли у вас опыт влияния на развитие открытого ПО? Не только прямой доступ к коду для исправления багов, а самостоятельное расширение функционала нужно вам направлении или влияние на направление разработки?
Да, мы постоянно, как я сказал, мы используем ПО такое как Linstore и OpenNebula и постоянно влияем на разработку, в том числе имея активную деятельность в комьюнити. То есть тот же самый Linstore, многие идеи были предложены лично мной, там, например, добавить экспортер, Prometheus экспортер. Когда я создал issue, ребята сказали, что типа да, у нас тоже есть некоторые реквесты со стороны, и мы хотим это реализовать. Также разные идеи, ну, то есть как бы сам экспортер не был написан мной лично, его реализовали ребята из Linstore, из Linbit. Вот, но мы как бы предложили идею, и мы с ними достаточно плотно работаем, часто репортим какие-то баги, обсуждаем проблемы и решаем пути, как эти проблемы можно решить. При этом мы им ничего не платим, потому что мы используем чисто комьюнити-версию. И, ну, на мой взгляд, как бы здесь такое вот идет отдача именно как раз сильной работой с комьюнити. Ну и то же самое с OpenNebula.
У вас всегда есть два варианта, да, то есть разобраться самому детально до кода и получить собственный experience, либо как бы получить professional support, соответственно, с полным legislation. Но в любом случае это должно делаться открыто, с комьюнити, с полностью объяснением.
Ну да, по сути,
что, чего, зачем делать.
Придется вам платить либо своими деньгами, либо своим временем, да. Но тем не менее, как минимум здесь у вас есть выбор.
Следующий вопрос из чатика. В случае с вендорским ПО есть SLA на устранение. В OpenSource такого нет. Получается, наоборот, неопределенность по времени для решения проблемы.
Это не так. Если вам нужен SLA, покупаете саппорт, там весь SLA прописан, и почти у всех вендоров он имеется. То есть если вам нужен SLA, покупаете платный саппорт, он там есть.
Ну и кроме того, у вас всегда есть вариант сделать свой, скажем так, имплементацию воркараунда, либо чего-то еще, что не существует для closed-source софта.
Ну, кстати, да. То есть в случае чего вы всегда можете залезть в код, что-то быстренько поправить, и вы от этого, собственно
говоря... даже не очень эффективно, но сами и быстро.
Да, ну, как бы решить на данный момент.
Следующий вопрос. Как вы обосновываете для руководства трату времени инженеров на участие в разработке?
Как вы обосновываете для руководства трату времени инженеров? Ну, инженеры, получается, у вас более... видите ли, у вас, получается, более сильные инженеры, и в этом случае выигрывают не только они, а также и вы, потому что они смогут решить некоторые проблемы более умным путем. То есть они смогут поспособствовать тому, чтобы... Я, наверное, лучше пример приведу. Вот если вы используете там ту же систему виртуализации, они не будут просто тупо использовать какой-нибудь там VMware, где вам нужно использовать... Так, я немножко запутался. Короче, если вы разрабатываете свой собственный продукт, они позволят это сделать более умным способом, более гибким. Именно то, что нужно бизнесу, они позволят реализовать. В отличие от того, что если вы используете проприетарный продукт, который совершенно не гибкий и не позволит вам этого сделать.
Ну, резюмируя, можно сказать, что не факт, что время инженеров, потраченное на решение проблемы с закрытым софтом, будет меньше, чем разработка внутренними инженерами поддерживаемой open source.
Ну, я бы сказал, мой посыл немножко в другом был, в том, что у вас более гибкая система получается, и вы быстрее закрываете нужды бизнеса.
Вы находитесь за рулем.
Да, да. То есть вы больше рулите, да, а не используете готовый проект.
У нас есть фоллоуап на вопрос по SLA. В саппорте open source SLA на время ответа, а не фикс.
Абсолютно разные бывают. Вы, как бы, когда выбираете open source проект, посмотрите, вообще, ну, те же ребята из Linbit, я знаю, они предоставляют не только на ответ, но в том числе и на решение. Тот же Red Hat, например. Они предоставляют абсолютно аналогичную энтерпрайзному софту, проприетарному софту поддержку. И народ покупает это и использует. Вопрос только цены, как бы, и сколько вы готовы за это платить.
Продолжение. Есть ли оценки, когда открытое ППО перейдет из plug and pray в plug and play?
Я слышал эту дискуссию раньше, но я, честно говоря, не очень активно слышал ее. Можно уточнить вопрос?
Ну, тут шутка как бы больше, наверное, будет. Что как бы
но
на
open source
текущий момент люди говорят, что plug and pray, да, то есть включи и молись, что оно не выведет из строя, да, то есть вот plug and play как бы подразумевает, что у тебя есть какая-то гарантия, что уже все оттестировали, все работает.
Я бы сказал, что у вас всегда есть два варианта. Вы можете купить open-source проект и его использовать точно так же, как и проприетарный. И ну, не переживать за то, что у вас что-то там не работает. Потому что стабильные версии, как правило, они, ну, как бы саппортятся, они стабильные, они на то и стабильные, да. Вопрос в том, если вы берете какой-нибудь Community Edition проект и хотите, чтобы оно нормально работало, ну, так я не скажу, что так не бывает, как бы есть много проектов, которые работают отлично из коробки. Могу даже пример назвать, тот же самый Proxmox, например, отличная штука, которая работает из коробки даже в Community Edition. Вот, но, опять же, ни на что не рассчитывайте, потому что никто вам не обязан.
Ну, никто вам не мешает сделать собственную среду тестирования.
Ну, разумеется, да. Либо вы участвуете активно в разработке и уже считаетесь частью этого проекта, и это уже ваша ответственность за вот этот вот код, который вы используете.
Спасибо, Андрей. Спасибо за интересный доклад, за объяснение, где можно заработать на open source. Наверное, мы все как бы знаем, где как заработать и как это нужно делать. И, в принципе, действительно, главное, неважно, как ты делаешь свое дело, главное понимать, что. Ну и гарантировать результат.
Спасибо за возможность выступить. Спасибо всем, кто меня слушал. Пока.
Пока всем. У нас, в принципе, на стейдже перерыв, насколько я осведомлен, до 15:30, где у нас будет уже демо-сессии. Соответственно, в демо-сессиях у нас будет два потока. Одна из них Canonical, Nextcloud, Collabora. И второй это OpenNebula и Linbit. Приходите на демо-сессии. На демо-сессиях мы детально рассмотрим и продемонстрируем, как что выглядит, как можно быстро все это дело поставить, что это все в принципе работает из коробки и, соответственно, как бы не требует дополнительных сильных изменений или там работы над продуктом после установки. Спасибо всем. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Мы продолжаем стрим. Эта часть будет на английском, поэтому я перехожу на английский. So, let's continue. We have got a session with a demo. We will be showing in a row Canonical, Nextcloud, Collabora, OpenNebula, Linbit solution. So first speaker and the demo session will be represented by Evgeny, and he will be explaining how too easy or how efficient Canonical can be for the desktop.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, I didn't expect it to be in English, to be honest, but yeah, sure, I can do
No, you can do it in any language you want, but all the continuation will be in English.
Sure.
Anyway.
Yes, and
I have
okay.
translation to the Russian.
Yep. Okay, perfect. So yes, I can do that in English, though my initial presentation is actually in Russian, so hopefully nobody will get confused anyway. All right, so let me share my screen real quick. I have just a few slides to get started, and hopefully you can see it now. Yep, you should be able to see that now,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So basically what I'm going to talk about today in this hopefully short presentation is about just an operating system that we do for the desktop today, because as probably you do, well, some people know that we present the variation of the operating system in for the server and for the data center, basically, and the variation of the operating system for the desktops. So today this is about the desktop and some technologies that we maintain on the desktops, well, hopefully it can be interesting for some of our attendees today. So basically, Ubuntu, comparing to all other operating systems which are open source on the market today, and the closed source operating systems, is completely free, and nobody has to pay for internal use. If you want to download, try it out, if you want to deploy it in the data center, if you want to deploy it in the office or anything, you don't have to pay anything. You can only optionally purchase the commercial support, and there's only one basically combination of the kernel, set of the packages, and everything what we maintain and release as Canonical. You can use it for as you want, and pretty much only ask us if you need that. And if you want to, in addition to that, use some of the bits that are allowing you to, for example, keep using the operating system and keep it maintained for the extended period of time, you can get the commercial support. You can get the commercial support if you just need a phone support or ticketing support and so forth. So basically, it's free. I'll probably skip the one. And in here, I just summarize of what we do in order to make the operating system more robust, more convenient, and more stable, if you want. So we will partner with the major manufacturers of the hardware, such as HP, Lenovo, Dell, and others who are producing the desktops, who are producing the servers, and so forth. So we basically enable all the devices. We test all the devices of each of the desktop, each server, that we are trying to guarantee that our operating system works on top of those. So we also work with the manufacturers of the main silicon, such as Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, and we're also trying to make sure that our operating system and our combination and compositions are working on top of those technologies as well. So probably there's lots of people who know that Ubuntu is the reference operating system for many of the platform technologies, such as Kubeflow, such as TensorFlow, for the developers, for those who are dealing with AI and machine learning today, and so forth. So, and in order to show how actually easy it is to do to deal with this, and what are some of the technologies that are available on top of this, we'll go through this short list of demos that I've pre-recorded for today's presentation, basically. I talked a little bit about the desktop and the server installation. So, just quickly go through this once again. The main difference between those is that the desktop contains the UI and the server doesn't contain the UI. Basically, that's pretty much it. And in order to turn the server installation into desktop, it's as easy as to install the addition of the GUI, and boom, you can turn the server installation into desktop as well. But we obviously release installation and so forth. So from the perspective of the ease of the installation, we can have a look at what I've pre-recorded, and let me see. Yes, so hopefully it won't be too boring. And I was trying to remove all the pieces that are when the screen's basically not moving. So I'm inserting the ISO into the virtual CD-ROM. So this in particular is the virtual machine, and I can maybe even make it a little bit faster if you want. But in general, it is pretty much the same as installation of any other operating system. We can choose the language, and Ubuntu is fully localized, so we can use it here. So all the reminder of the installation and actually the main UI is going to be all in Russian, so which I think is pretty convenient for the audience that we're currently talking with today. We can choose what kind of the installation we can have. We can define the layout of the partitions of the disk. So there was something on this particular device, so I'm just removing everything from here. And so, yes, I definitely want to destroy this. Use the time zone that I'm at. Enter the actual user and the machine name. So what we have interesting, let me pause here, is that in the latest release of Ubuntu, which is 21.10, which we've just got released last month, we can enable the integration with Active Directory. So basically the laptops which are Ubuntu based can be using the authentication from the Microsoft Active Directory, which we definitely understand is it was a big ask for all times, and now it's available even at the installation stage. I'm not using this here because I don't have AD at home. And basically that's it. So this is just going through the unpackaging all the sources. It's updating to the latest packages from the repositories. It's the whole installation is taking about maybe 20 minutes, I guess, depending on how powerful is the machine. And once that's done, it just reboots and allows to load directly into the operating system. And let's give it a little bit of time. So let's see if I can scroll forward a little bit. And while looking at this, for those who are not familiar with the release cadence, Ubuntu is being released every 6 months, and every 2 years we have what we call long-term supported release that we recommend to use as the stable release that is supported for the next 5 years. And each following release is using the latest available kernel that guarantees that you can use the latest hardware and all the latest technologies basically are integrated into this. So we can basically log in and do some initial preparation of the operating system for the install. If you need to connect it to some of the corporate accounts right here, and as you see, we can we offer you to join it to the Google account, to join to the Microsoft account or Nextcloud account, or to use our native authentication with the Ubuntu One login. So what it'll also do, and what we'll talk next, is about the package formatting, what we call snaps, and that is also allowed to or offered during the initial stage right after the installation of the operating system. So as many of you probably know that Linux for many years, independently from which release it is, it's offering the packages in two main formats, debs and RPMs. And Ubuntu traditionally was presenting all the software as the inheritance from Debian in the deb format. But a few years ago, Canonical offered a new version of the packaging, which is called snaps, and that's basically nothing else but the package that contains everything that's needed for each operating system. I typically compare it to what you can have as the full flow. Basically, I can compare it to what happens on the mobile phones, such as Android or iPhone. When you go to the store, you just pick the application and it goes directly to your machine. So snap format is allowing you to something similar, and basically Canonical maintains the store of the applications where developers can upload their applications, which are packaged in the snap format, and they can go to be downloaded into the machine and unpackaged, no dependencies, nothing's required, and the software can be upgraded and it can be rolled back to the previous versions if needed. It can be deployed from any what we call channel, whether it's in the beta version or it's in a stable version, depending on how the developers is maintaining this. So, and this is basically the snapshot of the store, as you can see, and we can, well, here I'm just showing the convenience of use of the desktop and changing the resolution right from the desktop. It was not available before. So in the here, what we'll see is just the ease of use of the snap format. And originally, I'm trying to just simply deploy something that's typically used in the most of the desktops today, such as the Zoom application. And again, it's nothing else but just to load the store. The original load is taking a little bit of time, and there is a search. There are different topics that the applications are basically living in. And here, for example, we can get Zoom along the list of the other apps that are somewhat from the same theme, maybe. And here we go. So you would try to maintain the store application as well as the store itself as something similar to the rest of the manufacturers are doing. And the only difference is probably any developer can maintain their own channels, how they release their applications. They all control what to do with this apps, when to upgrade it, and so forth. So, and we can take a look at that a little bit later. So here's the different channels that are available for this particular application, and depending on how the maintainer of the app is doing this, that's all still presented to the user from the different versions of the software. So here we go. We've just got it deployed. It's taking a little bit of time for unpackage. And we got it available along the list of the default applications that's coming together with the operating system. So here we go. Now, from the perspective of getting to the store and seeing what it is and getting some documentation about the store, how to create the snaps and so forth, we can take a look from the browser and see what does the store website actually allows us to do, allows us to browse as well. And if the Ubuntu is not installed, for example, that still can be available, and we can take a look at that. So the website name is snapcraft.io. It's actually coming from the original tool that is allowing to package any software that's just been developed from the code's perspective. Sorry, that was a typo. It allows to package the applications in a snap format independently from what kind of the development language it's using. And here again, we have it as a catalog of the applications originally, and there's thousands and thousands of the applications that our users are uploading and allowing the community and well, just the consumer to use it and see what they are, their reviews and so forth. And there's a plenty of docs in there that are showing how to install first, then how to publish, how to create the snap, and what the extensions are, how to build it, and how to maintain it further. So plenty of the docs, we're trying to keep it as up to date as possible. So to basically make it easy for the developers to create that. So, and here's the developer's account there, where I can see and maintain a list of my own snaps, and also to get some additional information about actually what languages I can use, and how to basically go through the full step by step through the snaps development, essentially. Just log in here real quick, and here we go. So I ideally have to have some of the snaps published over here, but I don't. And here's just I want to walk through the list of the available documentation that is showing how to take the code and how to compact it into the snaps. Now, the other thing that I was going to outline over here is that for many people, Kubernetes becomes the platform of choice today for actually making the documentation, or making the applications, and just various software. And we definitely understand it. So that's why Canonical came up with the idea of creating something that simplifies the use of Kubernetes and the installation of the Kubernetes onto the desktops, onto the I don't know, the laptops, just the office machines, or anything that runs Ubuntu, and it's even beyond Ubuntu. But anyway, so what Canonical came up with is called microK8s, and microK8s is a snap version of Kubernetes that can run on a single machine or a multiple machines if needed, because they can be joined in a cluster, and with just maybe one action that we can see over here, the developer or the user can get Kubernetes basically running on their own machine. So here the installation can be done directly from the store website. It forwards the installation to the store application, or it can be done from the CLI. Then eventually it needs to be done from the command line, because it's a platform tool, and the platform tool ideally should be used from the command line, though there is a dashboard that we can see later. So here we go. It is as simple as the installation of any other desktop app. And again, as previously mentioned, it can be chosen which channel needs to be used when installing the latest version of Kubernetes 1.22, which is the stable one, and 3 previous versions are still being maintained. So here we're switching to the CLI, and I'll be showing what we can get right away after the installation, and what else is available from this small and simple deployment of the Kubernetes on the personal machine. Just a few tweaks that needs to be done from the user's perspective when it's deployed. And just add it to activate the group. And here we go with microK8s application itself. So when it's running as the snap, it is running in the confined mode. Everything that it needs to have is apparently running. So we maintain a number of the add-ons, and you can see how rich is this this subset of the add-ons that can be added as simple as microK8s.enable, and any of these items can be enabled, whether it's a load balancer, whether it's the registry, whether it's the storage that provides the persistent volumes, and so forth. So one of those, we can enable the dashboard basically to get the access to the graphic UI of the dashboard of the Kubernetes, and we can demonstrate that it's actually running right away in the browser. So all the add-ons are just a combination of the scripts that are enabling some of the some of the options. Inside Kubernetes is deploying the additional tooling on top of it. And from the CLI perspective, we can get the address that it's running on because it's not exposed. And here we go. We can go and log into the dashboard right away. Sometimes it's taking a little bit of time for activating and running all the necessary containers on top of this. So just a few seconds and we got that. So the token is available by default for the admin user, and we can use that and get the dashboard running. Here we go. So we've got our small Kubernetes over here in just a few steps because of the power snaps. Now, the other aspect I was going to show is something from the perspective of using Ubuntu as the let's say in the enterprise, and if you want to maintain it at the scale, and it should have a centralized let's call it a console of how you can manipulate with the packages, how we can manipulate with the upgrades, how we can perform some kind of the monitoring and so forth. So Canonical maintains a tool called Landscape, and the Landscape is exactly what I've just described. It's the centralized panel of controlling the state of the operating systems across the enterprise, and that allows to see which systems are outdated, which systems are updated, and what's available for them to get updated. And also perform some actions on the machines. That's also available. So the machines can be grouped into different subsets, whether it's some servers, whether it's the desktops, whether it's different departments of the enterprise, and so forth. So it requires the agent to be installed into the Landscape on the client side, and the centralized instance of the Landscape running on somewhere as the corporate tool, basically. So what we need is the registration key that is going to be used here by the client, and we just need to install the Landscape client that's available right from the repository. So get it installed, and I think I'm still have 8 minutes, which is great. Because I think this is really important, as not only we offer Ubuntu to be used as at-home installation or as a single installation anywhere at the enterprise, but also as it must have enough features basically to get it used as the corporate OS. And basically, first thing that needs to be done is that it needs to be controlled from the central point. So that's what the Landscape is helping with. It keeps the OS, the operating systems up to date across the enterprise, and it allows to maintain the updates as you go. So here we go. We should have the registered computer that while we're speaking, it registered itself on the Landscape. So we can see that it will eventually translate its hardware in a few seconds, and it will also collect the subset of the packages that are installed in the operating system and display them here. So you can see that in a few seconds it reported back its hardware, it reported its addresses and all the information that's needed for the administrator to make sure that it's that particular machine that they're dealing with. So there's a user subset that are deployed on this machine. We can see the list of processes that are running, and also, let's give it a couple of more seconds. It will also collect the number of packages right here, and it will show what is available right away from the upgrades perspective, and it will notify the machine that it needs to perform the upgrade. So this is in a very short time frame what the functionality of the Landscape is. There is way more functionalities available right away, so you can take a look at that if you're interested in that. So, and to complete with this, I was gonna probably I will not be able to show the WSL, unfortunately, and I'll just quickly speak through this. So basically, WSL is a subsystem of Windows subsystem for Linux, and we work with Microsoft, surprisingly, to enable the Ubuntu to run as one of the Linux distros on Windows natively. And I had another quick demo for actually demonstrating how easy it is to install Linux on Windows. I'm not going to show it right now because it seems to be right out of time for the next presenter. But it's a very interesting tool. You can take a look at if you're using Microsoft Windows today. You can just go to the store of the application on Windows and install Ubuntu, and it will be available in about 3 to 4 minutes, just there. Now, what I was going to complete with is what the I'll try to transfer it to the next presenter. That is going to be talking about the Nextcloud, and the Nextcloud is the great suite for running some sort of the Office applications on with Linux, and this is a Nextcloud server, and the Nextcloud server installation is again it's packaged by the Nextcloud as a snap, and the server install. Typically, the installation procedure is a little bit complicated because it requires some databases to be installed. It requires some additional components to be installed as well. So here, if you want to just install it as pretty much in one shot, you can again go to the store once you have Ubuntu deployed. You can take it, download it, as pretty much all we saw before. And it's basically just as simple as waiting until it gets downloaded and set up the initial configuration. So once it's installed, it's immediately available at the address of this machine. We can complete the setup with original user and password. And it immediately allows us to choose which kind of the applications within the suite we want to install right away. So these are recommended applications and that are being deployed with the original installation, and they are available for setup later. So let's give it a couple of seconds, and we're right at the end of the presentation. Perfect. And here we go. I just wanted to get to the final screen of Nextcloud right here. And here we go. It's just completed the installation of the Nextcloud server. And here we go. That's the original console of Nextcloud server, which our next presenter will be going through.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. So let me stop here. Unfortunately, we're right on time, and I probably don't have enough time for getting questions. But hopefully, if there's any follow-up that's needed, I'm more than happy to follow up later.
Yes, and we have a chat. So
Perfect.
Please feel free to answer questions in chat on the Canonical booth or any other places. So thank you, Andrei, for the good presentation and good demonstration how to install, how easy to install Canonical Ubuntu desktop, and installation of the itself Nextcloud via Snap. Will be updated automatically, but all about that, all about the Canonical, all about the Nextcloud, it will be presented by our next demo, who will be powered by Jos. Jos, the stage is yours.
All right. Yeah, we already just saw how
quick and easy. You can install Nextcloud. Of course, to set up a big scalable Nextcloud instance with hundreds of thousands of users is a little bit more work than that. And my colleague Pietro just finished a presentation on how to do that. And I'm going to go over the user interface. So what does Nextcloud do? Well, we just saw, of course, what happens the first time you log in. I'm now going to log in on a test system. That shouldn't be Stephen. That should be Christine. This is our demo system. So there is, well, an installation here with things happening. Some of them a little bit old, as you can see. But yeah, when you log into a normal Nextcloud instance, you first are welcomed by our dashboard. You can control the widgets here. You can, for example, move them a line around. If you say, hey, Twitter is more important for me. You see people mentioned me. You see files. You can just click the file and then you can see it and edit it right away. You can, go to the calendar, open a meeting that is coming. Then you will go to the calendar app automatically and you will open this item. So the dashboard is designed to give you really a quick overview of what's happening on your Nextcloud server. And there is, as you can see, a lot of different widgets. There are many more widgets that you can add and enable yourself. More can be added. And of course, you can also change the look of it and say, hey, I like bubbles. So let's go for the bubbles. Now, let's look at the apps that we have on top here, as well as these options. Because, of course, there's a lot Nextcloud can do. And I want to give a bit of an idea of all these different things that an end user will encounter. Now, on the dashboard, there's, temperature and time. There's also status. So you can set a status in Nextcloud. You can say, hey, for the next hour, I'm in a meeting, and then people will know, what is up with you. You can see this here as well. So these are your user menu, where you can see your user settings, things you can manage. Christina can manage some users, but she doesn't have access to most of the system settings. You have an overview of your contacts. You can immediately start a chat with them or send them an email. You have notifications. I have not enabled these, but Nextcloud gives you real-time notifications. When something happens, you get invited to a conversation, somebody shares you something, or you miss a call, or maybe the due date of a task is hit quite a while ago, as you can see. There's a search where you can find, anything. There can be files, it can be comments or messages or contacts or conversations or events. As you can see again, it searches in everything. And we have, of course, the apps. So I'm going to show a couple of the basic apps, but I cannot go through all of them. So let's start with files. File sharing is, of course, a very central thing that Nextcloud does. And when you go to the normal file view, there are a couple of files here on top, which are files that Nextcloud thinks you might be interested in because they were recently edited, or they were shared with you in the last days, or because they were commented on, etc. You can change the view if you prefer a list view. That works. You can see people who share the file with me. You can, of course, sort in different ways. Might be better to sort this way. You see that this file stays on top because it's a favorite. You can see all my favorites here, as well as the folders. You can jump around. Now, you might also notice this area here. This is how you can give a bit of context to a folder. So this folder is shared, of course, with a team. And you can see the sharing status here. You see that it is shared with a group of people. You can look at other people. That's in folders above. It's in the projects folder. They're shared with other people. And, to give the team an idea of what it is about, you can put, information here. as you can see, you can just type there, add links and add links to files, and now check off items on the to-do list. Just yeah, please.
Sorry for interrupt, but we see still big.
Oh, the screen share is completely frozen. I
files,
see.
Twitter and upcoming events.
Holy
we see updated Twitter line, but not your trying to show.
Let me just share my whole screen then. Is that working better? Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Okay, that seems to work better. That's really irritating. Yeah, because you didn't even see that I switched to these beautiful bubbles here in the settings, and that there are many other, apps available. Let me quickly go over that again. You have your user menu here. You can set your status. Today, let's work remote. You can see that here as well. You have your colleagues. You can immediately start a mail or a chat with them. Get notifications, real-time notifications, like, you were invited to a conversation, or people share a file, or, you missed a call, or there's a task that reads a due date. And the search, as I already mentioned, you will find all kinds of stuff here: files, comments, messages, contacts, conversations, events. Basically, it looks all over Nextcloud. Sorry for having to repeat that. I hope it's now properly updating. Yes, so this is the files view. You can have a list of your files. Let me give it a sec to load. Server is a bit slower than it should be. Yeah, you can see things in a grid, or you can switch to a line view where you can sort in different ways. Favorites are always put on top. So you can favorite the file. If you click either here in the sharing, you can just put a star there, and then it shows up here. It shows here in the sidebar as well. So you can, that way you can very quickly find your favorite projects. Just see them right here. Click on them, view them. And that way, well, you have quick access to your files. But Nextcloud also kind of smart. It tries to look for files you might be interested in, files that were recently shared with you or recently edited, or somebody commented on the file. It puts those on top, so then you can always click on the file, and then you immediately have the file that maybe you were looking for. So that's quite helpful as well. So let me go then here. Nice thing here is where this is a folder that's shared with a team. It's a group folder, so to say. And you can put some context for your team. You can say, hey, this folder is shared with everyone. Please don't make a mess. You can check off these items and put files here, insert an image, So this gives context to the shares that you have with your colleague this way. Yeah. You can see that I have multiple shares. Nextcloud allows you to share with, well, unlimited number of people. I can always create another link. And then for each of the links, I can set a label, just a test. And people can edit this, but they cannot download the files. And we're going to remove the password protection because it's not important. And let's add a note. So now, if somebody would open that link, then they will see those files, or that file. I think it was a single file. Yeah, exactly, PDF. Sorry, our server is a little bit slow. People will be able to view the file, but there is no download button. They can just, view it. And this is using Collabora Online at the moment, but you can also use a normal PDF viewer if you prefer. So that's the basics, I think, of the file app. I think it's all reasonably obvious. You have a number of settings here. So you can, for example, hide these recommendations, hide the workspace where you have that extra information on top. You can show or hide hidden files. These things are all configurable as well. You can see who shared files with you, the files that you shared with other people, files that other people shared with you. And of course, files that were recently updated. You can see here as well what's happening. We have a photo gallery that shows you photos. You have an activity app that shows you what's happening. I just shared this file as a public link, so you can immediately see that. You can click the file and then you can go to the file, so you can see what's happening, what other people are doing. Maybe people are working on tasks, they're sharing things with you, they are, you know, asking you something, commenting, etc. That's all visible here. So this Nextcloud talk is a bit like Slack or Teams. Lets you have conversations with your colleagues. The design team, for example, I see Joshua shared a task. I can then click on the task. And then Nextcloud goes to the Tasks app, which was then shared in this room. So you see this is all connected in Nextcloud. You can have group calls with people. I can start a call, then the other people in the room, they will get a notification on their phone or on the desktop, and their phone will start to ring. So I will not do that. Yeah, what more is there to say about it? You can share a file in the folder. If you do that, you can, of course, edit the file right there. You see, well, nobody has shared a file in here, so let me do that then. You can just drag and drop a file. We can also share a file from the Files app. Oh, again, the server is being a little slow. Sorry for that. Well, let's share a picture of hair. Well, now let's go fancy and share this document. So it's now here, and now everybody in the room can click it and can start editing it with the other people in the room, and just, you know, go ahead and work on the document with everybody else. If you have a call, it's not a problem. You can still edit the document, and then the chat will be here in the sidebar. So you can keep discussing with other people. Starting a new conversation, you can let guests join via link. So then people can just join publicly. You can also open the conversation so other people can find the conversation, see it here when they search for it. And people who are added as a guest to the instance, you can then separately give them access to it as well. Or of course, choose not to do that. This can also still be configured for an existing conversation. So you can allow guests or not. You can open the conversation or not. Lock the conversation, enable a lobby, and even delete all the conversations, all the chat messages, or leave the conversation if you want. So that's quickly Nextcloud talk. Now there's Nextcloud mail. I think this is fairly, yeah, it's a mail client. It has a couple of smart things. For example, the mail client sees that this is actually a booking, a flight booking, and it recognizes this and allows me to add that to the calendar. So we have itinerary recognition, so to say. And then soon to be released version of the mail client, you can also turn a mail message into a task. I have other integration like that. You can have multiple inboxes. I have only one here. And then we have a priority inbox, which we use as machine learning to try to detect what your most important contacts are and then show these messages first above everybody else. Yeah. It's a mail client in the browser. Contacts just shows you your contacts. You can create groups, put people there. Here you can also manage circles, which are kind of custom groups. Circles are kind of cool. You can share a file with a circle. You can create a chat room for a circle. You can make a circle open so other people can see the circles and join them. You can manage the memberships of circles. So circles are really kind of like a custom group in Nextcloud, kind of a team, for example, that you're working with, where you can allow other members to invite people and have moderation or not. It's really a very powerful way of managing the collaboration in a company when you have teams that are always changing, you know, like people are joining and leaving. This really makes this very easy, and then you can always share a file with the group, and then other people can join and leave, and then they will get access to the files and lose the access again, etc. This is a very powerful way of really supercharging your collaboration built into Nextcloud. And there's a calendar app. Again, it does what a calendar app does, not magic. You can create a meeting, add attendees, and there's a button here to create a talk room. The details will then be filled in the location and in the description. So it's very nicely integrated with Nextcloud Talk that you can immediately, you know, create a conversation from here. Easy to invite people that way, of course. It has nothing truly. Well, one cool thing I think that we have is a trash bin. So if you have a meeting, you delete it, then you can still get it back from the trash. That's kind of cool. And the Nextcloud Deck is our kind of Kanban task management app. You know, you have different teams and they all have that to do, and you can move, you know, the tasks between different, like, hey, you know, this is now in progress, it's done, and a description, assign people, add attachments, comment on the file, and see, you know, who's doing what, when, etc. Last but not least, we have collectives. I don't think I've used this extensively here, but this is kind of like to put a handbook, you know, keep things like your company policy, etc. It's a good way to keep your internal documentation. And if you search for something, then you will also see the results from the pages, as well as in files, and of course, well, the calendar item as well. So that covers a little bit the different apps that you have in Nextcloud. There are many more. There's an app that's like Google Forms, you know, to create forms and see the results, share this with other people, etc. You have tasks, and there are literally 200, 300 other apps for Nextcloud, so I cannot show them all. But I want to show you a little bit from an administrator perspective before I run out of time. So let me now log in as an admin here and have a look at what an administrator can do in Nextcloud. Of course, administrator is also a user, so all the things that you have as a user, the administrator also has access to. And the difference is, of course, in the settings. You see already here apps. So an administrator can install and update apps for Nextcloud. As you can see, there are, well, these are the apps that are installed. There are apps that need to be updated. So let me quickly update the Contacts app. Click. So Nextcloud then downloads and installs the app, and that's it. Done. Yeah, this can be done from the command line as well. While this update runs, the server goes very shortly in maintenance mode, so that people who are trying to browse the system will get a page that says, hey, server is being updated. This means that, of course, if you're actually using this with a lot of people, you shouldn't do what I just did and just update an app. But yeah, many ways of finding apps. You can, of course, look for apps. You can say, hey, I'm looking for theming. Well, there is an app for that. You can adjust an Nextcloud theme. Almost all things in Nextcloud are apps. For example, sharing is an app. Yeah, just the pure sharing, you can completely remove, not just disable it, but remove it from Nextcloud. And Nextcloud is a very modular platform. So almost everything it does is, can be taken out and disabled. So that includes the Files app itself. It includes Talk and Groupware and the Calendar and all these other apps. You can just remove them. For example, I can look Deck. and say, okay, disable it, and then bloop, it just disappears there, and I enable it again, and bloop, it's back. It's very quick and easy to just remove this functionality from Nextcloud if you want. So let's have a look at the settings. Now these are your settings as a normal user. You can see your storage. You can see that you're a member of groups. Well, I'm an admin. You can configure here, some information about yourself and a profile picture and such. As a user, you have your security settings, so there you can change your password. You can add passwordless authentication and two-factor authentication, which is not enabled here. If I would go to the apps, though, and then search for 2FA, perhaps I should search this way. Yeah, so you have a whole bunch of, two-factor authentication options. As you can see, TOTP, email as a second factor. We can, for example, enable TOTP. So the nice thing is you can have multiple second factors enabled. And then this one is clearly not working. So that, okay, this requires a certain database. And I have a different database enabled on this test system. Of course, normally it would work. So now I've enabled these, and you see different second factor options suddenly appear. So I can say, hey, I want to use two-factor authentication for your Nextcloud notification. So what this does is that when I try to log in, I will have the option of getting a notification on another device, like my telephone or my desktop client, and then just say, approve login. So you don't need to enter any codes, nothing. You just take your phone out of your pocket, you see the notification, you click approve, and then you're logged in. And it's a very convenient, easy way to do two-factor, because of course with email or with an authenticator app, you have to enter these codes and all this stuff. You can have multiple enabled. So you can have and the authenticator app, which I now need to set up, or you cannot enable that, but I can choose. When I now log in, I can choose between these options as a user. And you can also have the backup codes, of course. And because I enabled it as an administrator, I can always create a code for people, a security code. Have to look where this is. Yeah, security. But I would guess here you can enforce it as an admin. Yeah, but that's not the feature I was looking for. Blah, blah, blah. Not here. No. All right, I really don't know where this feature is hidden, but users can ask for you as an admin to create a code for them, and then they can log in using that. All right, let's go back to our settings here. So under security, as I said, you can enable the two-factor authentication options and passwordless authentication. We can also see your sessions. So for example, you see that 13 days ago, I logged in via Firefox on Linux system. If you have a desktop client, a mobile client, you can see them here too. And you have some options here. You can give this a name. You can revoke access. And yes, we have remote wipe. So if you have a mobile client, you can, and you lost the device or it got stolen, you can remote wipe the device and all the data will get deleted as well as the account. So the attacker or the person who stole the device will not have access to the files and data on there. This is also available for admins. So as an administrator, you cannot, of course, see the individual devices, but you can wipe all the devices of a specific user and log them out everywhere. And you can create app passwords here as well, test app. So if you want to add another device, you can just scan the QR code, and then you add another device to your list. And then you can, well, revoke this, limit access to the file system. So for example, the app for talk, or if you need a password for the calendar, then you don't need to give file system access. And this way you can, keep it a little more secure that if this gets stolen, then the attacker would only have access to the calendar or talk and not to the file system. And now I say, okay, let's just wipe the data. Well, it hasn't been wiped yet. You will get a notification once the device is wiped. Of course, in this case, I'm not going to log in, so there will not be a notification coming anytime soon, but that would happen. You can configure activities here, so you can see I want to be notified when these things happen, etc., or not, by email or a push notification. If you have allowed this as user, as admin, then you can allow users to add external storage. People can download their mobile apps here. People can choose a dark theme or high contrast theme if they prefer. And of course, if you suffer from dyslexia, then this can be helpful as well. People can configure some sharing thing by default, but you can also choose to not get them and to have to approve them. So then you will get a notification here that says, hey, this file was shared with you. Do you want to accept it or not? And you can transfer ownership of files or folders to other users. We have workflow automation, so you can automate things. For example, you can say, hey, when a file is uploaded in a certain folder, I want a message in a chat room. Or when a file with a certain type is edited by somebody or uploaded by a certain person, I want to convert that to a PDF. Or I want to get a notification on my phone. So these things you can automate. In Nextcloud. There are a lot of extra apps that you can install that can do, automated activities. There's a privacy overview. Users can see the administrators on the server. They can see where the servers are located and if encryption is enabled. As an admin, you can edit this. I can say, well, the data is not in Germany. Actually, it is in the US or somewhere. And then users, of course, they cannot edit it. They would just see this. Some settings for Collabora Online where your templates are, and other accounts that you connect like Discord, GitHub, GitLab, Jira, Reddit, Twitter, and other things. So those are all the user settings. Now for an administrator, of course, you can, see that there are new versions. Nextcloud will warn you if there are, configuration settings that need to be changed. You can use security scanner to check the security of your installation. We will warn you of outdated PHP versions and other problems here if we can. You can find the support options. So this is not subscribed, so you don't have Nextcloud Enterprise here, which means you only have the Community Edition and you can only get chat from the forum, etc. The basic settings for Nextcloud, so you can configure background jobs, email server, some other basic things. You can configure sharing, so don't share at all. All sharing is gone. You can say, hey, you need public export, you must have password protection, you must set an expiration date or not. You can exclude groups from sharing, allow resharing, all kinds of, settings that you have here. Sharing between Nextcloud servers, you can enable or disable that. Sharing by mail, etc. Here, of course, security settings like enforcing two-factor authentication, the server-side encryption, the password policy you have, brute force IP whitelisting, other capabilities there. You can connect storage solutions in Nextcloud. You can have Amazon S3, FTP, and other Nextcloud server, web dev, and there are other solutions for which, again, you need to install apps. So, for example, you need to install the SharePoint integration, and then you can configure SharePoint folder, and then you can choose what users will see this folder appear in the Nextcloud, and then they can access the files on SharePoint via the Nextcloud server. It will just be another folder that they have access to, which, of course, a very nice feature. You can change the theming of Nextcloud, change the colors, change, everything. You can, see how easy it is to change the look of Nextcloud. We have guest accounts in Nextcloud. You can limit the apps that they can use, hide the other users from the guests or not, of course, give them access to external storage or not. These things can all be configured here. Yeah, let me look at Flow, for example. So there's a lot of automation in Nextcloud that is only available for administrators. So you can use a file access control to block access to a file. So you can say, hey, a user logs in between or outside the 9 to 5 office times from a location outside of a certain number of IP addresses, then block the access. Or, a file was shared with a public link, but it is accessed by somebody in China, block access. So you can really make rules like that that block certain, file MIME type, can be, PDF documents, request IP address matches, does not match. Then block access to the file. File system tag, maybe, is this, then block access. Like these things can be configured quite easily in Nextcloud. This, of course, gives you a way to secure the access to the data, especially for very critical data. You can put in certain limitations there. And you can always install more of these flows from the App Store. There are, others, including, for example, approval flows. With the approval flow app, you can give users the ability to ask to request approval on an app from the manager. So you can allow the managers to approve, let's say, holiday or travel requests, or a quote before it's sent to a customer. You can set up workflows that users can get approval from these things, and that it first has to be approved, and then and then you can automate actions based on this. You can say, okay, file is approved. Now turn it automatically in a PDF and share it in a chat room, or send a notification when the file is approved. These things can all be configured with Nextcloud Flow. If there are any questions, you can ask them in the chat. Just trying to give a general overview here of all the things you can do, but well, there's a lot. Here you can configure these approval workflows. So you see I created one for holiday approvals, and a quote for marketing, and a travel approval. And then you can choose who can request approval. That can be a group. There are different groups in the company. Who can approve? So you can choose individual people or groups. And then some tags are set, and these tags you can then use also to automate other actions based on what happens. You can say, oh, this is approved. So now the tag is applied. So then in Flow, I'm going to configure an action that happens when a file gets approved. And then it gets turned into PDF. Or in your own Flow, I can then say, hey, I want a note in the conversation when a file gets approved. These are all things you can configure there. Yeah, so, sorry, are we already near the end of our time?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, the rest of the things I think are reasonably obvious. You have some system load where you can see what's happening on the system, but of course, this can be connected to a monitoring system. So if you have monitoring software, there's a URL, I think, here on the bottom. Yeah, so you can connect this, and then you get the information in JSON or other values. There are some monitoring software that are compatible with Nextcloud in this regard, so you can track that. Are there questions? Anything I need to answer? Anything that's happening? Because there's one thing that I've been missing, which is Collabora Online, but the next person will show more.
Exactly what we are continuing
exactly
with the demo. And the installation thing, I believe, as the previous speaker shows how it's possible to install Nextcloud via Snap. What do you think is it bring to somebody who installed it? Is it somehow changes from the another installation? So using Snap, what is possible.
You mean the different ways of installing Nextcloud?
I'm saying that what is the difference if you install Nextcloud via Snap?
Snap or a Docker image, yeah. I mean, installing via Snap or as a Docker image, we have these, but of course there are scalability differences mainly. Yeah, if you need to set up a Nextcloud for 1,000 users, then of course you need to have a clustered setup, and this is, well, a little more complicated, so to say. You need front-end servers, you need database servers, etc. If you install it as a Snap, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, it'll work. But if you then need to pump terabytes of data through it, there's just scalability limitations there. The Snap is really designed to work like a Snap.
Yes.
It's really for I would say private users and small businesses. But if you are a big company, you know, then that makes no sense. It's a nice way to test it out, to play with it, to see if it works for a small team. And then if it works, you can say, okay, this is good. You go to Nextcloud, you contact us, or you talk to Factor group and you say, okay, please help me set up a Nextcloud setup that is ready for an enterprise. Yeah, because for a home user, it's okay if it is online while you're updating an app, or if something small goes wrong. It's fine for a 20 people company, but for 2,000 people, if your Nextcloud is down for 3 days, that costs millions of euros. And then you should, well, talk to professionals, go to Factor group, and get an actual properly set up Nextcloud enterprise, so that you don't risk, you know, security and stability issues.
That was my point. If you wanted to use Nextcloud or try Nextcloud in a home or for personal use or small company use, you just can do what Andrei was showing.
Exactly.
Just using Snap install Nextcloud, and Nextcloud will be updated for you automatically.
Exactly. No work, no pain,
So,
but it also doesn't scale exactly to enterprise.
thank you for the good overview of what the cloud can do. This was great demo, and one of the part of the missed in your presentation was how documents can be maintained and how it's possible to work with the document. So the next demo is Collabora, and I hope we have Mike here. Okay, you can share the screen and let's continue.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It seems I was muted. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I am going to give my demo in Russian.
Okay.
So let me switch to Russian, please. Это будет на самом деле мой первый доклад на подобного рода конференциях на родном языке. Здравствуйте все. Я хочу после этого замечательного доклада, в котором Джос показал то, что можно сделать с Nextcloud, я хочу перейти к демонстрации одного из возможных приложений в Nextcloud. Это Collabora Online. Продукт, который мы в Collabora Productivity разрабатываем на базе замечательного офисного пакета LibreOffice, который вы все, конечно, прекрасно знаете. Прежде всего, я хочу сказать, что для демонстрации я использовал версию Code Collabora Online Development Edition, доступ к которой можно получить на нашем сайте collaboraoffice.com/code. И, зайдя на эту страничку, нажав на Check How To, и затем получить доступ к разным пакетам и, естественно, к исходному коду. Вот. Значит, для демонстрации я выбрал достаточно много различных файлов в связи с тем, что моя демонстрация прежде всего фокусируется на вопросе функциональности и совместимости. Дело в том, что, конечно, каждому понятно, что онлайн-редактор обязан поддерживать множество различных типов файлов, которые могут понадобиться в бизнес-среде. И прежде всего, это не только наш родной открытый формат ODF, но также форматы других приложений, таких как Microsoft Office прежде всего. Это и PPT, PPTX, DocX, Doc, XLSX. И не только те, которые поддерживаются нашими конкурентами, так назовем, но и, например, файлы Visio, файлы, которые вообще можно редактировать в графическом приложении Draw. Все это мы, Collabora Online, позволяет редактировать не в десктопном приложении, а прямо онлайн. Таким образом, мы стараемся предоставить фактически полнофункциональную версию, близкую по функционалу к десктопному, доступную в вашем браузере, например, в интеграции с Nextcloud. Несколько слов о том, как конфигурировать, хотя я буду прежде всего фокусироваться на интерфейсе конечного пользователя. Но, будучи администратором Nextcloud, я захожу в настройки, то, что Джос показывал, и он обращал внимание, что здесь есть элемент Collabora Online, в данном случае Collabora Online Development Edition, где, поскольку я не устанавливал это приложение из App Store Nextcloud, а устанавливал его отдельно, что, может быть, будет необходимым, когда вы рассчитываете на большую нагрузку с множеством пользователей, я указываю сервер, в данном случае это мой локальный сервер, и могу здесь дополнительно установить некоторые параметры общие для всех пользователей, которые будут пользоваться Collabora Online на данном инстансе Nextcloud. То есть я могу переключить формат файлов по умолчанию на Office OpenXML, то есть это будет DocX, XLSX, PPTX. И дальше могу конфигурировать, например, разрешение, безопасность и так далее. Но эти настройки не охватывают целиком все, что конфигурируемо в Collabora Online. Часть настроек необходимо будет сконфигурировать на сервере Collabora Online с помощью XML файла конфигурации, который позволил, например, мне в данном случае отконфигурировать Collabora Online для того, чтобы она позволяла запускать макросы, что я покажу чуть позже. Итак, вернусь к моему списку файлов и начну с вот этой вот презентации. Это одна из достаточно давних презентаций, которая сделана для Стива Балмера. И, естественно, она должна бы показывать то, что может Microsoft Office с точки зрения презентаций. Я хотел бы, я не знаю, насколько это будет видно, но я хотел бы показать, что мы не только совместимы с форматами файлов, но мы и во многом превосходим многих из наших конкурентов. Ну, например, для сравнения я хочу открыть эту же презентацию в Microsoft Office 365 онлайн. Прежде всего, конечно, мы увидим, что презентация PPT не может быть открыта обычным способом в Microsoft Office онлайн, а будет конвертирована в PPTX для дальнейшей работы. Она открывается достаточно долго, хотя надо сказать, что у меня она локально крутится на виртуальной машине, а тот файл PPTX, который я сейчас открываю на Microsoft Office Online, открывается, ну, я так полагаю, в достаточно мощной инфраструктуре облака. Вот. Но что меня больше всего поражает в этом, это то, что майкрософтовское решение... ну тут, видимо, что-то с облаком произошло. Майкрософтовское решение каким-то непостижимым для меня образом достаточно сильно тормозит при показе презентации. Не знаю, насколько это будет видно. Я хочу, чтобы вы обратили внимание на переходы, которые ну, явным образом тормозят. Особенно это видно вот на этом слайде, который буквально выскакивает целиком. Давайте я это отключу и переключусь на ту же самую презентацию, которую запущу в Collabora Online. Я надеюсь, что зрители увидят, насколько более гладко идет эта презентация. Обратите внимание, что я показываю эту презентацию на операционной системе Windows, поэтому тут не может быть сомнений, что Microsoft могли бы оптимизировать, а мы очень сильно в Collabora нацелены на максимальную совместимость и производительность. И вот этим первым файлом я хотел как раз и продемонстрировать наши достижения в производительности. Ну, если продолжить показывать, каким образом мы... Ну, давайте я буду показывать... реализовали переходы, вы видите, что все основные переходы, изменения цветов, плавные переходы все реализованы. Таким образом, пользователи, которые используют наше решение в браузере, смогут быть уверенными, что их презентация показывается так, как они изначально задумывали. Мы очень большое внимание уделяем точности передачи. И мы очень благодарны комьюнити LibreOffice, частью которой мы с гордостью являемся, за огромную работу и за замечательную базу, на основе которой мы делаем наш онлайн-продукт. Значит, перейдем дальше. Есть очень важная часть работы, особенно при работе в корпоративной среде, это работа с полями, с формами. Если попытаться открыть документ с защищенным содержимым в Microsoft Office Online, у нас это не получится. Он просто откажется работать. Попробую открыть этот файл fields.doc в Microsoft Office Online. После небольшого ожидания. Мы увидим его в режиме чтения. И попытавшись отредактировать его, внести какое-то изменение, мы увидим вот это замечательное сообщение, которое не позволяет нам редактировать его онлайн, требует открыть его в десктопном приложении. Об этом уже говорил Майкл в своей презентации. Фактически Office Online, Microsoft Office Online, будучи, является просто рекламой десктопного приложения, очень сильно урезанной версией, которая привязывает вас и к десктопному решению, и к операционной системе. С другой стороны, открыв этот же документ в Collabora онлайн, мы имеем возможность заполнять его как нам надо, и с помощью табуляции переходить удобно по полям для того, чтобы их редактировать. Неизменяемое содержимое не может в данном случае, если я попытаюсь его исправить, конечно, мне будет выдано сообщение стандартное о том, что это невозможно. Но зато я имею полный контроль над полями, которые доступны для заполнения. Вот. Дальше перейдем к следующей демонстрации, и она призвана показать возможности работы с файлами, с внедренными шрифтами. Для чего это вообще важно? Здесь вы видите, как выглядит один такой файл. Конечно, никто не будет создавать такие подобные забавные таблицы у себя, но, конечно, есть возможность использовать, например, в маркированных списках или в других местах какие-то шрифты, и пользователю, естественно, будет важно, чтобы его документ выглядел так, как задумано на компьютере того, кто будет его смотреть. В данном случае мы видим, что Collabora онлайн хорошо справляется с этой задачей. Давайте посмотрим на Microsoft Office онлайн. Здесь я хочу показать, что Microsoft Office Online на самом деле не является what you see is what you get редактором. Мы уже видим, насколько сильно отличается внешний вид этих двух таблиц. Часть шрифтов не передаются правильно на экране в Microsoft Office Online. Но, однако, если мы сделаем просмотр, то он окажется корректным в Microsoft Office Online. Это нам показывает то, что Microsoft Office Online использует правильный рендеринг только в момент просмотра, но не при редактировании. Когда вы производите редактирование, вы понятия не имеете, как будет выглядеть конечный документ. Вы должны быть к этому готовы. С другой стороны, Collabora Online – это настоящий what you see is what you get редактор, который позволяет вам быть уверенными в правильности передачи внешнего вида документа. Перейду к следующей демонстрации. И здесь я хочу показать, что мы реализовали работу, в том числе с макросами в нашем приложении. Я настроил режим безопасности с предупреждениями, естественно. В принципе, можно даже отключить его, что, естественно, никто не порекомендует. Но по умолчанию макросы вообще не включены в Collabora онлайн, потому что это, естественно, определенный риск с точки зрения безопасности. Однако, если вам это необходимо, вы можете уже использовать возможности написания скриптов макросов для Collabora онлайн, документов, и так далее. Вот я включаю макрос и вижу вот эту демонстрацию, которая позволяет показать различные виды гипоциклоид. Просто покажу, что изменяя, это пока что никакие не макросы, это просто изменение данных, которое позволяет увидеть, что при этом происходит. Макросы вступают в действие, когда я нажимаю на кнопки Next, Previous, Random и так далее. То есть эти кнопки позволяют мне запускать скрипты, имеющиеся, в данном случае это скрипты VBA, потому что это файл XLS, и задействовать полную мощь, в том числе и скриптов, при работе с файлами, содержащими их. Вот. Что мы можем еще, что достаточно трудно достижимо в других пакетах? Позвольте мне показать вот этот вот файл, который показывает изображение, обтекаемое текстом. Мы можем изменять его в реальном времени, изменять его режимы обтекания, интервал обтекания, включать обтекание по контуру и так далее. Все это видно прямо сразу. Очень удобно управление, например, с помощью вот этих кнопок мы можем отразить по вертикали, по горизонтали. Вращение, все функции, которые вы могли бы ожидать от десктопного приложения, здесь есть. Но если вам этого недостаточно, мы предоставляем доступ к полнофункциональному диалогу, аналогичному тому, который вы можете увидеть на десктопной версии LibreOffice, с настройкой типов, параметров, обтекания, всего, что есть в десктопной версии LibreOffice и Collabora Office как нашего приложения, которое мы предоставляем под нашим брендом. То же самое относится не только к, например, графическим объектам. Вы имеете доступ полностью к настройкам свойств символов, настройкам свойств абзаца. Настройки вам доступны. Таким образом, Collabora Online – это на самом деле мощнейший офисный пакет, который вынесен в ваш браузер. Не только в браузер. Как Майкл уже показывал, наша технология работает и на платформе Android, и iOS, и Chromebook. Все эти решения внутри используют одно ядро. И таким образом есть еще один момент, которым мы гордимся. Это то, что вы видите одно и то же, где бы вы ни открыли ваш документ. Будь это десктопное, браузерное или мобильное приложение. Я боюсь, что я уже скоро выйду за рамки времени, которое мне отведено. Я хотел еще просто показать несколько элементов. Вот, например, этот файл демонстрирует функциональность, значит, содержания. Когда, нажимая на элемент содержания, мы, естественно, переходим, как мы бы и ожидали, к соответствующей части документа. Все реализовано и функционально. Значит, можно, например, вот это вот открыть дизайнер CV. Здесь мы видим достаточно сложный документ с вложенными таблицами, с графическими элементами, которые мы можем двигать, редактировать. То есть достаточно стандартно типичное резюме, которое состоит из множества наложенных друг на друга объектов, мы прекрасно поддерживаем. Вот. Дальше. Basics. Вот он. Здесь мы видим динамически обновляемое содержимое XY диаграммы. Меняя, просто для того, чтобы быстро показать, естественно, диаграмма будет отображать динамическое изменение данных в таблице, как и вы могли бы ожидать. Таким образом, подводя итог, я хочу еще раз подчеркнуть, что Collabora Online, на мой взгляд, на сегодняшний день самый мощный онлайн-пакет, онлайн-редактор огромного количества, огромного разнообразия файлов, доступный под открытой лицензией. Это полностью open-source решение, основанное на замечательной базе кода LibreOffice. Спасибо за внимание. Если есть вопросы, я готов, постараюсь ответить.
Вопрос, наверное, как можно контрибьютить, где, куда, есть ли соответствующий процесс?
Естественно. И тут же надо сказать, что этот вопрос сразу же делится на два. Контрибьютить можно и в LibreOffice, как в ядро, на котором основана Collabora Online. И, собственно, к нам. Наш проект находится на GitHub. Collabora Online. Вот, пожалуйста, ее адрес github.com, Collabora Online. И мы с удовольствием встречаем каждого, кто заинтересовался проектом. Мы готовы помочь с началом, чтобы люди разобрались в кодовой базе. Мы всем рады. Пожалуйста, приходите к нам.
Спасибо за презентацию, за интересный overview. Сравнение с Microsoft всегда интересно, особенно в среде Linux. Linux не против Windows, Linux love Linux, but всегда интересно сравнить. Дело в том, что как бы Enterprise теоретически сейчас и всегда сидел на Windows, поэтому мы должны показать, что мы где-то лучше. Вот, спасибо большое за презентацию. Хорошего дня. The next speaker is Yusuf and our Linbit friends. Guys from Linbit have all got different things, how to organize SSD or storages with a software-defined way, how to make a replication, and all of these things are useful for the enterprises, for its infrastructure, even for Nextcloud, because we have got a lot of customers that combine together Nextcloud and Linbit because of everybody want to have HA. So, guys, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Evgeny. Hello, everyone, and hello, Renee. Welcome into this session with me. And I'm Yusuf, and I'm working as a solution architect in Linbit. And Renee, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a software developer at Linbit since 4 years now, and I'm mainly working on LinStore, one of our software components, and I do also a bunch of other things like connectors for LinStore. Yeah. That's me.
Okay, thank you. In this short session, we would like to show you guys how OpenNebula gets together with Linbit solution greatly. And René is the main developer for doing that integration. So what we will do here, I will show you two simple small slides, and then I will switch over to René's screen. Then he can show us some basic stuff and how the integration happened and so on between OpenNebula and Linbit SDS. All right, so the integration, I already explained it in today's sessions, and I guess these sessions will be once more released after this event ends. So if you didn't see it yet, or if you didn't watch it yet, please wait for it and keep your heads up. I think they will be released in YouTube or any other platforms. So the OpenNebula is an orchestrator for public cloud and private cloud if you want to use it, and Linbit SDS is the ultimate software-defined solution, software-defined storage solution that you can have replicated backing volumes within the cluster. So when you combine the OpenNebula and the Linbit SDS together, what you will have is more like a hyper-converged infrastructure within your system. It doesn't have to be a hyper-converged, but if you use the local backing device, it will become a hyper-converged. If you use like a distant storages, then it will be this disaggregated storage stack and so on. All right, so how it's working. So LinStore has two components. One of them is the controller, the other one is the satellite. The satellite needs to be installed in all machines, and regardless of if it's having a storage, backing storage or not. And the LinStore controller has to be in a VM or any other machine. It can be in, I don't know, a bare metal machine. I know that it's even can run in Raspberry Pi, but we don't recommend that much. So please put the controller and the satellite in the cluster. So the OpenNebula needs to be installed in all cluster, and then the satellites are installed in all the nodes. And through the plugin, thanks to René developed and his team, obviously, and the LinStore connected to the OpenNebula. And I guess it's represented as a primary storage. Am I correct? No, it's represented as volume, or what was it? I quite.
In OpenNebula, it's called data store.
Okay, data store.
Data stores.
Yeah, I think the primary storage is for CloudStack, right? Okay, it's
correct. Yeah.
Okay. So and then this OpenNebula infrastructure consumes this data store, and you can obviously create some policies within LinStore, such as like two-way replicated, three-way replicated, or some maybe add interesting features of DRPD and so on with the resource groups, definitions, and so on. And then these storage pools that is created within LinStore is consumed by OpenNebula, and then you can create replicated virtual machines within OpenNebula. They will be highly available, these VMs. That means if one of the nodes will fail for some reason, or the backing storage will fail for some reason, the VM will keep on moving. And it is an open source solution on both sides, in the storage and as well as the operational level. And it makes your management easier, and in day two operations much easier in that context. And this solution has a great optimizations with NVMEs, PMEMs, and NVDIMMs, which are the latest technologies in the market, as we know. And I just mentioned, but this integration with LinStore give you the power of separated data path. By that means, the LinStore controller is responsible for creating replicated block devices, and the LinStore satellites are the tools that makes it happen. But after the replicated devices are created, both LinStore controller and the satellite get out of the way. So they're not sitting in the data plane. That means that you can do a lot of day 2 operations without touching your I/O. That's something that really differentiates us from the other vendors out there. I mean, the storage vendors. And with that, you can upgrade, downgrade, delete, remove, install again your LinStore infrastructure, and both in satellites and controller section. And LinStore supports synchronous, asynchronous replication. It depends on your infrastructure and the bandwidth and location and so on. And it also supports snapshot shipping for disaster recovery purposes and so on. And LinStore and both OpenNebula can grow in large scale. You can have like thousands of nodes without any glitch. Okay, last slide, then we will jump into the demo immediately. And in this slide, I try to explain what are the benefits of having these systems together. Both systems are open source, and that makes many things easier, as we all know. And this event is all about open source, right? And both systems are available for many of the Linux distros out there, so you can choose as many as whichever you want to use, whichever you feel easy. And both systems are aimed for large-scale production, and Linbit SDS is especially has a specialty in high-performance, low-latency environments. So if you're looking for a solution that you want to place it into, let's say, a fintech finance industry, you came to the right door. And both systems are capable of managing VMs, containers, and so that means supports all kind of workloads. And both systems have millions of installations since now. I mean, it's rock solid, tested solution software that you can easily rely on. And the best part of having these open source solutions within your infrastructure is like getting rid of vendor lock-in situations. The big issue in these days about like locking into one vendor and just moving into that area. I don't want to say the brands, but you know, many solutions are like tied into one hardware brand when it comes to the hyperconverged. So you have to just move in one direction. But if you choose OpenNebula and Linbit SDS together, you can mix and match HP, Dell, Supermicro, I don't know, whatever you want in one single cluster, as long as you have the same performance, obviously. Otherwise, it will decrease your performance in some way. Okay, that's it, Rini. It's all from me. I think we should start with the demo right now, and microphone is now on to you. I might interrupt you with a couple of questions during your presentations, so please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, what you see here is the welcome dashboard of OpenNebula. Nothing too big numbers here because this is a smaller test cluster of my own. So what do we see here? We have one virtual machine. It's actually a little Alpine virtual machine, which is currently powered off. This whole setup has 3 hosts. So we have, the host names are 16 plug in 160, 140, 141, and 142.
That's the minimum count, right? The 3 node is the minimum count of LinStore.
No, you
not for OpenNebula, but for LinStore.
No, you can also have 2, but 3 makes sense for quorum. So
it's best practice. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, put it that way. Like have 3 nodes is a good idea.
Okay.
So we have 3 nodes right now. The controller and the OpenNebula frontend is running on the 140 So it's not HA enabled, so the controller is currently just working here because it's my test cluster, but you can also have this whole thing HA and would then be able to just switch the Linstore controller or even the OpenNebula frontend to another host and shut this one down, upgrade it, or do whatever else you want, or
that's great.
Exchange it with another one.
Is the controller installed within the OpenNebula frontend VM? Is it like side to side? How it's located?
Yeah, it's just installed on the same machine or virtual machine. So yeah, like Yusuf before explained. So here we have this concept of data stores in OpenNebula. So these three are there by default from OpenNebula, and the other three are the ones I have installed for the Linstore plugin. The one with ID 102 you can basically ignore. This just for some testing purposes. But usually you just want to have two. I mean, you can have 3 or 4. You can have different ones like a faster data store for your SSD storage and maybe slower ones for old rotating disks where you have huge storage. So you can distinguish that with data stores. The system data store is needed for system disks, like this is it's called in OpenNebula context images, and also volatile disks are stored in there. And the normal data store is for your virtual machine images and user storage, like disk for home or other things you want to store in there. Don't want to explain how to install that. There are guides for that. And just show you here a few important attributes, like how they correlate to the Linstore installation. So here's the property called Linstore resource group, which maps this data store to a resource group. And if I show you here the Linstore installation and list here the Linstore resource groups, you see here's the data resource group. It has autoplace settings for place count 2. This means that whenever we create something in this resource group, we want to have 2 physical, or we often use the term diskful. So, but it's basically physical storages of nodes. So 2 means when I create something in the resource group data RG, I will have one physical copy of it on the machine 140 and 141, and there may be a diskless device on 142. That's also for this quorum stuff we call tiebreaker, but it's more advanced. So back to the data store. Like we see here, I showed you before, we have one Alpine virtual machine here right now defined. And also just to show you the mapping between Linstore and how the OpenNebula shows this stuff, we have one image of the Alpine Linux 3.14. This has the ID 2. And if we check Linstore, we see here the resources. And so we have the image 2, which is our Alpine image. And then we have image 2, VM20, and disk 0, which would be the root disk of the Alpine Linux. Then we have context, and we have also an additional storage image which would be here this volatile disk. And what else do we see here? We see that, like I said, we have 2 copies of it, physical copies, one on machine or the node 140 and one on 141. And then we have a tiebreaker or a diskless node on 142. So what I will do now, I will just start this virtual machine now. What you will see in Linstore again now is that the disk images or devices are getting used on node 142 because that's the place where OpenNebula decided to have this virtual machine running.
So it's locally reading right now.
This depends. It does for, yeah, you're correct. It does, yeah.
Is there a scheduler or something like that? I mean,
yeah.
is this all the time what it happens, or sometimes maybe in diskless mode is it working like that?
Well, OpenNebula decides for you where to have virtual machines running. It usually schedules it to hosts or nodes where not much virtual machines are running right now, or where the CPUs are more available. You see here the allocated CPU and the allocated memory. So it will usually choose the host which has the most free resources right now.
Okay. So it might be a diskless or it might be another node.
Yeah, but there are features in Linstore where you can say if a virtual machine, or it's not bound to virtual machines, but if a block storage, the DBD storage is used for 1 hour, it might become a disk full. So it will toggle a disk. So instead of diskless, you get then a disk full because it will be performance-wise a bit better for writes.
Yeah, because it's not in the network.
Yeah, so we can now go into this Alpine virtual machine and log in. I know the password. So, and now we'll, for example, show you that we can, with the Linstore solution, have easily live migrate the disk or the whole virtual machine. So I've run htop now, which gives you statistics of your Linux installation, like CPU usage, memory, and uptime. And what we will do now is we will select this virtual machine and we will move it or live migrate it to, let's say, the node 140.
Fingers
migrate.
crossed.
So I can show you what will happen behind there. So yeah, first it will libvirt will, or KVM will copy the memory to the other node, and when it's done, it should switch the backing disk, because the backing disks are always in sync because of the RBD.
Only thing left is the memory, right?
Yeah.
And you're using KVM for this hypervisor right now.
Okay, so yeah, of course, showcase problems. It could not migrate it. Awesome. Usually it works.
Yeah. We have many videos on YouTube that it works.
Yeah, and I can also assure you that it usually works. I don't know why it did not
It's fine. It's
work
fine.
right now.
It happens all the time, so no worries. We can
try it again, but
let's try again this time. Another note, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is you can always check logs, what is happening in the background, and see whose fault it is. All right. Can't read fast. Yeah. As I said, usually it works.
I think it migrated a bit and then go back again. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good thing from OpenNebula side. It will it will not completely fail if it notices an error or while migrating. It will just split, go back to the other node. So, but yeah, something is not. I have to check that, but trust me, it usually works. I can.
Yeah, we trust you. Don't worry.
Just to prove my case, I can show you on another installation.
Hello, Tino.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. So this is another installation of us.
Linbit.
Yeah. And so here we have it running on host Redfox. This is our Fox cluster, we call it. It's named by a lot of different kind of foxes, like Silver Fox, Swift Fox, and Kid Fox. And we will just migrate this virtual machine now from Redfox to, let's put it on Swift Fox. I didn't want to show you this cluster because it really has a lot of virtual machines on there and resources, so it might just confuse people. And yeah, here it worked. So it's a problem with my test cluster setup.
Yeah. It's a nested solution, right? Your test cluster, I guess.
Yeah, it's also nested, but I don't think this is the problem here right now. I don't know. Maybe I did upgrade it today, but didn't recheck the live migrating. Maybe some files didn't really upgrade correctly or something like that. So,
I mean, thank you, Rennie. It's great to see. Is it live? That it's already been here. Okay.
Yeah, it switched. Yeah, you can also, if I show here the whole cluster, it's a lot of resources. So you see, that are all individual disks for all kinds of virtual machines. So you can see also our solution handles a lot of resources, and that's compared to some other customer setups, not even that big. So we have setups with 500 nodes and I don't know how many resources. So it's kind of proved.
Yeah. Thank you, Rennie. It was great. I mean, apart from the live migration, it also supports migration and everything that OpenNebula wants to do. So the plugin that we developed for OpenNebula, it's working greatly with the system itself. So you know, even in my just saying, you already showed, and even in Linbit data center, we are using the OpenNebula. We choose the OpenNebula than others in our infrastructures to manage it. People just see. I mean, we have many VMs running without any issue. We had, like, when we had a node failure, all VMs will just move into the next one without any issue, without any problem. Okay, I think that's it. That's it for this demo session, and we almost filled our time. And I want to thank Rennie once more for showing us this great demo and explaining us how it's working. And I think, Evgeny, now I hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the great demo. And demo without the file with fail, it is not a demo, it is just video. So
correct.
It have to fail. It have to fail. It's a part of the game. And if you can explain why it failed, it is a real demo and real solution. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Evgeny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next and the last for today, it will be OpenNebula. So Tina, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me switch to my slide deck. Okay, so good afternoon. In this session demo, we are going to show how to build a distributed enterprise cloud with OpenNebula, and also learn what this distributed enterprise cloud word means. My name is Constantino Vázquez. I'm the COO of OpenNebula. Among other things, I'm responsible for the services that we deliver at OpenNebula systems, being support, professional services, training, and so on. Okay, so firstly, for those who are not acquainted with OpenNebula, I want to do a brief introduction. So OpenNebula, it's an open source project that uses a restrictive open source license like Apache 2 that implements a cloud management platform. So it's a piece of software that lets you orchestrate the resources on your private data center to create a private cloud. So this is what's been the focus of OpenNebula since its beginning around 2008 until some 2, 3, 4 years ago that we started to add multi-cloud and edge functionality to be able to expand this private data center using resources from public cloud providers and edge providers. So in this way, we are expanding this private cloud in a way that we call elastic private cloud. So you can build your own cloud as an overlay of resources available in public and edge providers. Well, this is the southbound part of OpenNebula. It's where you can orchestrate resources, and the northbound is what kind of workloads you can deploy on OpenNebula, and we'll see that there's different profiles that you can run. Okay, who is running OpenNebula? Well, OpenNebula, it's being used in different vertical industry niches. So there's OpenNebula deployments in sectors like gaming, in sectors like government, financial institutions, telcos, and so on and so forth. As I said, we've been around for quite a while, like it's almost 15 years now, developing OpenNebula, and we saw that the adoption has been worldwide adoption. So to give you some numbers, last year there's been over 100,000 downloads of the OpenNebula package. We are an open source project, so people can use it and never send any feedback. So we don't really know the extent of the adoption of OpenNebula, but we have some tricks, right? So if you ever install OpenNebula, you notice that there's a public marketplace, and if you don't restrict the connection, OpenNebula will try to get the metadata of this public cloud, this public marketplace. So analyzing those logs, we know that there's over 5,000 active OpenNebula clouds, and by active we mean that they are being running for over 3 months consecutively. So this gives you an idea of the adoption that the project has. We also have deployments of quite large scale probably the largest that we know of, expands across 16 different data centers and manages over 300,000 CPU cores. Okay, so this is what traditionally OpenNebula offers, right? It's an orchestrator of your storage, networking, and also hypervisor resources to build this private cloud. Okay, so OpenNebula supports different kind of virtualization backends, like you can manage VMware infrastructures. You can also manage KVM virtual machines, LXC system containers, and micro VMs based on Firecracker. Okay, and you can also orchestrate different storage and networking backends. So you can have different data stores in OpenNebula based on storage backends such as NFS shares or different cabins or Ceph clusters. You have several choices there, and you can combine them in the same OpenNebula instance to give a homogeneous view of your heterogeneous resources in your data center. The same goes for networking. You can build virtual networks based on just Linux bridging or Open vSwitch or use VLANs or VXLANs. There's different choices. And we aim to provide, again, transparent and homogeneous access to all this richness that you can find in any given data center. And also, well, we provide, or OpenNebula rather, provides tools to interact with this private cloud, being the command line interface, more oriented for administrators, also APIs for integrating OpenNebula with different business processes, and for end users and also admins. There's different web interfaces, right? You can access through your browser and be able to control the state of your cloud and the state of your workloads. Okay, so basically, OpenNebula gives you the ability to create this multi-tenancy private cloud where you can add new groups of users and assign them a subset of the resources that are in your data center, so they are able to provision themselves virtual machines based on also a set of virtualized resources to keep them, like virtual networks or virtual machine templates. Okay, and as I mentioned, we've been around for quite a while, so there's a lot of functionality in OpenNebula. I won't go through all of them, obviously, in this session, but I want to highlight that there's different use cases and different kinds of clouds that you can build with this software. If we are to compare OpenNebula against other corporate solutions like VMware, in particular VMware with vSphere and also vRealize, well, the first thing that we want to highlight is that the total cost of ownership is lower with OpenNebula in different aspects, right? We don't aim to provide point by point all the functionality that you can find in, for instance, vRealize, but we aim to provide a subset of the functionality that is relevant to a large percentage of users who can benefit from switching to OpenNebula and slash costs from VMware licenses. Okay, this way you can also combine your VMware resources with other open source hypervisors like KVM or LXC or Firecracker, and offer those resources to your end users in a transparent way, so they don't need to know, your end users, if they are going to launch a VM over VMware or over KVM, for instance. They get the information of the VM, like the IP address to connect to it, and they don't have to be none the wiser for that. So it's a way to give a single pane of glass to all your data center resources. Also, well, we aim to provide simplicity, right? So all the functionality is provided by a single package, and you don't need to hack together different microservices to get your up and running OpenNebula cloud. Okay. Also, well, it has a high degree of customization, so there's lots of components in OpenNebula that lets you streamline your experience, and also the integration with different business processes. Things like, for instance, the hook mechanism that lets you tie actions to any change of resources in OpenNebula. Okay, and there's also, well, this ability to increase your your private cloud using resources from public cloud providers. That's what we are going to see in a sec. Okay, this is well, just a slide to show how OpenNebula can help you to migrate your workload from VMware to KVM if you're thinking about switching from one technology to another. During all the time, your end users will be able to consume resources from your private cloud based on OpenNebula using the same interface, and OpenNebula will not migrate the running virtual machines from your VMware environments to your KVM environments, but it does provide some means to do so, like, for instance, automatic conversion from VMDK to cookout to images, just by simply cloning it from one OpenNebula data store to another. So it provides you some building blocks to migrate the workload from one infrastructure to the other, maintaining all the time the functionality of a private cloud for your end users. Okay, so last before going into the demo, it's this is slide about what kind of resources, or workload you can run on a private OpenNebula cloud. Okay, so you can run traditional virtual machines, in those based on VMware virtual machines or Firecracker or KVM. Okay, this is what you can do traditionally with OpenNebula. But also you can run Docker containers. There's an integration with Docker Hub that lets you deploy any Docker Hub container into OpenNebula. How it works under the hood is that we make this one-to-one matching between a Docker appliance and a Firecracker micro VM. So this way you get the the benefits of security, of virtualization, and you don't suffer that much with the performance overhead of virtualization, since Firecracker has a really small virtualization footprint. You can also run LXC containers. Okay, so these are system containers, and there's integration also with a couple or three containers marketplaces, so you can start deploying it with from scratch installation of OpenNebula. And also you have the ability, using the appliances from our public marketplace, you have the ability to deploy full Kubernetes clusters on top of your OpenNebula cloud. You can do so even using the OneFlow subsystem in OpenNebula, which lets you manage a service or a set of virtual machines with dependencies between them. So there's a Kubernetes service definition in the marketplace where you can just download it and deploy full Kubernetes clusters with the front ends, or the controller of the Kubernetes clusters, and also worker nodes. And you can manage the full life cycle of this Kubernetes cluster from OpenNebula. We also have appliances based on K3s, which are a lighter version of Kubernetes. Is more apt to be run at the edge. And all this functionality can be run on private OpenNebula cloud that can expand from your core data center all the way to the edge, also in all the steps of the continuum. So, okay, so this is the architecture of the demo. So we're going to see how we have this OpenNebula instance that is running, managing on-premise clusters based on different hypervisor technologies. So we have some VMware instances, also I think a single KVM server. Okay, and we'll see how to expand the capacity of this cloud. Okay, using a couple of OpenNebula clusters that are going to be run using bare metal from AWS and also from Equinix. So we see how using the one provision tool, we are able to deploy these OpenNebula clusters and how they are involved into the OpenNebula instance in a fully automatic way. Okay, so let me first log in. This is a central web interface. So this is the main web interface to our OpenNebula cloud. Let's see if I can get it right. Now. Okay, glad that we got through that. Okay, so this is the this OpenNebula instance, right? We're going to see how this is managing these two clusters over here. So if we go to hosts, you can see there's a KVM cluster here, okay, with CPU and memory resources, so on and so forth. And then we have a couple of vCenter instances, okay? You can see here, this cluster is managing 3 different ESX, okay? And we have, I think, another vCenter instance, also with a different set of ESX. Okay, so with this OpenNebula instance, you are able to manage this KVM and NSX resources, and this is all happening on an on-premises data center, so the corporate data center that is run by OpenNebula. Okay. So first functionality I wanted to show, it's how you can use OpenNebula component that it's called one provision, okay, to extend this on-prem OpenNebula instance, sorry, with other OpenNebula clusters that will be running on top of different public cloud providers. So in this case, we're going to launch a cluster in AWS and another cluster in Equinix. Sorry. And for that, we are going to log in into another web interface, in this case, the provision interface. Okay, good. Okay, so this is the one provision tool, right? So this will be the interface to be used to create these OpenNebula clusters that are not in your premises, or they can be also in your premises. OpenNebula can manage bare metal from your own data center, but this is originally envisioned to be able to create these OpenNebula clusters on top of different public cloud providers. So you see here that I already have added some providers, okay? And we are adding new providers continuously, okay? So this is the interface to add a new provider type. So basically a provider is a public cloud provider coupled with your credentials, right? Your API keys or whatever. So one provision can request resources from these public cloud providers on your behalf, okay? So we have different types of providers. This one, it's missing some of the supported providers, but we see here that we can create at least OpenNebula clusters on top of these three Equinix, AWS, and Vultr. We're missing here Google Cloud and I think also DigitalOcean. Those are the ones that we currently support. Okay, so okay, here when you select a particular provider, you can select which region of the provider you want to use. So I'm not going to create a new provider, but I want to walk you through it. Okay, this is how the OpenNebula cluster is going to be named in the OpenNebula Sandstone web interface. Okay, and here is basically asking you for the credentials, your credentials to access AWS. So one provision can request resources for you. Okay, so but once we have that, you will get a nice little card here with your new provider. Okay, and once you have a provider, you can start creating provisions. So what are provisions? So provisions are basically OpenNebula clusters, which are in turn a combination of physical servers, virtual networks, and also data stores for storage. Okay, so a provision it's one of these OpenNebula clusters that are running on a public cloud provider. Okay, here I have pre-deployed ones because it takes some time, but we can see we can launch another one. So let's pick Metal. This means that we are going to build our OpenNebula cluster on top of a bare metal instance coming from AWS. Okay, pick one of these providers, like for instance the one in North Carolina. Okay. Okay, and then I have to fill in some information. Okay, this is the number of AWS instances to create, and these are going to be AWS instances of this type. Okay, I'm choosing C5.metal, which I believe is the smaller one, and I'll just create one node, but I can create many more, right, to have an OpenNebula cluster with any number of physical servers. Here I can request a different number of public IPs to list to my virtual machines. Okay, and then I can choose the technology for virtualization in KVM, Firecracker, or LXC. Okay, so if I choose this, I'll just finish here. What will happen under the hood is that the one provision tool is going to create different Terraform configuration files, and it's going to okay, I chose some bad one, but in any case, so if the credentials were right, what will happen under the hood is that one provision will create these Terraform plans and will apply them calling Terraform. So Terraform will talk with AWS. It will request some, in this case, one instance of bare metal C5.metal instance, and it will wait until it's reachable through SSH. And once it's reachable through SSH, it will apply different Ansible playbooks that will configure the operating system of this bare metal instance to be able to be added to OpenNebula as an OpenNebula cluster. Okay. And well, you can also check different aspects of the cluster through the provision interface itself, and you can also check the log to see, how these different resources are created through Terraform and Ansible. Okay, that's useful if something fails, like in this case. Okay. Okay, so we also want to show the interoperability, right? So in the sense that OpenNebula is able to manage different resources from different public cloud providers. So once we have added these, these different clusters running on different public cloud providers, we can check in OpenNebula that, okay, in this case we have these two, hosts added with the IP. And if we go to the individual view, we can check that, for instance, this one is running over AWS London region, okay? And you have here different information about how it's been provided, okay? This is the information that the one provision uses, one provision tool uses to manage this particular cluster, okay? And the same goes for network, okay? We have virtual networks that are running or are based on resources provided by different public cloud providers, in this case, again, AWS and Equinix. And the same goes for data stores. We have image and system data stores of OpenNebula based on, in this case, resources from different cloud providers. I won't go into details on how these edge clusters or these OpenNebula clusters are, what's its architecture, but well, they are all built the same. Okay, so we have an homogeneous also an homogeneous layer on top of these different cloud providers based on these homogeneous OpenNebula clusters. Okay. So once you have this infrastructure that can grow using these public cloud resources, you can build a multi-tenancy environment, right? So you can have different virtual data centers, okay? So in OpenNebula, virtual data center is just like the glue between a group of users and a subset of the resources that are managed by the cloud. In this case, sorry, by OpenNebula, okay? So if I want this virtual data center to allow, for instance, just all the users that are belonging to company A, I want them to have access only to the Equinix Amsterdam cluster, for instance, and also only to the KVM local cluster, okay? So once these users log in, they will be able to deploy resources only using physical virtual resources that are defined in these two sites. Okay, so this coupled with the quotas mechanism in OpenNebula, they let you build. They are a strong foundation to build a multi-tenancy environment. Also, depending on how you manage your network, you will be able to isolate the virtual networks, different groups of users, which is also desirable. Okay, and well, the last thing that I wanted to show is the portability. Okay, so how you can use, how can you deploy the same service on different public cloud providers? Okay, and this is one of the beauties of this approach. Since we are using an overlay of OpenNebula clusters on top of these different public cloud providers, we can use exactly the same VM template to deploy it on-prem or in these different public cloud providers. Okay, so we can check that by trying to instantiate, okay, this template. So here I can choose, among other things, I can choose a particular host. Okay, so I can say, okay, I want you to deploy here, just here. And that's AWS cluster, so I want you to use the AWS London network, and I want you to deploy, I don't need really to specify the data store, where I can explicitly say, okay, use this AWS cluster London system data store. This one can be inferred automatically by OpenNebula, okay? And I can repeat the same for other public cloud providers. So in this case, I have the same GitLab appliance that is running on top of Equinix, on top of AWS. Okay, it's the same VM template. I didn't change it. If I try to access, I should be greeted with the, the GitLab, interface, and I can check if the one in AWS is running as well. Okay, so yeah, they are both running from the same VM template and offered in a different IP address, one coming from AWS, the other one coming from Equinix. Okay. There's a, if you go to this URL screencast, you can find short videos on how to deploy different workloads, OpenNebula, and how to expand your private cloud using these public cloud providers using a provision tool. Also, there's a quick start guide if you want to deploy OpenNebula from scratch. If you have a vCenter laying around, you can use V1 Cloud, which is basically an OVA5. And we have a quick start guide to show you how to deploy different workloads on your new private cloud. Okay, I think I went a bit over my allocation. Sorry about that. That's basically what I wanted to show.
Thank you. It was interesting to see and check how it works. More questions to you from the chat. But you have been describing everything, how to use current technologies we have been talking all day and combined to the all cloud, because it can be installed on different locations, even environmental. So maybe a question from me. What about the HA? If you wanted to have some workload running in the on-premise, on enterprise, and some high availability nodes running on the another cloud, is it possible to do or use some cloud platform techniques, or it is have to be make it by application itself?
So I'm not sure I understand the question. So you mean that you have a workload like a service, Kubernetes service?
Yeah, just application running on the cloud. The HA functionality, high availability of functionality, where have to be implemented on the premises, just using the cloud platform features, or it have to be just application? From your perspective.
What application are you talking about? Any application or particular?
Any application, just overall. I just wanted to ask: do you have any high availability features inside of the platform, and the way you do recommend to do that?
Okay, yeah, sure. So we provide high availability at the infrastructure level. Okay, so what OpenNebula does, it monitors all the the hypervisors it knows about, and when we detect that any hypervisor has crashed, right, it's not reachable any longer, it will redeploy the virtual machines that were already running there on a separate host. Okay, so depending on your choice of storage, underlying storage, you can, launch OpenNebula can launch a virtual machine maintaining the same state, and as soon as it detects the failure, that can also be adjusted because it depends on the monitoring frequency of OpenNebula. Okay, and then it will be a bit up to the application to understand that it's being launched, probably under a different IP even, and well, it will be up to the application itself to recover from that change, so to speak. Okay, so what we provide is high availability up to the infrastructure level.
Okay, good. This was exactly I was asking, is it possible or not, and where you recommend, and you need to be differently defined where this line, what have to be implemented on application and what have to be the infrastructure layer as well. So this was the last event for the day. Thank you for the great presentation and demonstration.
Thank you.
And we call it the day. Last closing remarks will be done by Viktor Larin. And Viktor, we see you, okay. So, how it was? What is your feeling about that?
So my feelings, as always, a lot of room for improvement, yeah. But for again, like as usually, the first, let me say, ball is always again started to be rolled, yeah. And that is actually for us, it's really the great experience, and also again, like it's really the for me, it looks great, yeah, because we're starting, let me say, like even in some discussions when I'm been participated, yeah, we're starting to collaborate, we're starting to share the ideas, yeah. And that is probably the one of the major idea what we're trying to achieve on this event, that the people started to communicate, yeah. And practically another idea what I thought we also tried to reach, yeah, and especially by looking at the statistics, yeah, we see a lot of the participants who stay from the beginning till the end, yeah. For sure, again, like only the strong ones can survive, yeah. Again, especially with the more, let me say, engineering deep dive talks, yeah. Just I hope it's also not been, let me say, for some folks not to be too, let me say, too high, yeah. But it's actually the purpose for this event is really to bring, yeah, the good, let me say, like, yeah, the idea sharing, yeah, and provide a kind of a representation layer, yeah, that things can be re-implemented, yeah, by you, by your own staff, yeah, by your, let me say, your own IT, let me say, teams, yeah, not in the, let me say, in the months, yeah, it's practically, it can be achievable quite quick, yeah. That's for me is again, like, yeah, it's really great to see this one. It's also great to see all of it, let me say, like, yeah, the key speakers to be present, yeah, and also even again, like as I mentioned, yeah, before the respect for the busy persons here from the different part of the world, you just connected here and demonstrated their intention and interest, yeah. Over the one is just as also, let me say, to bring the some another sunshine, yeah, just for the, let me say, for the topic, yeah. It's not the last event that we plan to do, yeah, and that is definitely for us, yeah, but also we really need to make our own home, let me say, like, yeah, just homework, yeah, to really analyze all of it, let me say, like, yeah, just particularly inside out, yeah, and we already have the plans to run some another events, yeah, especially again, like, yeah, from the beginning of next year, again, like, yeah, we already have the some, let me say, ideas to make the some another event, not only one, yeah, but as usually again, like, yeah, just it's important to first to get the right analysis, yeah, after the first run, yeah, to make the second, let me say, second shoot, yeah. So like, yeah, just for us, for sure, yeah, like, yeah, just I'm really appreciate also the teamwork, yeah, from, let me say, other folks from the from all the teams, yeah, and especially also from the Factor group members who is also, let me say, helping us in the, let me say, in the background really to make these events run smooth, yeah, and really operated well. Я just да, я думаю, что стоит действительно переключиться на русский. Да, собственно, как бы, да, еще раз, да, хотел бы поблагодарить всех тех, кто, соответственно, был с нами от начала мероприятия и до его окончания. Я надеюсь, что действительно вам понравилось, да, формат, как бы, если, собственно, формат вас по каким-либо причинам не сильно устроил, да, то вы нам тоже сообщайте, мы с удовольствием учтем это в наших будущих мероприятиях, как я уже немножко поспойлерил, да, у нас планируется, это не первое, не последнее мероприятие, которое мы планируем проводить, да, нам очень важно сейчас определить формат с тем, чтобы он устраивал не только нас, которые это мероприятие организовали, но прежде всего комьюнити, да, которые участвовали в этом мероприятии, да. Опять-таки комьюнити, хотел там лично поблагодарить коллег из комьюнити Linbit, комьюнити OpenNebula, комьюнити Nextcloud, да, комьюнити Ubuntu, OpenStack, да, с Kubernetes, который тоже нам помогал в разных аспектах, да, наших уважаемых партнеров, которые участвовали в этом мероприятии, да, не только со стороны вендоров, но и со стороны наших уважаемых интеграторов. То есть мы считаем, что я, собственно, непосредственно со стороны команды, которая работала над этим проектом, да, что мы более чем достигли, называется, того эффекта, который хотели получить. Да, собственно, как таковой для нас, собственно, определенный момент выстраивания формата на будущее мероприятие крайне важен, поэтому мы будем благодарны вам. По результатам этого мероприятия мы разошлем соответствующие опросники, да, по которым бы очень бы хотели услышать ваше мнение, да, что нам удалось, что нам не удалось, да, что, соответственно, стоит улучшить для проведения мероприятий в будущем, с тем, чтобы, опять-таки, скажем так, мы могли дать вам больше возможностей в части не только понимания, что такое open source, много из людей так, соответственно, это понимают, а в том числе как таковой feel the open source, да, почувствовать его, погрузиться в него, работать с ним, да, и, соответственно, самое важное как бы для нас, в том числе как людей, которые занимаются адаптацией технологий в евангелизации технологий в географии бывшего Советского Союза, России, СНГ, с тем, чтобы дать вам возможность понимать, как с ним жить, работать, в том числе в корпоративных, называется, средах, которые, как, собственно, вот Евгений завершал разговор, да, не менее требовательны, да, по отношению к их архитектуре, масштабируемости, да, чем как бы любые другие части. Да. Опять-таки, я тоже хотел бы завершить, скажем так, вернуться к слову, которое сказал Марк, да, как бы я, скажем так, товарищ Shuttleworth, Canonical, Ubuntu, очень примечательный, называется, коллега, называется, и visionary person в индустрии open source. Очень важный момент, когда мы проводим какие-то, называется, какие-то вещи, какие-то изменения, это, собственно, достижимость и успешность. Да? Поэтому для нас очень важно, как бы, наше первое мероприятие, которое мы проводим в таком полномасштабном формате, да, это в том числе определить действительно, насколько, собственно, с одной стороны, и мероприятие само по себе успешно, да, с другой стороны, вовлечь коллег, вас, да, тех, кто, соответственно, на кого это мероприятие было рассчитано, да, в дальнейшее, называется, как это, волну изменений, как говорили наши, называется, другие западные коллеги, да, с тем, что вы сами вовлеклись и в том числе начали делиться своим экспириенсом, да. Не существует понятия, да, как бы плохой, хороший, да, он разный, да. И поэтому, собственно, опять-таки хотел поблагодарить в том числе коллег, которые участвовали со стороны заказчиков, да, совершенно разных, да, МТС-Электроника, да, City of Geneva, с Туту, с коллег из нашего, называется, уважаемого чешского партнера, хостинг-провайдера. Потому что тоже, в том числе, без вашего, без того, как вы с нами поделились с аудиторией своим собственным экспириенсом, да, мы бы тоже, собственно, это было мероприятие неполным, да, потому что ровно в таком как бы аспекте мы пытались сформировать для некую такую общую картину, называется, состояние индустрии, общую картину состояния того, как, что, соответственно, open source или, соответственно, коммерчески поддерживаемым open source можно жить, работать, а можно и работать и просто с open source, да. Надеюсь, что мы достигли точки понимания или, по крайней мере, от чего мы можем оттолкнуться и двинуться дальше.
Предлагаю объявить мероприятие закрытым, иначе, если не остановить Виктора Александровича, мы будем еще полчаса здесь сидеть.
У меня 2 минуты еще осталось. Сейчас я могу следить за временем. Да, как бы, да, на этой, как это сказать, позитивной ноте, да, еще раз, да, благодарю всех, благодарю в том числе моего коллегу Евгения, да, за то, что он так успешно драйвил все мероприятие и помогал в том числе коллегам, называется, находить местами точки опоры или как бы темы, на которые, соответственно, стоило бы акцентировать, называется, внимание тех, кто участвовал в нем. Да? Еще раз, да. И спасибо всем, кто был с нами этот день. До встречи в эфире. Всего доброго.
Всего доброго.